Davey is at a backward point right between them, and that's raced away. Twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference.
Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin on day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Essex. The news from the toss is that it has been won by the visitors, Essex, and they have opted to bowl first. A bright sunny morning, as I'm sure you'll be aware, because it's probably a bright sunny morning wherever cricket is being played this morning. Worcestershire batsmen are out in the middle, Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick, the openers, and they will be taking strike shortly. New Road end, Jamie Porter, and he will be bowling to Gareth Roderick, Worcestershire wicketkeeper, bowling with 4 slips in place, and hopeful, no doubt, after winning the toss, Essex, that they'll get some response from this pitch, which has been prepared on the 7 side of the ground here at New Road. Here is Porter, first ball of the game. He's in and he bowls, and Roderick leaves it alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper. And as I say, the pitch on the Cathedral side of the ground, quite close to the one that was used against Durham in the first game of the season. That one helped the seam bowlers throughout the game. Durham's seam bowlers, perhaps it's fair to say, used it more effectively than Worcestershire's did on that occasion. Here's Porter in again and bowls, and this is driven by Roderick straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, over pitch from Porter, and Roderick capitalises with a lovely straight drive. Absolutely nothing wrong with that shot whatsoever. And a good start. Roderick using his feet quite nicely to that one. So Worcestershire 4 without loss. I would run through the teams for you in the rest of this over. Porter is in now and bowls, and Roderick is playing this one defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. So the teams, Worcestershire making a couple of changes: Gareth Roderick, Jake Libby, Henry Nichols, Kashi Fally, Ethan Brooks, Brett D'Oliveira, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, Rob Jones and Yadvinder Singh coming in to the Worcestershire side. So still no Jacob Duffy, and Ben Gibbon and Fateh Singh making way from the team that played in the last game. Porter in again, and Roderick pushes out on the offside. And a first appearance of the season for seam bowler Yadvinder Singh, South Asian Cricket Academy product, played at the Oval last year on debut. And for Essex, Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, in the Worcestershire side. Dean Elgar, Tom Westley, Robin Das. I'll just go through the scorecard in a minute when it's confirmed on my screen. Here's Porter again, is in and bowls, and Roderick drives up to mid-off this time, and there is no run. Yeah, that Essex team, I'll just confirm it for you in a moment. Bright sunshine, good crowd to start this one. First morning, it was good to see a good smattering, well, more than a smattering of spectators in. And as I say, that Essex team go through it after this ball. Porter bowls, Roderick blocks. There's no run. End of the first over, 4 without loss. So the Essex team: Charlie Allison, Dean Elgar, Tom Westley, Robin Das, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, the wicketkeeper, Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Kasun Rajitha, who debuted very effectively against Worcestershire down at Chelmsford, and the man who's just bowled the first over, Jamie Porter. It's Shane Snater to take up the attack in the second over from the Diglis end. He'll be bowling to Jake Libby. Libby, who made that magnificent 170 odd last week at Hove. And he will be on strike, and it's good morning for the first time to BBC Radio Essex's Victoria Polly. Victoria, good morning, welcome to New Road, and what a lovely day for you to be here for the first time.
Good morning, yes, glorious weather, lovely setting, and looking forward to seeing what this one produces for us. Interesting. Wasn't sure if Essex would go unchanged, but they're backing the youngsters in the side with the injury problems. They've got the absence of Sam Cook away, getting ready for that start of the English Test summer as well. So they're continuing with the side which saw out that draw against Yorkshire on Monday. Shane Snater to begin his first over of the day. He's into Libby, pushes that one through the leg side. It's only as far as mid-on as they come through for the single. He gets his first run of the morning, and Worcestershire move to 5 without loss.
Yeah, I just hope, from a completely neutral cricket-loving point of view, that Sam Cook gets a real good go this summer, because not only has he had to wait too long, in my opinion, but he's had to miss 2 or 3 games in the championship,
yes.
And it seemed very early. I just hope that he doesn't turn up on the first day and get left out. That would be awful. But yeah, let's just hope.
Yeah, fingers crossed for next Thursday. Snater is in, and that one's through to Pepper behind the stumps with the gloves. Roderick facing his first ball from Snater. What did you think of Essex's decision to bowl first this morning? I
was doing an update at the time for BBC Over and Worcester listeners, and I just said, if I were Brett D'Oliveira, I bet he heaved a big sigh of relief when it came down on the wrong side, because he's had too many decisions to make in that respect.
In comes Snater over the wicket, so that's driven by Roderick, but back to the bowler, and it hits the stumps at the other end, non-striker's end. What
I mean by that, Victoria, is that I think Worcestershire have 3 or 4 times won the toss and bowled, and not really made the most of it. And I think people have been saying, oh, for goodness sake, why don't we win the toss and bat? So the best thing, if you're a captain in that circumstance, in my experience, is to lose the toss and not have to make the decision. And I can understand why they would have bowled. If there's going to be anything in it, probably it would be early on.
In comes Snater to Roderick, and that one just loops into the leg side.
But I'll say this now, and I won't say it again because people will get bored with it, but this pitch, even the groundsman would not be able to tell you what it's going to do. And I talked to him quite lengthily before the first game, and he said, honestly, I really don't know. It could do a lot, it could do a little, I don't know. I think there's a bit less grass on this one, but the floods over the winter made his life difficult, and it's just good to get a pitch of any description, really.
In comes Snater to Roderick. This one is whipped into the leg side. They'll come through for the single. He moves on to 5, Worcestershire on to 6.
I'd expect it to get easier as the game goes on because of the sunshine and so on, and I'd expect it to flatten out to some extent. But I don't think I don't think we're going to be looking at a road. I don't think we're going to be looking at anything like that. I think batting's going to be tough throughout this game. That's what my instincts tell me, having seen the cricket here the last couple of seasons.
And Jake Libby to face the final ball of Shane Snater's over. He punches that one into the offside, straight to the field. A dot ball to finish 6 without loss on the board for Worcestershire.
And the cricket that we saw here against Durham, it wasn't impossible to make runs. You just had to work really hard and apply yourself. And it's one of those. This one might be different, but it was one of those situations where 1 or 2 partnerships in each innings could absolutely shape the entire game, really. And when two players get together into one of those, maybe they've put 30 or 40 and haven't lost a wicket for an hour or something, you could almost feel them saying to each other, "It's us today. We've really got to make sure this counts." So it might be similar. I don't know. One man who will want to make sure it isn't is Jamie Porter, who's coming in now to bowl from the New Road end. 3 slips in place. Dean Elgar at first. Simon Harmer at second, and I think it's Matt Critchley at third. And here comes Porter and bowls, and that one is outside the off stump and left alone by Roderick, who has been struggling a little bit for form this season. Gareth Roderick played every minute of every game last year, which is absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? It played in every single match, kept wicket and opened the batting. A remarkable effort, and he likes to open and keep, but that said, it's a tough ask for any man. Probably easier when you bat first. Porter bowls, and that one just perhaps bounced a little bit more than Roderick thought. He felt for it, played forward to it, and then just sort of jarred his hand as the ball popped up. Got that impression that it might just have done a little bit more than he thought. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe just misjudged it slightly. I think he's carrying a slight injury on his left hand. Nothing too serious. 6 without loss, Worcestershire. 3rd over. Jamie Porter from the New Road end. In and bowls, and he's got him. Caught behind, does he? No, not given by the umpire. Big appeal from all those behind the stumps. Umpire Graham Lloyd, Bumble Jr. is unmoved, and Gareth Roderick stays. We're watching the replay now. I think it went past the inside edge, not sure, might just have flicked the trousers. We'll have to have a look at the replay. Massive appeal, heads in hands, histrionics, bit too much histrionics in my opinion these days from various players, and the match referee will be having a look at that. They're pretty strict on this sort of thing nowadays, but the players have all an exaggerated show of disappointment, I think, particularly from Michael Pepper. But Simon Harmer head in hands as well. Here's Porter with the next delivery. We'll wait for another replay of that. Bowls, and Roderick clips it nicely to mid-wicket, but good bit of fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we're not. It doesn't look like we are going to see another replay of that. My impression was that it nipped back and maybe went past the inside edge and took the.
It did certainly look like there was some kind.
There was obviously
a noise, yeah. So that was, I think, justified in the appeal from
absolutely
the
justified
noise,
in their appeal. Absolutely. Porter in again, left alone by Roderick. This one. My point is not aimed at Essex or Worcestershire or anybody in particular. I just think, and the match referees, it's the same when a batsman's dismissed now and he shows dismay at the dismissal. You can overdo it, can't you? Trying to tell everybody that you think it was out. You can overdo it, I think, and the sort of gathering, and the umpires don't like it. I know they don't like it. They feel that it's unnecessary. It's the same at test level even sometimes, I think. But they certainly fancied it, didn't they? They really did. Here's Porter again, bowls, and Roderick pushing forward at this one, and it goes off the glove, I think, down, drops just in front of slip. So Porter asking quite a lot of questions in this, his second over, which ends up being a maiden. 2 overs, 1 maiden. Yeah, maybe again, might have been lobbed off to show not comfortable, and in a way, Victoria just confirming what I was trying to suggest in the last over. Certainly in this first session, I don't think that is going to be a very straightforward exercise.
No, I think that's encouraging signs for Jamie Porter, that he's finding line and length and trying to make the batters out there play. Shane Snater will continue for Essex. He's second over. Jake Libby waits on the back foot. This time it's past the outside edge of the bat and through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com by the way, if you want to get in touch with BBC Essex. Good morning to Paul, who's done that.
Yeah, or you can get in touch with me on Twitter. It's at Frank Watson 58. At Frank Watson 58 on X. And I've got a quiz question to come up with. I'll do it in the next over. An Essex/Worcestershire based quiz question.
Snater is over the wickets, fuller delivery, which Libby plays off the toes back down the pitch.
And I've been asked if I may to give a shout out to my in-laws, Jean and Francis, who are watching for the first time, I think. So good morning to you. Hope you enjoy the coverage.
First time?
First time. They're not very tech savvy, so I think my wife's set them up on YouTube and they've been watching. So yeah, they'll be hopefully enjoying the cricket out there in Pershore, near Pershore.
Snater is in to Libby, defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, so my quiz question, Victoria.
Okay.
And I'm not. People can send in their answers to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or to me on X at Frank Watson 58. But I'm not going to confirm the answer until this afternoon. So give people a chance. It's not that easy. If you're an Essex or a Worcestershire supporter and you're watching, try to get the answer without going straight to the internet.
Oh yeah, don't ruin the fun. As Snater is in to Libby, it's going to trickle down to third. It's chased inside the boundary by Noah Thane, and that's 2 to the score.
And my question is, who, I won't say what because it's obviously a who links Wakefield, Chelmsford, Hobart and Worcester? Who links Wakefield, Chelmsford, Hobart and Worcester?
Okay. Get thinking as Snater is into Libby. Defends that one into the offside.
My usual Essex question, but we've done it so many times that it's become too easy, is which Essex legend was born in Worcester?
Okay.
I don't know if you know that. The young lads in the press box. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
That's an easy one. The answer is Keith Fletcher.
Yes.
Whose dad I think was in the army and was stationed in Worcester.
I think it's his birthday this week.
But who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester? That's my quiz question today.
Snater is in. Libby whips that into the leg side, run away all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. And that's the end of Snater's over Worcestershire 12 without loss.
I said you'll get used to
well,
the
I was
rhythm
just
of
thinking.
the
I was
scoreboard.
thinking it is more than 8, but I was just checking that was all up to date.
That's just about the usual delay on that scoreboard. So there we are, 12 without loss. End of the over from Snater, just erring in line a little bit. Jamie Porter's been the bowler who has been asking the most questions, and the biggest one of all was the question that wicket-keeper Michael Pepper and the slips asked of umpire Graham Lloyd in Porter's last over when they thought that Roderick had got an edge through to the keeper, but umpire Lloyd was unconvinced, and he resisted the appeal, which was quite confident to say the least. Not out was the verdict. Here is Porter resuming his attack from the new red end. He bowls slightly over pitch this time to Roderick, who just pushes that one up to Kasun Rajitha at mid-on. Rajitha, who made his Essex debut against Worcestershire at Chelmsford 3 weeks ago, and bowled very well actually in that victory, and celebrated well. Goodness me, he likes a wicket. He really does. Is Porter in to bowl, and Roderick is forward and edging this one down to third. Going to go for 2 runs. Again, the outfield is quicker than it was here against Durham, but still not particularly fast given the weather that we've had, but it has been cut much shorter than that one. But another product of the floods is that the outfield has been very lush this year, and I know the groundsman is hoping that it quickens up so that players get full value for their runs. 2 off that edge, 14 without loss, and Porter in again. bowls, and Roderick is forward and pushing back up to mid-on. A lot of people have been commenting, Victoria, including myself, when I arrived this morning, on the shortness of the boundary on this, particularly on this pavilion side of the ground. The rope is well in, even just down in front of us. We're at kind of long on at the New Road end, and the rope is a good 20 yards inside the fence, which is unusual, and I think it's because the outfield has been quite slow that they've done that, to make sure that players are still getting full value for their shots, which they certainly didn't in the last game. Porter bowls, and Roderick is turned around by this one, gets an outside edge, and it runs away down to third man, a half stop in the gully, and they go through for a single, but a good delivery from Porter, and Roderick was not in control of that shot. Absolutely entitled to a little bit of fortune early on, a batsman in circumstances like this, but Porter will not be discouraged by what he saw there. 15 without loss. Roderick goes to 8, Libby has 7, and a slight change in the field here, with a gully being brought in to replace that backward point. Noah Thane going into gully, so 3 slips and a gully now, as Porter is in and bowls, and Libby is playing this one nicely, quite late, allowed it to come onto him and just dabbed it down on the offside. Libby, who's as I say, made that outstanding 170 last week at Hove, 167 I should say. That was however only his second time he'd passed 50, so nice for him to go big. So in 10 innings in the championship he's passed 50 twice. On the back foot this time, plays back up to the bowler, end of the over, but on one of those occasions he did go very big with 167 at Hove in a losing cause last week. 15 without loss off 5 overs, Worcestershire having lost the toss.
It must be really frustrating for the sort of narrow ways at times in which these games have been lost.
Yes.
For Worcestershire, we were following it on Monday during the commentary, and I thought, they may well, if Libby can stay in, they may well be able to do this. Yeah,
that's true, and it's also true that they've lost 2 games where they got first innings leads, which is also disappointing. I don't think there's any hand wringing or teeth gnashing about it. They know that they've lost the games because in certain sessions, and that's all it takes. They didn't play well
moments.
enough. Yeah.
As Snater is into Roderick, digs this one out up to mid-on for no run.
And against Durham here, they were bowled out in a session on day 2. In the afternoon session, they were bowled out. I mean, that's just not good enough, and they recognise that that's where the game was lost. So there's a certain amount of analysis. Well, obviously, a certain amount of analysis. There have been narrow defeats, and there have been bad sessions. And it makes them believe they're not perhaps as bad as the table makes them look at the moment, but the fact of the fact
is Snater is into Roderick. That one's through to Pepper for no run. I think from an Essex point of view, as well, as good as the draw was on Monday, the fact Essex managed to hold out for that final day and pick up the draw against Yorkshire, particularly in that final session, the final wicket stand between Simon Harmer and Jamie Porter to hold on. After the game, speaking to Simon Harmer, acknowledged that at times their bowling wasn't good enough, as good as we've seen them previously, and there's obviously some injuries in the batting lineup as Snater is into Roderick, who just turns this one into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I read some of that interview, and my feeling about cricketers generally in the county game is that they're pretty realistic about their performances. They get an awful lot of stick, don't they, these days, as do most sportsmen with social media and so on. People give them all sorts of criticism, but they're pretty honest generally, I think.
Shane Snater bounding in the sunshine. Roderick on the back foot this time into the leg side. Man coming in off the boundary to do the fielding as they take the single.
And you say to a player, after a defeat or a bad score, bad luck, and you try and be but generally they come back with, no, we weren't good enough, or it wasn't bad luck, I played a bad shot, or they're pretty honest.
Consensus was we
generally.
did well to rescue it, but
Yeah,
we know it wasn't good enough.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's important.
16 without loss even as Snater is into Libby, gets bat on that one, plays it to mid wicket for a dot ball.
So I haven't had any answers yet to my quiz question. I'll just repeat it. Oh, maybe I have. I'll just repeat it. It is who links Wakefield in Yorkshire, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester? Who links those places? It's a good one, isn't it, I think? I've decided I'm going to have a quiz question every day this year.
As Snater is in to Libby, who defends that one. And that's the end of the over. 16 without loss on the board for Worcestershire, having been put into bat by Essex, who won the toss. It's a bit like we on our Around the Wicket programme, which I present on BBC Essex on a Wednesday evening. We have this year we've come up with a quiz called Not Out, where we get club cricketers from across Essex to take on 6 questions, see if they can survive an over from me. And we have one which is called a career path question, and you get clubs or country which it relates to an Essex player, past or present, and they actually. I say this as someone who verifies the questions our producer James comes up with. He does make them very difficult at times.
Yeah. Well, there's too many easy ones, aren't there? So here's Jamie Porter. Balls. Ooh, and that one definitely beats Roderick. All ends up. Feeling for that one. Have to have a look and see whether there was any lateral movement, but Roderick, he does get squared up quite often, Gareth. In fact, he starts with a slightly open stance, then moves his left foot across into position, but turned round. That was a real beauty from Jamie Porter. Hit the seam and went away. I've had a message from Ian York, who says, do we know the extent of Duffy's injury and the likely duration of Hose's paternity leave? Also, has Yadvinder Singh secured his UK passport since last season? Roderick forward, pushes out on the onside. Well, I'll give you the answers to the best of my knowledge, Ian. Don't know about Jacob Duffy. Adam Hose's paternity leave, I think there's a statutory 2 weeks. So when that started, he did play in a couple of second team T20s in midweek to try and keep his hand in, I guess. The baby, to my knowledge, is overdue. And yes, Yadvinder Singh is not an overseas player anymore. That's the best I can do. Here's Porter again, bowls, and that one is a lovely shot from Gareth Roderick, over pitched on middle and leg, and he just clips it through mid wicket. And there again, there's an indication of how slow the outfield is, and I'm sure that's why the rope is in. It did go all the way, but it struggled to get there. It was running out of legs, and in fact, I think had Robin Das realised that, he might have chased it a little bit harder than he did. He almost gave up on it, and it only just got there. So 4 to Gareth Roderick, 13 to him, and it's 20 without loss. Jamie Porter's first loose delivery, really. This next one is just outside the off stump on a good length, and steered by Roderick off a thickish outside edge, the outside half of the bat, square on the offside. And they go through for another single. So Roderick is 14, Libby is 7, and Worcestershire are 21 without loss. Charlie Allison there in the covers, isn't it? Just checking.
Yeah, certainly on that previous delivery, it doesn't whistle off the outfield, but there is an area to target if they can pick up those over pitch balls.
Porter again in bowls. This one takes Libby on the thigh pad and drops down on the onside. They go through for a leg by. Good running. It's important early on when runs are hard to come by to keep the scoreboard moving. Run hard, pick up the odd leg by, the odd extra if you can, and just keep things ticking over, because every run will matter.
Yeah,
One imagines.
Morning to Paul, who says, looking for a good start from Essex. I feel like we're going to miss Sam Cook in this one. Have a great day in the sun. I wish I was there.
Porter in, bowls, and that's played out on the onside, and there's no run. The end of the over. 22 without loss. 6 overs completed. Jamie Porter 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Shane Snater, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. If you do get any answers to the
I have got one already.
Sit on it.
I won't. I'll have to make sure I pre-read the emails before I start just reading something out, won't I?
Put you under pressure.
I have to edit myself on air.
Yeah. If somebody got that without recourse to books or internet, they would be an anorak, a real anorak, I think. But there are plenty of anoraks out there in the wardrobe of the world. Sorry.
Shane Slater is in. And as a dot ball to Jake Libby. Hello to Dean as well, who's been in touch on the email. Says, looking forward to coming to Worcester for the rest of the game. Coming from tomorrow, always an away one I look forward to. I would have been there today, but a late successful night in Rochdale watching Southend United progress in the playoffs. Hoping we can kick on from a well-earned draw versus Yorkshire and hoping for a non-controversial ending, says Dean. Yes, we've had quite the week on BBC Essex Sport already, Frank. I'm quite tired this morning as Snater is in and Libby pushing that one into the offside, leg side even for no run.
I've had a wrong answer, so we can read those out, can't we? It's not Andy Bickle. There you go, it's not Andy Bickle. Who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester? I'm quite pleased with this question, it's a good one.
Thanks to Carl, who's been in touch with his answer. I'll pass it on to the quizmaster. 22 without loss as Snater is in to Libby, and that one just loops out into the offside, collected by Charlie Allison.
The other one I was asked this morning, and I was so happy to get it straight away, Victoria, was when was the last time two brothers played against each other in a championship game here at Worcester? And I knew the answer.
Did you?
Because it was only last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'll give that one out. If anybody wants to get in touch with that one, I'll give the answer.
Snater is in, and that one's swept through to the New Road end boundary. It's gone for 4 leg byes.
Yeah, just flicked the pad as he tried to play it on the leg side. Yeah, when was the last time two brothers played in a championship game here against each other at New Road? And as I've given it away already, it was only last season, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get. But if anybody wants to get in touch with an answer to that, we'll actually give that out. Well, apparently we have somebody who should be happy to join us here.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and see if I can find him.
In comes Snater to Libby, gets bat on it this time, and it's out towards mid-wicket for no run.
They're not commentators, they're cricketer journalists, apparently. As in the cricketer journalist. So we have somebody called Oscar Ress. Do you know him?
I don't.
No, not me.
You can rope Oscar into some commentary at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Be a long day otherwise. Not that we can't manage it. And didn't you say this man might come?
Nick Brown currently on 12th man duties, but we may well be able to get him on for a chat later as Snater is in, driven by Libby straight to mid-on from the final ball of the over. Worcestershire 26 without loss. Yeah, Nick Brown on the boundary at the moment. Did wonder whether Essex might bring him in for this one. A bit of experience with the injured Paul Walter and Jordan Cox still not available for Essex. Charlie Allison's opened the batting alongside Dean Elgar on the absence of Walter. Robin Das has been brought into the middle order. From last week's performance, it wasn't great, but it wasn't great from the whole of the team at times with the bat. So Chris Silverwood, director of cricket, very keen to back the youngsters and give them the opportunity. So decided to stick with an unchanged team from that point of view.
Well, I always think it's fair to give players a settled run in the side, really. Charlie Allison looked good in both innings against Worcester at Chelmsford. Got starts and didn't go on. He got sort of 20s, but he looked very tidy, well organised, good footwork. A lot smaller than his brother. Here comes Jamie Porter to bowl. Ooh, and he beats Roderick again outside the off stump, reaching for that one. The Worcestershire opener, good delivery. Just there's so few deliveries to hit from Jamie Porter, generally speaking. He makes the batsman play. His length is, he rarely errs in length. Just asking questions all the time, and again, not a huge amount of movement, just in that corridor outside the off stump, and just enough movement away from the right-hander. Such a good bowler. There's another one who, like Sam Cook, has been so unlucky not to have had any international recognition, I think, over the years. This one is just outside the off stump, pushed out on the offside by Roderick, and there's no run. Last year in the game at Chelmsford, when Worcestershire managed to win a game where they were a long way behind, it was a super win. On the first morning, I was having breakfast in the hotel, and a lady came up and saw everybody dressed in their Worcester stuff, and she said, "Oh, are you playing against Essex today?" And I said yes, and as Porter comes in again and bowls and covers up this time, Roderick plays up to mid-on and no run. She said, "Oh, will Jamie Porter be playing?" And I said, "Unfortunately, yes." And she said, "Why unfortunately?" And I said, "Because he'll probably take about 10 wickets." And she said, "Oh, his dad's a friend of mine," or something. And it was just one of those. Yes, we wish he wasn't playing. And I think Worcestershire should be the first to admit that they've been fortunate to miss out on Sam Cook twice now.
Yeah.
As a result of this England call-up. Certainly in that game at Chelmsford. Porter in, balls, and again Roderick is feeling for that one outside the off stump. That game at Chelmsford, that pitch was made for Sam Cook, really, and he sat at the side, frustrated, I think, as other people made the most of the conditions, but he would have been very, very difficult to handle in that game, I think.
Yeah,
that one again, I think that one he didn't need to play at, probably, but it's the fact that he thinks he's got to play, he doesn't know which way it's going to nip, that makes him play at those. Oh, and he plays at this one, he gets a thick outside edge, and that one has gone down towards third man, but again it slows up on a quicker outfield, such as at Chelmsford the other week. That would have raced away to the boundary. As it is, it just brings 2 runs, but it's uncertain, this start from the Worcestershire batsman, particularly Roderick, who's had most of the strike. He's gone to 16 now off 34 deliveries. Libby has faced just 19. He has 7, and it's 28 without loss. As Porter is in once more and bowls, and this one is driven more confidently by Roderick straight to Rajitha at mid-on, and there is no run. 28 without loss. Then we've had 9 overs, Porter 5 overs, 1 maiden no wicket for 14, and Worcestershire, well, an uncertain start, but no wickets as yet. I'm just going to go and see if I can find Oscar.
For so many seasons now, it's been that opening combination with the ball for Essex of Jamie Porter and Sam Cook from both ends, tearing through batting orders. There was that injury to Sam Cook in the middle of last season when again it looked like he may well get a first England call up, and a hamstring problem meant that didn't happen. But Essex have had to play the majority of their games without him, having initially been rested at the request of England for the Worcestershire match at home, and then he's also had some England training camps. As Snater is into Libby, plays that one back up the pitch to mid-on, which is Kason Rajitha for no run. And of course this season as well, Ben Allison having joined Worcestershire permanently, and Aaron Beard, another of the Essex bowlers, retiring from cricket last season. The conveyor belt of bowling has slowed down perhaps for Essex. Snater just having a quick word with his Essex captain Tom Wesley in his usual position at mid-off. 28 without loss on the board for Worcestershire. Nice hum around the ground as Snater is into Libby. He's down to fine leg for a single. 29 without loss. Good turnout in the ground this morning, and nice to look away to our right hand side where there's people in their shirt sleeves with drinks in hand under some parasols in the shade. Lots of spectators out in the sunshine as well. Nice to see a few of the Essex fans around the city this morning ahead of the game, as Snater is in, and that's come off the bottom edge of Roderick's bat. He just slows up by the square leg umpire as they take a single and keep adding the runs to the board. 30 now. Essex with 3 slips in. As Shane Snater moves past the umpire into Libby, up on the toes, knocking that one into the offside. Charlie Allison is quick to it in the field on that shorter boundary side, and they'll just get the single. A good rotation of the strike in this over from the home side. Elsewhere in the Division 1 fixtures this morning, Nottinghamshire 36 without loss in their match at Durham. Somerset 31 for 1 against Somerset at Taunton, as that one is defended into the offside for no run. Yorkshire 34 without loss at Surrey, and Hampshire 17 for 1 in their match against Warwickshire. Go through Division 2 in a little while, at 40 minutes of play here and in those games. And Worcestershire 31 without loss in this one on the BBC Sport website and app. Morning to you wherever you're listening. The Snater is in, and there's a strike on the pads, and he's got him. Shane Snater gets the breakthrough for Essex. Gareth Roderick, the finger goes up for LBW, and he goes for 17 from the 37 balls that he's faced, and Essex get a first wicket in the 10th over. Frank's back just in time to see the replay.
Yeah. Just watching it now. Yeah, looked a decent shout, didn't it? He's almost walking, isn't he? I think that's always a sign. So Snater gets the first wicket. I've had a chat with Oscar, and he's going to come up at 12 o'clock and do half an hour. So I think maybe 15 minutes each break. He'll just do inter-over stuff. Didn't know anything about it. So I had to tell him he'd be in it. We'll be coming to Oscar Ress from The Cricketer will be joining us at 12 briefly. So Henry Nichols will be the new batsman for Worcestershire. He is the number 3 coming out to the crease now at the fall of Gareth Roderick's wicket. 31 for 1. I'd said it had been uncertain, and indeed it had, and Roderick had perhaps been the more uncertain of the 2 batsmen, to be fair. He had also faced quite a bit more of the bowling, and Jake Libby had been non-striker for much of the time, which, as Jeff Boycott would always tell you, is the best place to be when you're facing a good new ball attack. And Snater picked up Roderick LBW for 17 with the last ball of that over, which was the 10th of the innings. So an opening partnership of 31, and very much, Victoria, in keeping with what we saw in the last game here. Partnerships of 20, 30, just when you thought that a pair were perhaps getting settled, a wicket fell. Worcestershire second wicket pair, be hoping that won't be the case this time, as Jamie Porter starts a new over with a ball to Libby, which he clips away on the onside for a single, fielded out at deep mid-wicket by Robin Das, almost as though they gave him that one, isn't it? Put the man back on the leg side, almost as though they want to have an early dart at the left-handed Henry Nicholls, Kiwi Test player, yet to register a score of real size for Worcestershire, and yet has impressed. 42, 25, 32, 34. It's got to start every time without going on to anything big. Round the wicket to him, Porter, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Bit more bounce that time for Porter, a little bit of lift taken by Michael Pepper above waist height. Nicholls lifting his bat well clear. Experienced left-hander. Good pick-up for Worcestershire, really, who needed a bit of strengthening in the middle order, and I think via Jacob Duffy, who was here, they learned that Henry Nicholls was A, available, B, keen, and C, in Ireland at his brother's wedding. And he's forward to this one and pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. So he was already here. I think might have had to send for his kit, I suppose, but it was all arranged fairly quickly, and Henry Nicholls arrived and is here to play for a good few weeks. Said it's always been an ambition. Played a little bit of county cricket before, but always wanted to have a real good go at it, and his experience will be important. Porter in, round the wicket bowls, and Nicholls is turning this one on the leg side to Rajitha at mid wicket, and there's no run. 32 for 1. Worcestershire put into bat when the coin came down on the wrong side as far as they were concerned this morning, although as I suggested earlier, I reckon Brett D'Oliveira might have been quite relieved not to have had to make a decision. I'm guessing at that. Nothing extravagant so far in terms of the pitch, I don't think. A little bit of help, you'd expect that. Porter in bowls, Nicholls drives, no run. It's fielded at mid-off by Das. I think the heavy roller is another factor that we have to consider. Against Durham, each time the heavy roller was applied, batting seemed, and I say seemed because you always tend to read into these situations what you expect to see, it seemed to get easier for an hour or so, and then as the effect wore off, less so. Porter in again, bowls, and Nicholls is on the back foot pushing this one out on the offside, and again no run, and that's the end of the over. 32 for 1, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15 for the economical Jamie Porter. And I say that seemed, Victoria, it probably applies to the batters as well, doesn't it? You know, it's in your head, isn't it? We've had a heavy roller, it's probably not going to do as much, and then it just needs one ball to bounce a bit more after an hour, and you think, oh, heavy roller's wearing off.
Start to think about it more.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I know that they say, I certainly used to say when I was coaching, and I think there's still a feeling in a lot of dressing rooms that what you don't want is a batter to come out having been dismissed saying, oh, it's doing this and it's doing that and it's doing this, because it gets in their minds of the next 3 batsmen. What you want is somebody who comes out and says, oh no, it was a bad shot, it was my fault, nothing wrong with the pitch.
Well, Shane Snater, who got the wicket of Gareth Roderick with his final ball of the last over, is into Libby and swings the bat out of the way as it's through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run. That's the only wicket we've had of the morning, and it came 40 minutes or so into this first session. Snater is in over the wicket to Libby, who's coming forward to it and just plays it back past the bowler to Rahita at mid-on for no run.
Decent crowd in. We've noticed that crowds generally, we only had one game here, but crowds generally I think have been bigger on the Fridays, certainly true at Chelmsford, true at Taunton, than on the Saturdays. And I think it's possibly because quite a lot of people who are involved with cricket have club league games, etc., to go to on a Saturday.
In comes Snater to Libby, and that one's got Pepper diving away to his left-hand side as it's through to the keeper. Yeah, I think you're right. It's been very busy at Chelmsford on the Fridays. I think there was about 2,600, if I remember rightly, there last week against Yorkshire. Again, we've had beautiful weather, so no problem in that sense. But yeah, we're well into the club cricket season now, aren't we? So perhaps those who still play as well as watch will have those split loyalties, as Snater is in. Libby's on the back foot this time and just takes that bottom hand off the bat once more as it's out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, decent crowd. They tend to favour this end of the ground here at Worcester, in the pavilion and the New Road end. The Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end. Great vantage point and a great place to sit if it's not too hot.
Yeah, you need a bit of shelter sometimes, don't you? Snater is in. Libby leaves that one through to the keeper.
I mean, for the average paying spectator, that's the highest point on the ground, probably the pavilion and the top of the Basil D'Oliveira stand, which is at the Diglis end for those who know New Road, and you get a very good view, and it's a super position for a T20 or something like that. But on a hot sunny day like today, it can be just a little bit too exposed for a lot of people.
Case and Regissa's just doing some loosening up at mid-on. May well see him with the ball in the near future as Snater is in, and Libby plays that one out into the leg side. It's going to run to the square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, not the first time that Snater's given a boundary around the last ball of the over. Just a possible slight, almost trying too hard. He's bowled 5 dot balls and he thinks, I've got a maiden on here, don't do anything silly, and just tries a bit too hard and drifts into the pads, and Libby capitalises. Patient player, Libby, as we saw last week, capable of playing very long innings. In fact, I keep saying this, I said it a few weeks ago as well, 36 for 1 by the way at the end of the over. It was at Chelmsford in the opening game of the season, I think about 5 years ago, that Jake Libby played what might be the second longest innings in the history of Championship cricket, when he batted best part of 2 days, I think, at Chelmsford on a really flat one. He hasn't done it since, but he is capable of playing the long knock, as we saw last week. Kasan Rajitha is into the attack at the New Road end. Tall, long-limbed, loose-limbed Sri Lankan quick bowler. Had a good look at him at Chelmsford on his debut against Worcestershire, which was about 3 weeks ago. And a real enthusiast, races in. Quite sort of slingy sort of action, hits the deck quite hard, gets the ball to move away from the right-hander and into the left-hander, and he is bowling over the wicket to Nichols, and he loves bowling, that's what we've heard from Chris Silverwood. He comes in now and bowls, and Nichols is forward to that one. Didn't put everything into that one, Rajitha, bit of a loosener. But that was the word from Don Topley via Chris Silverwood when he came. Just loves to bowl.
You could tell he was frustrated when Essex were bowling at Yorkshire last week, and maybe he wasn't hitting his line and length, and not maybe loose balls that were being put away by the Yorkshire batters. You could tell his frustration, and at tea he was just out there stretching and practising. Yeah,
very, very keen. Into Nichols. This one down the leg side. Nichols looks to play it. I think maybe got a thigh pad on it or missed it. Michael Pepper diving to his right, unable to hold on to it. Just a little thing I've noticed with Nichols, and this is via the analysts again, I think, and it's not confirmed, just something I've been watching. There's a theory, there certainly was amongst the Durham attack, that you can pick him up caught behind square on the leg side, leg slip, leg gully, or even by the keeper. Rajitha bowls, and he's steering this one into the covers, no run, and they bowled for it, Durham. They didn't succeed, but they clearly set fields, bowled almost the odd 1 or 2 and over into the hip, thinking that he might just flick it. And he did get out like that at Sussex last week, caught by the keeper down the leg side. Whether Sussex were doing it as a plan or whether it just happened, I don't know. But these sort of things get picked up so much now by the analysts in all the dressing rooms that it wouldn't surprise me to see it. As Rajitha is in, but this one is outside the off stump, and he is out, caught behind without scoring, trying to take the bat away but unable to do so, and I think the ball's just flicked off the bat or the glove, and Rajitha's got his man. Just watching a replay now. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, and Nichols walks without being given, and Worcestershire lose their second wicket with the score on 36. That was a strange dismissal. Took his bat away from it, but not quickly enough.
Yeah, just too late there with the decision to try and not play at the ball, and that's cost him there.
So Michael Pepper picks up his first catch, and Kasun Rajitha picks up his first wicket in his first over. A real bonus. And Henry Nichols, his first proper failure as a Worcestershire player, as he is caught behind, trying to take the bat away from the ball but not able to do so. A slight error of timing, I guess, as much as anything, and the ball just flicks the bat on the way through. Kashif Ali is the new batsman. Started the season batting at 3, now down at 4 with Henry Nichols having come into the side. Another player who missed a game a couple of weeks ago as he became a father for the first time, but back in the side now, yet to really fire this season. A couple of half centuries. One at Taunton, one in the second innings at Chelmsford, but he then rather gave his wicket away in that one, and was kicking himself afterwards, I think. Here with a chance now as he joins Libby to improve on that. 36 for 2 in the 13th over. Great start for Rajitha. You're talking about Headingley and Essex's game up there. What was the pitch like? Was it
Chelmsford?
Was it Chelmsford? I beg your pardon. Oh,
yeah.
Right. Okay.
And when they do play Yorkshire away in a few weeks' time, that one's at York.
Okay.
Essex
Yeah.
won't go. Yeah. For Chelmsford, yeah, it was
pretty flat, was it?
Yeah.
Flatter than the one they played Worcestershire on anyway.
Yeah, it looked like it. You might think it might have been a innings game from that first hour or so, and then it really opened up.
Okay, Kashif Ali has taken guard. He is on strike now, and Rajitha is into him over the wicket, bowls, and good positive footwork from Kashif to his first delivery, reaching forward and pushing out on the offside.
Do you want me to get rid of this?
Well, we? No, I don't, not particularly.
Oh, sorry.
I don't. We're talking about the live chat on the live stream. I never look at it because it usually contains some abuse aimed in my direction, including the best line I've ever had, which I'll mention after this one. Rajitha completes his over and bowls outside the off stump. Kashif leaves, no run, 36 for 2 at the end of 13 overs, which was when Worcestershire were playing at Headingley, and the live stream was on and the live comments were on the side, and somebody said, "This Worcestershire commentator is really boring. All he's doing is telling us exactly what's happening." And then the next comment said, "That's because he's a radio commentator and not a TV commentator." And I often say to people, we're commentating for the radio, not for the TV. So if we say it's going down the leg side and you can see that it isn't, that's because you've got a better view than us. We're looking out of a window at long on, and you are looking from behind the bowler's arm through a camera, and they're using our commentary. So give us a break.
Snater's start a new over into Libby, who's into the leg side and takes the single.
I'm going to nip out. Oscar Rest from the cricketer is going to come in alongside Victoria for the next 15 minutes or so, and then I'll give her a little break as well.
Thanks very much, Frank. Don't forget, if you want to answer Frank's quiz question, do get your answers into bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I can already see a few of you who have been in touch, so I will put those answers to him. Keith and Carl, thank you very much so far for your thoughts on that. As Snater is in, Libby defends into the pitch. No run. And I think I've had another right answer as well from, well, Jeff. Getting in touch from Wiltshire. 37 for 2 on the board. Oscar's joined us in the commentary box. What have we made of this session so far, Oscar?
Yeah, it was a bubbling up to be a surprisingly good one for the home side after being inserted, but those couple of wickets.
The Snater is in. It's played out into the offside by Kashif Ali, who takes the single.
Yeah, those couple of wickets are not ideal, but it still seems that the away from the pitch it seems like a real batting morning. But I do think the toss might prove to be very important.
Yeah, Essex winning the toss and electing to bowl this morning as Shane Snater is into Libby, who defends that one. 4th ball of the over. Yeah, it seems there were no complaints about either dismissal really in terms of the LBW and the court behind. Both batters were on their way and seemed to know that would be the case.
I did think that the LBW may have stayed a bit low, but I think on second viewing I think he might have just missed it really.
38 for 2 as Snater is in to Libby, plays that one back down the pitch, and with the court behind, it just felt like he didn't get his bat out of the way. He hadn't made the decision in quick enough time, and that cost him in terms of the timing.
You do hope as a batter that if you survive a chance a couple of balls before, you don't want to make the same mistake, and then he did, which would have been a massive relief to Michael Pepper, I'm sure, behind the stumps.
38 for 2. Waiting for Snater's final ball of the 14th over from the Diglis end, and he is in. And Libby plays that one out into the offside for no run. So that is the end of the over. 2 singles from it for Worcestershire, who are 38 for 2.
I do wonder if they might consider a change from that end. Good 7 overs from Shane Snater, but they have obviously made the change from this end.
Yeah, I wonder how soon we might see the likes of Noah Thane. He took career best figures last week in the game against Yorkshire.
It was a potential problem for Essex as soon as they lost Sam Cook of who that third seamer might be, but it is very promising that he's done well.
Rajitha is in from the New Road end, and that one's popped up at Kashif Ali. It's found its way through the slips and has gone away. Just sort of seemed to bobble around a bit as there was a body diving past it.
Yeah, I think you always expect when it hits a glove on the first morning that it would shoot right through to the slips, but it just sort of died before it reached Dean Elgar at first slip there, I think.
Yeah, 38 for 2. It didn't go anywhere, which is always the thought when it ricochets around that it might end up running away to a boundary. But we've mentioned the slower pace of the outfield in places. Rajitha is coming in for his second ball of the over. That one's left this time by Ali, and that is through to the slips cleanly this time for no run. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier for Essex how consistent and dangerous that opening bowling combination between Jamie Porter and Sam Cook has been for so long for them, and before he's even had the opportunity to make his England Test debut, which we've got our fingers crossed for next week. They've had to go without him as Rajitha is in, and that one's driven by Ali to mid-on for no run.
It really has sort of been the basis of their success, isn't it? It's built around that bowling attack, and almost I think there's been quite a lot of complaints, I'm sure, from Essex that he hasn't had the England recognition that he probably deserves, but actually it's worked out really well for them to be able to call upon him so consistently.
Yeah, it's very, I think I said at the start of the season, England's loss was Essex's gain as Rajitha is in, and that one is edged and is going to run down to the boundary through the slip cordon for 4 runs. Now hopefully England's gain is very much Essex's loss if he can capitalise on an opportunity next week at Trent Bridge. The Zimbabwe Test coming up.
Absolutely, he does just seem an international bowler and has seemed for so long. You just hope that with all this promise and all this talk that he can, live up to the way we talk about him as county cricket fans.
Rajitha coming over the wicket to Kashif Ali, who leaves that one. Yeah, it's probably putting quite a lot of pressure on his shoulders here, but I'm sure he's relishing the opportunity. What else do you think about that England Test squad, and what's your thoughts ahead of the summer?
Well, I think we've had our answer on what the batting lineup would look like. The fact that James Rew's been allowed to play for Somerset today, which does mean that they avoid a wicket-keeping crisis because they don't really have anyone else.
In comes Rajitha to Kashif Ali, defends that one from the final ball of the over at Worcestershire, 42 for 2. Yeah, Somerset in action at the moment. They're 42 for 1 against Sussex this morning so far.
But I think it's a fascinating that we've got this Jacob Bethel question of when he comes back from the IPL about where he might fit into that Test top order, and I think the fact that he's not playing probably puts a lot of pressure on the players that in that top order.
We know Thane is going to come on to bowl from the Diglis end, and just heard the announcement as well that Shane Snater's just temporarily popping off the field, so Mackenzie Jones comes on as the sub fielder, the tall youngster out there with 59 on his back. Signed a rookie contract at the start of the season, so he's out there as a substitute. Noah Thane just going through his warm-ups, coming through the Essex Academy, an all-rounder who had opportunities in the first team last season as well, and has been so far part of this team as he's into Libby, and that one loops into the leg side. Let's go off the bat. They come through for a single, 43 for 2.
This does feel like quite an important spell, I think, for Noah Thane. You want to build on your performance last week if you're him. You want to think, but Worcestershire might also see it as an opportunity to find run scoring a bit easier and build their way into the morning session.
Kashif Ali, who's on 5, is waiting as Thane is in. That one's driven to mid-on for no run. Scores elsewhere, by the way. Nottinghamshire 75 without loss in their match at Durham so far. Well, as we're 7 minutes into the afternoon. Yorkshire 48 without loss against Surrey at the Oval, and Hampshire 40 for 1 against Warwickshire as Noah Thane is in, clipped into the leg side by Kashif Ali, and all the way to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. .47 for 2. Frank's lent me a pair of binoculars here so I can have a closer look at the action. Doesn't mean I have to remove my sunglasses though when I want to have a look, because we are at sort of long on angle as we wait for Noah Thane to run in. Ali defending this time into the offside for a dot ball, following that boundary off the last delivery.
I have added binoculars to my cricket watching bag for the first time.
Have you?
This is my first championship round with them in. I've been a cricket journalist for almost a year, and I've waited until now to make that important step.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably lucky at Chelmsford in our commentary position that we feel quite close to the action as Thane is in. That's defended by Ali for no run, and I haven't really considered ever buying my own, but you do see the spectators who have them and other commentators, and yeah, maybe I'll have to invest now. And Frank said he picked these up in a charity shop in Chelmsford, so clearly if I'd have been quicker to the realisation, I might have beaten him to them. Noah Thane is in, defended with a straight bat by Kashivali. That time, end of the over, Yorkshire 47 for 2. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us, by the way. Phil needs the quiz question repeated, so I will wait for Frank to return to commentary to do that for you, because I don't want to get it wrong, or indeed I'm worried about giving away the answer every time I look at the emails as well. You can also get in touch with Frank when he's back from his break at Frank Watson 58 on X.
Pretty solid start that from Noah Thane. Unremarkable both, with chance creation, there was that boundary, but I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
Rajitha starting a new over from the new road end into Jake Libby, out into the offside for no run. Jake Libby's on 16 now from his 34 runs. I'm disappointed with myself already because I filled in the scorecard wrong already. Not through error in knowing who was out in there, but you just forget that you need to leave a column for Jake Libby. So I've now put Henry Nichols' figures in. Details in for how he got out in Jake Libby's column, as Rajitha is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Libby.
Let's hope that you've not done any foreshadowing.
No, yeah, hopefully I haven't cursed it for him by doing that. I'm just going to have to squiggle in some arrows, so I'll have to change it round at some point. That disappoints me because I like to keep a neat scorecard or neat scorebook, whatever I'm doing, so I've already messed it up in the first hour or so of day one here between Worcestershire and Essex at New Road. Worcestershire 47 for 2 having been put into bat. As Kason Rajitha is in, that one's left by Libby, who's shoulder and arms through to the slip. So we're gathering for Essex behind the stumps now with the 3 slips and a gully. Right at the end of the Essex draw with Yorkshire on Monday, there are 7 fielders round the bat for Yorkshire as they were trying to find that final wicket, and Essex were holding out for the draw. I took a picture because it was just remarkable to see them all crowded round as Rajitha is in, and Libby plays that one back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, I like thousands of others around the country were tuned in via YouTube. A very exciting finish.
Yeah, you just saw the numbers go up and up the closer it got to the end of the day of people either listening. I think we were on 5 Sports Extra for quite a while as well on Monday afternoon, with being the only game still going, and lots of people tuning in on the live stream as well. So good to see Essex hold out as Rajitha was in, and on that occasion Libby leaves it through behind the stumps. I don't think I've quite recovered really from how tense that was, looking at the time, looking at the remaining overs and waiting for Essex to see if they could hold on.
think there's something really fascinating about the added element of it being 9 down. With it 8 down, you feel quite safe and solid, but just that idea that there's one mistake in it.
Yeah, all it needed was one ball as Rajitha is in. That's driven into the offside. Final ball of the over, 47 for 2. And actually, talking of Kason Rajitha, who's bowling for Essex, or has just finished that over bowling for Essex, he had a handy cameo with the bat as part of that as well. Not only defending the ball, but he actually did hit a couple of nice boundaries within it as well, which I think was it was all crucial for Essex, not just those players who came in and stuck around facing balls, but he had the opportunity to play a bit as well, where the Yorkshire field were crowding round and just trying to put the pressure on.
You do wonder, I think, with the county season, with it being so short and sharp, with the in-between breaks, the legacy of the week before, someone like Jake Libby coming off all those runs against Hove, albeit in a losing cause.
As Thane is in to Kashif Ali, who defends into the offside for no run.
He must be feeling really good about life and about things, and I think Essex probably they got the better of the draw, just in terms of the fact that they probably are more relieved than Yorkshire were to leave that with a draw. And you do wonder what that does psychologically as well, going so quickly into the next match.
Yeah, I think it can work both ways, can't it? As Thane is coming in for his second ball of the over to Kashif Ali, plays it to mid-off for no run, because I think for Essex, they came off the back of that really disappointing defeat at Somerset. It's straight into a home game against Yorkshire, where they're missing Walter and Cox through injury, still no Sam Cook, and there's no time to really deal with any of that. And you can either see coming into this with that momentum from Yorkshire and having got themselves back to take the draw as a good thing that they can take into this game, as Thane is into Kashif Ali, who plays it back to the bowler for no run, or is it that it was quite a mentally and physically draining match that went the whole distance, and it's not a huge amount of recovery time, but they're professional cricketers. I'm sure they'll say we're used to it, it's, we move on to the next game. They know the mentality they need, but it is a very busy schedule as we sort of approach the end of this first block of county championship fixtures. 47 for 2. Stain is in, and that's bottom edge of the bat from Ali out into the leg side to come through for the single. 48 for 2. First runs off this Noah Thane over. We'll bring Frank Watson back in after Noah Thane has finished this one.
I think there's also fascinating, we talk about that, the psychological impact of last week's results, but I think these two teams would be so desperate for a result that it also changes the psyche of, you feel like this is a must-win, even though we're still very early on in the season.
In comes Thane to Libby. He plays that one out into the field and just maybe looked a tad frustrated that he didn't get the connection he wants on it. So don't forget, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with an answer to Frank's quiz question. Once he's back on commentary, we'll get him to repeat the question for you as Libby defends that one into the offside for the final ball of Noah Thane's over. Worcestershire 48 for 2 from 18 overs, and I'm going to swap out. Frank's going to come back in and join Oscar.
Thanks very much. Yeah, they're foxed in the press box. They can't get it in the press box. They're really struggling. I'm very pleased with my quiz question, Victoria. I'll just repeat it if you're tuning in for the first time. If you're listening on the BBC Sports app or website, or you're watching on YouTube and you can hear our live stream, I'm not going to give the answer out until tea time. You can get in touch with your answers, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com or @FrankWatson58 on Twitter. I've decided I'm going to try and do a quiz question every day this season. My question today, and it's a tough one, Who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester? Here's Kasun Rajitha starts a new over, bowling to Kashif Ali, who drives through the covers for a single. 49 for 2. So who linked Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester? If you can get that without using the internet and without using cricket books, then you're doing very, very well indeed. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com with your answers, and I'll give the answer this afternoon. Rajitha in again, bowls, and on the back foot Libby pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, so far, Oscar, I was talking about this pitch earlier, a little bit more of a straw colour to it than the pitch against Durham when the game ended in 2 days, and a little less sideways movement. I think there has been some, but not the extravagant sideways movement we saw in that game. But will the effect of the heavy roller wear off? Here's Rajitha in again, bowls, and well, that one bounces and leaves Libby, and he kind of gave up on the shot really. He was going to cut it and then pulled his bat out of the way in the end, I think, which is how Henry Nicholls was out, trying to leave a ball from Rajitha that bounced on him a little bit more than he expected, and it hit the bat as he tried to pull the bat away. But yeah, Libby, well, it was just too wide in the end when that one went past him, but a bit of shape away from the right-hander for Rajitha, which will be encouraging. Those 4 slips in fact, or 3 and a 5th slip you could say, is not quite gully, as Rajitha is in again and bowls, and this time Libby leaves in more conventional fashion, and through it goes to Michael Pepper. Anyway, Oscar, is this your first time at New Road?
It is my first time at New Road.
Just well, you're seeing it on a nice day anyway.
Absolutely. I was saying when I first came onto commentary that everything seemed to point towards this being a batting morning, but I think both sides, by the sounds of things, would have probably had a bowl, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't heard that from the Worcestershire camp that they would have had a bowl, but I did say earlier, excuse me if you were listening and I'm repeating myself, as this one is down the leg side and flicks off the thigh pad of Libby, gathered by Michael Pepper diving to his left, and there's a half an appeal, but not anything of any real confidence. I think Brett D'Oliveira probably have been quite relieved not to win the toss this morning, and by that I mean the responsibility to make the right choices taken away. He's bowled first on 2 or 3 occasions this season and it hasn't paid off, and people have been saying, for goodness sake, why don't you just bat? So at least today he didn't have to make the choice really. I don't know, I will find out later on what they would have done, but I've been a captain myself on many occasions and actually been so uncertain about what to do that I'm quite glad to lose the toss and have that responsibility taken away. Here's Rajitha in again, bowls, and pushed by Libby up to mid-on, no run, end of the over from Rajitha. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5 his figures, and Worcestershire are 49 for 2, but they're not really batting with any degree of confidence, Oscar. There's an uncertainty about all of it, I think.
And I think that is natural, just given the start to the season. I was talking in the last over really about the psychological feeling of this feels like a must-win game for both sides, and that probably does play on your mind a bit as a batter. I think you can't win a game in the morning session, but you certainly can go some way to lose it, especially when you're batting first.
Yeah, absolutely. Worcestershire have had a couple of good starts this season and not gone on, but they haven't got any batting bonus points this season. That tells you everything about the first innings efforts by the Worcestershire batters. 49 for 2, this one played out on the offside by Kashif Ali on 11. 250s so far this season, but that's all. Hasn't gone on beyond the mid-50s at any point, having started last season with a century in each innings of the first game at Edgbaston. Missed one game a couple of weeks ago owing to the birth of his child. He waits now as Thane is in from the Diglis end, and quite loose drive by Kashif and gets a thick inside edge, and the ball runs up to mid-on, 49 for 2. I see you watching the replay quite closely on this one, Oscar. I'll tell you something to look for in a minute as Thane bowls, and yeah, it was quite loose, wasn't it? Not much footwork. He has an extraordinary grip on the bat, Kashif Ali, which I don't know how much of a technique anorak you are. I can't help it, being a coach as well, but he has, and people will have heard me talk about this before, his right hand is so far round the handle, to the front of the handle as it were, that he must have a double jointed right elbow in order to play through the offside, because with a normal grip I don't think you could do it, but his right hand, whereas this is great radio, I'm demonstrating to Oscar what he does, whereas you would have the V's in line like that on the bat, his right hand is right around there, and that pressure puts on his right elbow, and he still manages to hit the ball through the covers, which is extraordinary, and it makes him very, very quick to pick anything up on the leg side. It's an advantage there, but how he manages to play through the offside as well as he does, I don't know. You're not missing any cricket if you're worrying, because the Essex bowlers have complained to the umpires that the ball has gone out of shape, and the umpires have agreed. They've put it through the little gauge that they carry in their pocket, and it's fitted through, and they've decided to change it. So a box of balls has been brought out, not new balls that will be fairly new, because 19.2 overs have bowled, and they're changing it. I always think those little gauges there have looked like handcuffs. Oscar, have you seen
Yes.
the umpires, and they fold them out and they put the ball through? I always think that if an umpire had one in his luggage or something at the airport, he might be asked a few questions about why he's going through the security with a pair of handcuffs in his luggage.
Well, it's incredible the stuff they have to carry around now.
Yeah, it is.
You see more and more. I noticed it yesterday when I was at the Women's One Day Cup League 2 match between Sussex and Kent, that they're doing, as they do in the IPL, putting bats through the gauge as the batter walks out.
And they have scissors and a little pick to help people, and a little stud spanner probably for the bowlers. Yeah, needle and thread, cuddly toy. They've got them all. That was a real old joke for people that used to watch the Generation Game back when I was a lad. There's Noah Thane with a replacement ball in hand, comes in and bowls to Kashif, and that is a good single. In fact, it's a good 5, owing to overthrows. Kashif pushed it out on the onside, called Libby through. I said it was a good single because they were going to get home, and it was well judged. They had to hurry, but they want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's fair enough. And Shane Snater, I think, was the fielder, running in from mid-on, rather a wayward throw, and it eluded Michael Pepper and the slips who were behind him, and went down to the boundary for 4 overthrows. So 5 added to Kashif's score. He has gone to 16, and all contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They go to 54 for 2. A real bonus.
There is nothing like overthrows to get the crowd going on a morning session of day one.
They also are very annoying for the bowler, and quite nice for the batter. Thane is in, bowls on the back foot, Libby on his toes, steers this one down on the offside, and Mackenzie Jones is the fielder who's on as a substitute. Not sure who for, but
I think Shane Snater's still off after his.
So it wasn't
his spell.
Snater. So I've blamed somebody else for the overthrows. Then it wasn't Snater. That was it. No, Snater's at mid-on, so it was Snater. So maybe it's Rajitha who's popped off for an over. I don't know. Anyway, Noah Thane is very much out there, and he comes in now from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump to Libby, and he just steers this out behind square on the offside to the tall substitute Mackenzie Jones, and there's no run. So the last ball of the 20th over about to be bowled, and Worcestershire making faltering progress, shall we say, in this first hour and a half of the morning. Thane in again, bowls, and oh, Libby, that's a very un-Libby-like shot really, as he throws the hands at that. It was Jamie Porter who went off, and he's coming back on now, probably about to have another bowl, I would imagine, as we just watched the replay of that one from Libby. Very loose from him, and yeah, not a lot of footwork through his hands. I almost seemed to give up on the shot halfway through, really changed his shape completely. End of the over, 54 for 2. I always think, Oscar, that I say this every first day, par at lunch, I always used to say 85 for 2 would be about par, I reckon, and then you get a helpful pitch and you say, well, maybe 3, and then scoring rates improve, don't they? And these days often get 100 in the first session, so I don't know, but on a pitch like this and a slow outfield, I'll say if Worcestershire get to lunch and they've only lost 2, they'll have done well. If Essex get another wicket, they'll feel it's possibly been their morning. Here's Rajitha in and bowls, and that's clipped away on the onside by Kashif. Noran, would you agree with that?
I think so. I think the last ball of that over, as you say, quite loose. It sort of encapsulates the morning a bit for the home side. It just did that non-committal to the shots, and so on another day they could be 4 down, and I think they would be very happy to be only 2.
I think, to explain, if I could, well, possibly explain what was happening with Libby on that one. As Rajitha is in again and bowls, and he's on the back foot pushing this one out on the offside Kashif, and there's no run. Libby is a very composed batsman who rarely chases anything wide, which is why I said an un-Libby-like shot. When the bowling is tight, and it's been pretty tight, hasn't it? 50 odd off 20 overs. You don't get much to hit, and then when you do get a little bit of width, you lose your shape and you just go at it a little bit too hard, and I think that's probably what happened on that occasion. This is much more controlled, this time from Kashif on the back foot, plays out on the offside, and there's no run. 54 for 2. Kashif Ali is a very attractive player to watch, likes to play shots, doesn't like to be tied down, and if he's going to really become the batsman that he could, he needs to play really long innings and start to recognise that he's got to get himself in before he can really be flamboyant. He's capable of magnificent ball striking. Rajitha in, bowls to him, and he drives beautifully, right on cue. Thank you, Kashif.
Perfect commentary, perfect shot.
Perfect example, but he is very capable, and in white ball cricket has on lots of occasions produced superb ball striking. And as I say, in the first championship game of the season last season at Edgbaston, 200s, one in either innings, just kind of laying down a marker, and really, and after that anything that doesn't match up to that, people saying, oh, you know, we thought he was going to be really good. He's still quite inexperienced, late arrival in the county game through the South Asian Cricket Academy, but that last shot just demonstrating what he is capable of. Beautifully struck to the long off boundary. 20 he goes to. He's overtaken Libby now, and it's 58 for 2. Rajitha is into him again. He lets this one go outside the off stump, but yeah, a lovely shot from Kashif, who spent the winter in Pakistan playing first class cricket. Very, very serious student of the game, keen to progress, keen to make the most of his opportunity, having trialled at about 6 or 7 different counties before Worcestershire took the plunge and gave him a contract. Rajitha into him now, lets that go outside the off stump, and it must have nipped back and been quite close to the stumps, because the bowler threw his hands skyward, and so did one or two of the slips. Just have a look at the replay. 58 for 2 at the end of the over. Oh yeah, came back quite a long way after it had passed the stumps, to be fair. Pretty good leave from Kashif, but you could understand the excitement.
I do think that that's probably one of those ones where, as a slip cordon, you want to make it seem as close as possible, because I think actually after the 4, the 2 leaves were really good bits of judgment, really good cricket, really sure cricket, which we have said has been slightly lacking from the top order so far.
Yeah, good decision making. Thane in, bowls, and Libby is out, caught behind, pushing at that one just outside the off stump, regulation, edge, and through to the keeper. Again, as I said, just when you think a pair are getting established, then a wicket falls. So Noah Thane's first success, and it's a good one. Libby probably had to play, it was angled in at him, and he gets an outside edge, and through it goes to Michael Pepper. So Jake Libby, his vigil is ended. He faced 52 deliveries, but he is gone for 16, and Worcestershire are in a bit of trouble once again at 58 for 3. Good bit of bowling, or an error of judgment, Oscar? What do you reckon?
I think you're right to say that the line caused the shot, but I think you just see his bat creep ahead of his front pad, and I just wonder if on another day, if in another situation where we feel like he's been chasing the game slightly, that he wouldn't have played with such hard hands there.
Well, it's 58 for 3. Probably a good time for a change to take place here, and Victoria's going to come back in. Oscar will give way to her. We'll have more from Oscar later on in the day. Thanks very much for your contributions so far. So Noah Thane's first wicket, and it brings to the crease Rob Jones. If ever there was a man in need of a score, it is Rob Jones, who has been struggling, was left out of the last game, and has not posted anything significant in first team cricket this season. And not the easiest time to come to the crease, 25 minutes to go before lunch, but with Jamie Porter loosening up, as I suggested he might come back into the attack, Rob Jones is going to be tested here. And suddenly, in the space of a few minutes, Victoria, even Stephen, is tilted very much in Essex's favour. I think if they can get another 1 or 2 before the break, then they will feel they've had a superb morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll be pleased with this so far with the ball. And Noah Thane is going to continue to bowl.
And he's in now, bowling to Jones, who is off the marks. First ball, which will make him feel one heck of a lot better. It was short and wide, probably, dare I say, that's the worst ball that anybody has bowled this morning. And Rob Jones capitalises. Odd things happen in cricket, don't they? So Noah Thane's running in, bowling at a player that he knows is out of form, and he gives him a gift to get off the mark.
Yeah, and really all he needed to do was hang the bat out of that one, and we did see it really whistle through the outfield on that occasion to the short boundary.
Short and wide, an absolute gimme. Rob Jones says thank you. He goes to 4. 62 for 3. 2 slips in place. Extra cover's gone in now. 3 slips in place. Thane in, bowls, and Jones is on the walk and pushing defensively out on the offside. So yeah, Rob Jones, recruited from Lancashire, a live wire, buzzing sort of cricketer, great contributor in the dressing room and in many ways just struggling for form this season, as found it really hard to get going, struggled to make any kind of impact. Forward to this one. 0 and 4 in the game at Chelmsford, 3 and 0 in the game against Durham, left out of the game against Sussex, so not coming into the side with any kind of form. Did get 100 in the second team a couple of weeks ago, but he, the first to acknowledge that there's a big difference between runs in the second team and the first. settles now in his stance, weight on his front foot as Thane is into him, and he plays that defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Now would be a good time to find some form, with Henry Nicholls having gone without scoring. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby both getting in but not really going on. 17 for Roderick, 16 for Libby. Kashif Ali on 20. Worcestershire no batting bonus points at all this season. And Jones gets a single off this next one, which is a little bit shorter from Thane. He just drops it down on the leg side. Taken on the right hand by that, shaking his glove. Keeps the strike. End of the over. 5 to Jones, 20 to Kashif. Worcestershire 63 for 3.
I was telling Oscar Frank, I've already made a mess of the scorecard because I wasn't really paying attention when I wrote Henry Nicholls wicket in, and I wrote it in Jake Libby's column.
I hate doing that.
And now I've had to scribble and do arrows. Oh no, it's fine. I can cope with it, but I just
I know what you mean.
I have to remember that I've written them around the wrong way, and I've tried to tell myself that when I squiggle in different arrows. But Kason Rajitha is going to continue to bowl from the New Road end.
Well, I'm really chuffed with one of the replies about the quiz here, Victoria, because it says I have Googled and still can't find the answer.
Phil has asked you to repeat it, so maybe I'll get you to do that once we're into Kason Rajitha's over, and be his 6th over of the first session as he's into Jones. That takes a bottom edge, and it's going to beat the fielder to the boundary, and it's come off the pad for leg byes.
Yeah, the quiz question then. Oh, that's so good. I can't get it even using the internet. Who links Wakefield, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester? And I was also pleased that nobody in the press box could get it either. So there we are.
Rajitha is into Jones this time, shapes to play. It's through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with your answer. I think I've got right answers so far from Carl, from Keith and from Kevin.
Oh yeah, you have.
And Jeff, I think, as well, had been in touch on the other Essex Cricket.
That's good. They've done well then. I wonder how long
they came in quite quickly.
Yeah,
the first two did, certainly.
Very good. Very good.
67 for 3 as Rajitha is in. That's defended this time by Jones.
Well, they say a good quiz question is one that 50% of people can get. If it's any harder than that, it's too hard. Maybe we should make it a little bit harder, given that there is the internet and so on. But yeah, you don't want it to be absolutely impossible. Somebody else saying, any news on Duffy? No, I don't know any more than I did before. I'll try and find out. And I'm sure you discussed it last season. Why is 5 runs? Why are overthrows called buzzers?
So Rajitha is in over the wickets to Jones, who leaves that one.
Suggestion: is it possible a bullet in the First World War trenches that missed the target was referred to as a buzzer? Therefore, in cricketing terms, a ball thrown at the wicket that missed was similar. Could be that, or it could refer to buzzers being pickpockets and you're stealing runs. Okay, I don't know any more than that. I like the idea of the buzzer from the shot in the First World War.
Rajitha into Jones. That one's on the toes. He plays it on the walk straight to Jamie Porter at mid-on for no run.
But I don't know any more than that. Send in your next ones to any questions, BBC Radio 4, and leave us alone. No, I'm only joking. But no, I don't know. I'll try and find out a bit more about Worcestershire lineup and Adam Hose's paternity leave and that kind of thing at some point during the game.
Rajitha is in, and that's defended by Jones. Final ball of the over. Worcestershire remain on 67 for 3.
Interesting again that they sent a man out onto the boundary on the leg side, that last ball. Obviously looking to let Jones have a single if he wants it. Keen to bowl at the new batsman. And you know, players, they all know each other pretty well. They will know that Rob Jones has been struggling. They will know that he's not full of confidence at the moment. And they will know that he is likely to be vulnerable early on. And that possibly is why Jamie Porter is being reintroduced at the Diglis end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. His very tidy first spell. Snater 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 18. Rajitha now 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 9. And Noah Thane 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. So it's Jamie Porter from the Diglis end into Kashif, who works his first ball away on the leg side for 2 runs. Thought it might have gone for 4. It's quite a short boundary down towards the scoreboard on the 7 side of the ground, but Rajitha moving around to his left, able to cut that off, but they were back for 2. So Kashif moving on to 22 and the total to 69 for 3. Porter is in again. Kashif is just playing this one from the crease defensively, back up the pitch. And again, no run. So Worcestershire, who lost the toss, put into bat and lost their first wicket with a score on 31. Gareth Roderick LBW to Shane Snater for 17. Porter again is in and bowls and on the back foot. Kashif plays back up the pitch and there's no run. And 36 for 2 in the 13th over when Henry Nicholls was caught behind by Michael Pepper off the bowling of Rajitha, just trying to take his bat out of the way of the ball but unable to do so in time, and the ball just flicking off the bat and going through to the keeper. And then that became 58 for 3 in the 22nd over when Jake Libby was caught behind off Noah Thane. As Kashif plays and misses at this one outside the off stump, and judging from the footwork, that one went quite a long way off the seam from Jamie Porter. And just watch again.
He'll just be itching to get in on the action. We're only having seen Rajitha, Snater and Thane all pick up wickets
maybe
this morning.
again, maybe you look at the replay and you think, did he need to play it? I think what you've got to take into account is the fact that bowlers these days are able to move the ball both ways. As he bowls again, Porter. This one played out on the onside. And the old wobble seam ball that they bowl with nowadays means that even the bowler doesn't know which way it's going to go. So there was a time when your bowler would set up to bowl an off cutter and the seam would be across his fingers and he'd rip his hand down the ball and it would only go into the right hander, or he'd stand the seam up, turn it round and it would go the other way towards the slips, and the batsman, if he was really experienced, and of course many are, Porter is in and bowls, and Kashif's again playing at this one and it climbs outside the off stump. This one a little bit shorter of length, and I think on this occasion there was a genuine error of judgment from the batsman. I'll just go back to my explanation of wobble seam in a minute after we watch this replay just to confirm that. Yeah, I don't think in fact he pulled his bat out of the way, I think. But what we're getting these days is bowlers running up and bowling with the ball, and even they don't know whether it's going to go in or out. And so when you see batsmen play at one maybe 12 inches outside the off stump, they're playing at it thinking it might come back in, and then in fact it might go the other way. It looks like they've made a really terrible error of judgment. So it's become more difficult to leave in modern times than it used to be. This has been explained to me at length by quite a few top order batsmen who you say, well, you know, did you need to play it? And they explain that it's not as easy as it used to be. So Shane Snater back into the attack, 69 for 3.
So we've got both of the opening bowlers back on now for Essex, but they've swapped ends. Shane Snater's bowled 7 overs so far, 1 for 18, as he is into Jones. And that one's played that down the pitch. Certainly something in the field they liked from that delivery from Shane Snater. $69 for 3. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with your answers to Frank's quiz question or any other comments, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, as Snater is in to Jones, who defends that one. Jeff has a question for you, Frank. I think you'll be able to answer this one. He says, can you tell me how far away is the 7 from the centre of the wicket? Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll give me a minute to just make it a kind of 200 metres.
Yeah, it's not far, is
I
it?
would say 200 metres, probably, if that.
From Snater, that's flicked, and it will run away to the boundary. It's flicked for leg byes, 4 of them, to move Worcestershire onto 73 for 3. He says away from the centre of the wicket, so...
yeah, well, I mean, that boundary's probably 50 odd 60, isn't it? And then it's only the space of the space of a car park, and yeah, 200 metres, I would say, at the most.
In comes Snater, and that one is shorter, and that's whipped away to the boundary by Jones, who will move on to 9 and move Worcestershire on to 77 for 3.
Yeah, it is very close. I mean, well, you're in that hotel, so you know how close it is from there. It's very, very close indeed. Yeah. When it floods, I've said this on lots of occasions, but people from visiting counties don't always appreciate it. It isn't, the water doesn't sort of pour out of the river and come into the ground. It comes up from underneath. You can sit here and watch the ground just disappear as the water just rises up. And the other thing that people don't appreciate is that there have been quite a few flood defences built, and they say, why don't they build flood defences? There have been quite a few flood defences built further upstream in places like Bridgnorth and Bewdley and so on, which means that those towns don't flood anymore. And of course that water's got to go somewhere, and it comes downstream, and Worcester has got more seriously, certainly more frequently flooded in recent years than it has been. There's a walk, Victoria, which I'd recommend. You might even have done it in the past, but if you walk down the river on the far side from here, you cross the bridge and turn right, and you walk along the river there. When you reach the cathedral, you're not missing any cricket, they're checking the ball again. When you reach the cathedral, which is on the other side, and the King's School, which is around it, just below it, on the wall there are ancient lines carved into the wall with dates for the height of floods over the years, and some of them are as long ago as, I think, 1640 something is one of them. And these were huge floods, so the river did flood centuries ago, but not as frequently as it does now. It seemed to happen maybe once a year or once every 5 years. Certainly when I first came to Worcester in the 80s, you expected the cricket ground to flood over the winter at some point, but now it happens. Well, I think Steve Manfield, the groundsman, told me that this square was underwater, and he means under several feet of water, for 38 days between October and February.
Wow.
So there you go.
Delay is over now as Snater is coming in to Jones, played back to the bowler. Yes, yeah.
So you can imagine how hard it is for him to do his job, and how they had to regrow the square and everything. The actual surface underwater for 30, and then of course when it when it subsides, they used to say, and I can remember this clearly in the 80s, they used to say, oh, you know, one flood of winter, really good for the ground, fertile silt, fertilises the ground. Now, when it clears, it costs thousands in terms of money and in terms of hours to actually hose away all the rubbish.
The Snater is in to Jones, shapes to play at that one. It's through to Pepper. There's a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps from the final ball of the over for that one, but it misses Rob Jones's bat, and Worcestershire at 77 for 3. It's such a beautiful ground though, it's such a beautiful place. Worcester, I was telling Frank before we came on air, I've visited a few times now. I've got a school friend who lives here, but it's my first visit to the ground for cricket purposes, and yeah, it's when you see it dry like this it's so beautiful, but you know how many hours of hard work and stress there are when we have the wetter weather.
Yeah, absolutely. That was incidentally an absolute beauty from Snater. That last one angled in, he had to play it, left him off the seam. His Porter into Kashif, plays this back up the pitch, no run. There'll be one more over after this before lunch, and Worcestershire will be desperate not to lose a wicket before the break. 77 for 3, not too bad. Ball's been on top of the bat this morning, but 3 down in the first session you can live with, having lost the toss. 4, not so much. It's not as beautiful as it used to be either, this ground, I have to say, and I think it's fair to say that, and I'll explain exactly why in a minute. As in comes Porter and Kashif off the back foot. Plays it out on the offside, there's no run. The hotel, for all its convenience, is not a particularly attractive addition in that corner of the ground, and where the new hospitality fixture is that you can see at the far end, which is nice and modern, and we're hoping will be a real success this year, between the D'Oliveira stand and the marquee, there is one large horse chestnut tree. Porter bowls, Kashif defends off the back foot into the covers, no run. There were 3, and that gap where the new facility is to replace 2 horse chestnuts that were lost to disease very sadly a few years ago, and that used to be a beautiful place to sit under those trees and watch the cricket from. So it's a shame, but it's still a lovely place to be on a day like this, absolutely no doubt about that. Porter bowls, Kashif will get a run this time off the back foot, just steering it between 2 fielders on the offside, and picks up a single as Charlie Allison moves to his right at cover to do the fielding. He's had a quiet morning out there, Charlie Allison, whose brother Ben will be playing for Worcestershire. Another question we had earlier today, we've been teasing each other in the press box with quiz questions this morning, all because I came up with that one that I've put out there for you. This one from Porter is fended away by Jones on the leg side, and there's no run. So the big quiz question, get in touch with your answers, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter.
I've got another right one, by the way, from Leon.
Who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester? We've had a few correct answers on the email. I haven't had any on Twitter. I've had somebody who said they can't get it even though they have used the internet, so I'm pleased about that. Left alone, this one by Jones. Through to Pepper, end of the over, 78 for 3. Be one more over before lunch. And the other one was, when did 2 brothers last play against each other in the championship on this ground? So Charlie Allison is in the Essex side, Ben Allison is in the Worcestershire side. I was asked this morning, when did 2 brothers last play against each other in the championship on this ground? I was asked that this morning and I got it straight away. I was very pleased with that, but I'll give the answer to that one a bit later as well. But the other one I will give the answer, shall we say, just before tea, I think, Victoria, by which time the Essex listeners will have found a few more correct answers.
Yeah, Leon's been in touch and has got it right. So it's another one on the list. Shane Snater's going to bowl the final over before lunch. It was interesting, had a chat with Charlie Allison for BBC Essex after that Worcestershire game as Snater is in. Takashif Ali is on the back foot, knocks that one into the offside. It's being chased out to the boundary, but it's going to be a sliding stop in the deep as they come back for 2 runs. 80 for 3. Charlie Allison was saying that's the first time he and brother Ben had faced each other in competitive cricket. He said it was slightly odd. They've been used to playing in the same team, but it was the first time he's faced him. He says the only thing is he wished he'd faced a few more balls from his brother before being dismissed. As Snater is in, that one's defended by Ali, and Snater will be in no hurry to just go and pick this one back up.
Yeah, I was impressed with Charlie Allison in the game at Chelmsford. As I said earlier, he only got, I think he got a couple of 20s, but played, just looked the part. You know, he looked tidy. He got 19 actually in the first innings and 24 in the second.
That was one of the things that I was talking to him about as Snater makes his way in for the 3rd ball of the over. Takashif Ali comes off the bottom edge of the bat, squirts out into the leg side, but straight to a fielder for no run. I said to him, does it help that you've made a few starts, you maybe haven't gone on to get the runs, but you look comfortable when you're out there, you're playing the right shots? Does that make it any better that you're not getting the runs you would like at the moment? And he says, well, of course you want to go on and make runs, but he hasn't felt out of his depth when he's been given that opportunity, which I think does bode well for the future. It's a good learning curve for him, and particularly the experience he's alongside. As Snater is in, and that one's left alone by Ali through to Pepper for no run.
You'd feel if you were the coach that had put him in there, I think you'd be looking at it and you'd be thinking, yeah, he's got what it takes, this guy. He just needs a break now. He just needs to, get that first decent score and believe. But certainly didn't appear to lack confidence, and I thought he looked every inch a county batsman. And he even had the added pressure of facing his brother, and he coped with that as well.
Yeah, for the first time, he said, as Snater is in on the toes. This time is Kashif Ali, and he's dispatched that one for 4 runs.
Well, he's played the best 2 shots of the morning, hasn't he, Kashif? The first one that he played, his first off drive, and then that one off the back foot, top class shot. That one stood up on the back foot, high left elbow, beautifully played, straight bat through the extra cover gap. Lovely stuff.
Final ball before lunch coming up for Shane Snater and Essex. He is in, and Ali defends that one into the offside, and we will head in with Worcestershire 84 for 3, and I'll go and update the BBC Essex listeners.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Victoria Polly. More from her later on. And an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners coming shortly. With Worcestershire 84 for 3 at lunch of 27 overs. Kashif Ali is 29 not out, and Rob Jones is 9 not out. The men out: Roderick LBW to Snater for 17. Nichols caught behind by Pepper off Rajita without scoring, and Libby caught behind by Pepper off the bowling of Noah Thane. 16. Worcestershire at the break 84 for 3, having lost the toss and been put into bat. The bowling figures for Essex this morning: Jamie Porter 8 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. Shane Snater 9 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Kasim Rajitha 6 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 9, and Noah Thane 4 overs no maidens, 1 for 16. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage this morning. Play will resume at 1:40, and until then, this is me, Frank Watson, on behalf of Victoria Polly and myself, and from BBC Hereford Worcester, BBC Essex Cricket, and BBC Sports and the website, saying thank you for being with us. Do join us again at 1:40. perhaps as easy as it used to be, and they're playing at things that we sometimes think they shouldn't be, but there's a good example of it there. And Porter is in again to Jones, and again that's through to the keeper. 84 for 3 the minute this morning. Roderick 17, Nichols the Kiwi without scoring, and Libby for 16. Kashif Ali, the non-striker, on 29, probably played as fluently as anybody, certainly played the best 2 shots of the day, a drive to the mid-off boundary off the front foot and a punch through the covers off the back foot. But generally speaking, the ball was pretty much on top of the bat. Porter is in again and bowls, and Jones is leaning forward and then lifting his bat clear of that one, and through it goes to Michael Pepper behind the subs. Pepper, who picked up 2 catches this morning, generally kept very tidily. 3 slips have been in place throughout. Elgar at first slip, Harmer at second, and I think it's Matt Critchley at third. 3 good, reliable slip fielders, as yet not called into action, as Porter is in again and Jones plays this very late, jabbing the bat down on it and pushing it out on the offside. So important to have good slippers, and Essex with 3 of the best, and I think Harmer might have missed a couple this season, but generally speaking over the last few years he's been as good as anybody in the country in the slips. And I've said this on several occasions before, Worcestershire they've lost an entire slip cordon in the space of about 3 seasons, and they are hard to replace. Really good, reliable slip catchers. This next one from Porter is driven nicely by Jones, but the bowler does his own fielding, and there's no run. So Worcestershire, they've virtually had to start all over again with their slips, and it's not as easy as people might think. You can practice it and practice it and practice it, but when you get somebody like Harmer, and they're usually at second the best slip fielders, when you get somebody in there who catches hold of 85-90% of things that come their way, that is excellent for the bowlers. And Porter is in and bowls, and Jones is forward, steering it down on the offside, a diving stop in the gully, and there's no run. So it's the end of the over, a maiden, the first after lunch, 84 for 3. I often wonder how many of Jamie Porter and Sam Cook's, something like 900 wickets I think between them, how many of those Simon Harmers grabbed in the slips. I bet it's a good few.
Yeah, definitely so. Sorry to have just deserted you as we started. I've managed to tip coffee down my white t-shirt at the end of lunch, so I'm just trying to place my press pass across it because it's right in the middle of my t-shirt. It's just what you want to happen when you're at an away match.
Yeah, especially a white one. Yeah.
It's a case of a
I think if you cross the bridge and take the second on the right, there's a laundrette.
Be quicker just to run back to the hotel and see what else I brought with me, wouldn't it? Kason Rajita's going to bowl from the New Road End, his first over after the lunch break. He's bowled 6 so far. It's his in, and that's out into the leg side from Kashif Ali, who's looking to play it straight.
I've got a word for, well, 2 or 3 people who have contacted me about something quite technical, which I'm going to try and explain.
The listeners really do test your
they
your
do.
knowledge,
well,
don't they?
This is something to do with Shane Snater.
As Rajitha is in, and that's defended by Kashif Ali. All that might mean that I'm going to be called in to help on
Well,
this
a few
one,
people have pointed out that Shane Snater, when he goes wide on the crease, as he does at Chelmsford, this was at Chelmsford, breaks the return crease with his back foot, and that is a no ball. So that's a still from Chelmsford, and somebody has messaged me and said they're watching the stream and he's doing it again today when he goes particularly wide on the crease. So I've been seeking a little bit of guidance on this, and I've got some news. He isn't bowling no balls, apparently.
As Rajitha is in over the wicket, and Ali was shaping to play that one.
There's one from today where it looks as though he's very wide again, but apparently it's not a no ball. Listen very carefully, whoever it was that messaged me on Twitter. I'll just have a look. Dormston Cook, I think. It's not a no ball if the first point of contact of the ground with that foot is inside the return crease.
Rajitha is in, and Kashi Valley's looking to take a swipe at that one. It's behind the stumps for no run.
If the first point of contact, again, brilliant radio, this visual, I'll put my hand down on the desk demonstrating the first point. If the first point of contact is inside the line, what happens afterwards is okay, apparently. So if you land on the line, that's a no ball, but if you land inside, which he's doing on his toes, then it's okay. So he isn't bowling no balls, apparently. It was questioned by the Worcestershire staff, and they found out that that is the answer.
Rajitha is in, and Kashi Valley defends. There's a lot for the umpire to take in that split second, though, isn't it? To work that out.
Huge amount, and I've done a fair bit of umpiring over the years as a schoolmaster and a coach, and you're looking at the front line principally. They stand back far enough to be able to see it, but these days, with the pressure they're under and the fact that everybody's watching every ball on a live stream and freezing it and whatever, there's enough things to look at. But yeah, apparently that's the reason they're not no balls. So there you go.
In comes Rajitha, and that one's left alone for the final ball of the over, the final ball of the 29th over, Worcestershire 84 for 3.
My other quiz question today about when did two brothers last play against each other on this ground in a championship game? No, it wasn't Ethan Brooks and Henry Brooks, Richard Dawson. And the other quiz question, I have a friend who's here today, travelled up from Cornwall, was a big Essex fan, and he got it, which I was very, very impressed by. He just went through a list of players that he thought it might be, and he got it about third go, I think. Here's Jamie Porter from the Diglis End bowls, and Rob Jones is pushing this into the covers. Tom Westley does the fielding, and there's no addition, so no runs added since lunch. Rajitha 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Very, very economical. Porter also miserly as ever in his 10th over. No wicket for 18. Glorious day. Decent crowd. And pretty tense, tight Division 1 cricket. As this one is, again, from Porter, is fizzing through. This one bounces quite sharply and just does too much for Michael Pepper, who tries to gather it over his head and ends up just sort of tipping it over the bar, and it's gone for 4 byes down behind him. Jamie Porter's not the quickest, big strong shoulders, hits the deck, and yeah, that's absolutely climbed. So perhaps signs that the heavy roller's wearing off. Perhaps there's a bit more in this pitch than we thought in the first morning, but that one certainly, had that been a yard or two fuller and taken that sort of a bounce off the pitch, would have been very uncomfortable for the batsman. 4 runs added, 88 for 3. Porter is in and bowls, and Jones is just dabbing this one down on the leg side behind square for a single. 89 for 3, and Jones goes into double figures. He's on 10, and Kashif will be on strike. So lots of questions being asked by Jamie Porter. Rarely wastes a delivery, Porter. That's what I like about him as a bowler. Rarely does he bowl one that the batsman doesn't have to play at. Rarely does he drift down the leg side. Comes in now and bowls, and that's an absolute beauty. Beats Kashif outside the off stump. He's a coach's dream in that sense, I think, because if you've got a new ball in the first few overs, don't waste deliveries. Everyone that drifts down the leg side, everyone they don't have to play at, or if you're trying to pick up the last 2 wickets in an innings and you've got a tail ender in and you get him on strike, don't waste them. And that is why Sam Cook and Jamie Porter have been so good for Essex, in my opinion, over the last few years. And just love to have bowlers who make the batsman play all the time. He comes in, and Kashif is on the back foot pushing out on the offside, and Tom Westley does the fielding.
I think that was something we talked about quite a lot last week when Essex were on the other end of things with the bat, was that there weren't many deliveries from Yorkshire that they were able to just comfortably leave. They were being made to play. So Jamie Porter was on the other end of it in the final few overs of that, where he was having to defend, he was having to get bat on ball.
Yeah, well, the Yorkshire seam quartet against us at Headingley earlier this year was exceptional. Porter bowls. This time Kashi can leave it alone. It's a rare one outside the off stump. I mean, that was a game that Yorkshire won by a record margin, but the Code, White, Thompson and Hill as a quartet, there was just no let up. They just absolutely hammered away at the top of off stump really throughout, and it's hard work. And then, as we were saying earlier, when you do get one that is a little bit wayward, you tend not to keep your head still and make sure you get a bat on it. You jump at it because it's so rare that you're getting an opportunity to hit anything, and sometimes people then get out to the odd bad ball comes along and people go, oh, why did you get out to that one? Well, the answer is because I haven't had anything to hit for an hour. So I tried a shot and it got me out. Here's Rajitha, and
in he comes to Jones, who whips that one away just into the pitch for no run. And Warren's been in touch on the email. Says, hi Victoria, great coverage from New Road this morning, hope to get there tomorrow, but like one of your other messages, I'm still recovering after the antics of the dramatic playoff match in Rochdale last night. Southend United were 3-1 down with 10 minutes to go, and they ended up winning 4-3 in extra time. So quite remarkable stuff for the south of our county. So it's nice listening to you and Frank. I haven't got a clue what the answer to Frank's question is. More from Warren in a moment as Rajitha is in, and Jones looks to swipe that one into the offside. But Warren goes on to say, having been at many venues where the public address system is almost non-existent, you can't level that at Worcestershire. And Warren has got a question for you as well. It says, remembering Phil Neal, who played for Worcestershire and Lincoln City, and loosely Ian Botham with Somerset and Scunthorpe United, would you consider the days of a player being successful in both sports long gone?
Interesting one. Saw Phil Neal at lunch, just walked past our box down here. He's president of Worcestershire this year.
89 for 3 as Rajitha is in, and Jones just punches that one to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, former Worcestershire captain, of course, led them to the championship twice in 88 and 89, and the last player, I think, to play county cricket and league football, Lincoln City. And then he went on to be part of the England setup and was sort of operations manager for England on about 20 tours, and still involved in the 100 with the Oval Invincibles in that role, I think, and still looks about 20 years younger than me, even though he's about 10 years older.
Rajitha is in. That one's through to Pepper just outside the off stump from the Essex bowler.
No, he's not 10 years older, but he's as fit as a fiddle is what I'm trying to say. And he looks it, and he's still occasionally to be seen out there pre-game doing the nicks or something like that with the Worcestershire lads. Just lends a little bit of support to the coaching team. Yes, I don't think it's possible anymore to be a professional in two sports. Quite a few at Worcestershire, probably a few at Essex over the years as well. I'm sure there were.
So Jeff Hurst is one that sticks out for me as Rajitha is in to Jones. That's defended.
But yeah, Worcestershire had well, many Worcestershire listeners will know this, but actually Essex listeners won't perhaps know this, and they'll be interested because he played for West Ham in the 60s in the Worcestershire Championship winning side. A seam bowler called Jim Standen, who was a brilliant fielder as well, one of the first really great fielders. Played in goal for West Ham when they won the Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup in 64 and 65, I think.
bbcscricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch, as Rajitha is in, and Jones jabs the bat down on that final delivery of the over. 89 for 3. Yes, Sir Jeff Hurst was a very good cricketer, played for Essex, so he's probably the best example from an Essex point of view of that.
I think I've heard that before, and obviously I think Phil Neville and Gary Neville were both very good cricketers.
I think Joe Hart's a good cricketer.
Joe
I think
Hart
he
was on the academy here.
Yeah,
left arm seamer. Joe Hart. I'm not sure he made the right choice financially. What do you think? But yeah, Joe Hart, he was in the academy here at Worcester, because quite strong connections with Shrewsbury and Shropshire. So yeah, Joe Hart. Ted Hemsley in the 60s here, played for Sheffield United. As Kashif is beaten outside the off stump, did he play at that? I think he did, just sort of offer at that, just a little fish outside the off stump, and it went past the outside edge. There was Jim Coombs, who played in goal for Aston Villa, West Bromwich Albion. He played for Warwickshire and Worcestershire, seam bowler. It didn't really commit to that shot, Kashif. He played at it, but not with any great purpose. It's a little bit of a fish. Is Porter in again, bowls to him, and that's better from Kashif. Much more positive footwork, leaning into that one and pushing it up to mid-off. And yeah, there were lots of. I've also heard that apparently Paul Scholes was a really good bowler, but they didn't let him play because of possible injuries. Steve Ogrizovic, the Coventry goalkeeper when they won the cup, played against him quite a few times when he played in the Birmingham League. Good quick bowler. Found the outside edge of my bat on more than one occasion. Jamie Porter in balls and nearly finds the outside edge of Kashif Ali's bat with another one that has bounced quite significantly. I'd be a little bit worried by this post-lunch spell from Porter, I think, if I was a Worcestershire batter, because it's just getting a little bit more response out of this surface, I think, than he was before. Yeah, that's an absolute jaffa. You can't really do much about that. Fair play to Kashif. Best thing you can do is miss that. I think it's a really good post-lunch spell, this from Porter.
Certainly trying to tempt him here.
He comes in again now and bowls, and that is a nice response from Kashif, because Jamie Porter's over-pitched on leg stump and he's found the gap at mid-wicket. Hasn't hit it well enough to go all the way, but he's made sure that he's got it in between mid-on and mid-wicket and picks up a couple of runs. 31 now to Kashif, 91 for 3. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. I know there's no such thing. It's complete rubbish, but it's still amazing how often it happens. But I fear that Kashif now has to shoulder a lot of responsibility. And that is a lovely shot. Half stopped by the diving fielder at extra cover, who is Tom Westley, but only half stopped, and they're through for another couple. That was a lovely sweet drive. What I was going to say as he goes to 33 is I fear that Kashif now, with Roderick, Nichols and Libby gone, still a fair bit of batting to come, but without Adam Hose in the side, so the next three in, Brett D'Oliveira, Ethan Brooks and Matthew Wade, I think there's a lot of responsibility on Kashif now to be the glue that holds it all together. As Porter bowls and he's on the back foot playing that defensively up the pitch. Good over from Porter, even though he conceded 4 to 2 separate twos. He also beat the bat a couple of times, one of them an absolute snorter, and he's unlucky to be wicketless at the moment. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23. Worcestershire 93 for 3.
Yeah, it's like you were saying earlier about the partnerships and just trying to build it around that, and you do feel that Kashif Ali, in the way he's played, is going to be a big part of that for Worcestershire. Kason Rajith is going to continue to bowl from the New Road end. 8 overs he's bowled so far on day 1, 1 for 9.
Pretty tidy that, isn't it? 5 maidens.
And he comes to Rob Jones on the back foot and defending.
We'll give the answer to the quiz just before tea, shall we? I think that'd be about right, wouldn't it? Don't want it to go on too long. Who links?
Don't give me too much time to almost give it away.
Yeah, who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester?
Rajith is moving into Jones, and that one's just out into the offside, straight to the fielder for no run. 2 dot balls so far from Kason Rajith is over. Still lots of sunshine around New Road as Rajitha is in and Jones leaves that one alone. Still 93 for 3 on the board for Worcestershire. If you do want to answer Frank's quiz question or just get in touch with your thoughts throughout this match, you can do so BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. .95 for 3 as Rajitha is coming in to bowl for Essex. He's struck Rob Jones on the pads as a big appeal from the field, and nothing given from the umpire.
Might be an update coming, don't know. If so, it's unscheduled. No, it can't be. I'll do something about it.
Kason Rajitha is getting ready to bowl. His fifth ball of the over, even as that one's defended by Jones into the leg side for no run. It's interesting, the away to our right hand side, the hospitality area, was filled with people standing outside under the umbrellas with their drinks and watching the action. Those parasols and the seats around them are also empty at the moment, and I'm guessing that those are still enjoying their lunch in the marquee. They haven't made their way out yet in the time we've had since the break, as that one's through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run, and Worcestershire are 95 for 3.
We're listening to BBC Worcester at the moment in our headphones. Oh, it's gone now. I've managed to get rid of that, thank goodness. 93 for 3 at the end of the over. Yeah, that what was that? You had an email before with it. Was it something about? Was it about Worcester, or? I'm trying to remember what it was now.
About the sports people, was that?
No, was there another one? I can't remember. Something else. So, an Essex listener had
about the river?
asked something. No, more recently than that. Post lunch.
I think the only one I've had is about, can a player be successful in both sports? Oh
right, okay. I thought there was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm sure they'll come back. If you asked a question and you didn't get an answer, come back. I might think of it in a minute. But yeah, Jamie Porter asking questions at the moment of these two, and so far they're standing firm, but neither of these two nor any of the batters this morning has really gained any fluency, I think it's fair to say, and it's an important partnership, as you were suggesting. This one through outside the off stump again, and taken by Michael Pepper. He's kept pretty tidily this morning. One spectacular take where he threw himself away to his left earlier on, and it was a really good piece of work, goalkeeper style. He's been pretty tidy, as I say. Here's Porter again, and this one is pushed out on the offside, and on the onside I should say, and there's no run. So the hard work continues, and it's tough out there. It's hot as well. It's probably about 23-24 degrees I would think out there in the middle. No problem for Kashif Ali, who's spent the winter in Pakistan playing first-class cricket, of course. And on the back foot, he punches this one through the covers. Didn't really time it, but hits it well enough to pick up a couple of runs. Takes him on to 35, and the score to 95 for 5. A rare error in length from Porter, just giving Kashif that little bit of time to get on the back foot and play it through the covers. Porter turns again at the top of his mark, moving towards us, right arm over the wicket, and bowls, and bang on the money. Kashif on the back foot plays this defensively on the offside. I think going back to Jamie Porter, and you could put Sam Cook in the same category, and we talked about the Yorkshire seamers. The ability of bowlers to repeatedly get the ball in the right area sounds obvious as being a quality that they strive for. Actually much more difficult than people think. Porter again is into Kashif and he plays that down the offside and there's no run. At the end of the over, 95 for 3, and Worcestershire have this year benefited from Ben Allison, who's come from Essex, doing exactly that. Not doing a huge amount with the ball, but generally making the batsman play and being steady. And then you can have bowlers who can bowl absolute beauties and, you know, unplayable deliveries, but if they also bowl a ball every over that can be hit for 4, any pressure they do build up is dissipated by that bad delivery. And it's so important for captains and coaches to get units of bowlers that operate, and you don't have 3 bowlers bowling well and then the 4th bowler concedes a lot of runs and eases all the pressure. Very important that they operate as a unit.
Yeah, very much need to be consistent, and that unit is key. As Rajitha is in, it's defended by Jones. 95 for 3. Worcestershire having lost their 3rd wicket with 58 on the board. That was Jake Libby caught behind by Pepper off the bowling of Noah Thane, 16.
Yeah, Glyn Barrington says, I've seen Phil Neal lapping the ground at both Stourport and Kidderminster in the last 12 months. He runs every day, I think, or more or less every day. Yeah. Lucky that his knees allow him to still do that.
Deetha is in, and that's an appeal to be struck on the pads there. Rob Jones, another appeal from the Essex field, turned down by the umpire.
He liked that one, Rajitha, didn't he? He is a very enthusiastic appealer, but he was pretty keen on that one, I think. Just have a look at the replay now. Yeah, a bit high, I think, probably. He's a big man, isn't he? And he's bringing the ball down from a big height. Hit Jones in line, quite high up, I think. Probably too high up to be sure.
Afternoon to Simon, who is enjoying the commentary. Says he'll be here for next week's game and has got the answer right to the quiz question as Rajitha is in. And that one's just played out into the offside by Jones.
My next question to the people that got it right is, hand on heart, did anybody get it right without using
Simon has
internet?
said, I think it's...
Yeah.
But I haven't Googled
If
it
somebody
yet.
got it, if somebody got it, that friend of mine that I met at lunchtime got it literally just sitting there. Doesn't even own a mobile phone, so fair play to him. But it's a good get if you get that without external assistance.
In comes Rajitha, and that one is down the leg side. It's got Pepper tumbling away to try and stop it. He won't get there, and we've got 4 byes added to the score. Chris Grant, Essex fan, member, historian as well, says, hi Victoria and Frank. This is on Jim Standen. In the space of a few months in 1964, Jim Standen became the only person to win the FA Cup, the County Championship, and to finish top of the national batting averages. Still alive and living in the USA.
And then the European Cup Winners' Cup the next year, I think.
And Chris has got the answer right as well, as Rajitha is in. That one's left alone by Rob Jones.
Can I just check, Chris? Top of the national bowling averages, probably, not batting. I think I might be right in saying. I don't think he was ever top of the batting averages. I could be wrong. If so, he's a much better batter than I thought. Anyway,
99 for 3.
and he got it right. Yeah, he sounds like sort
Mark is half right.
Right.
Just having a change in the field as Rajitha comes in, and that one's whipped through the covers for 4 runs. Worcestershire adding to the score, 103 for 3. Essex had sent a man out to the square leg boundary, but it was in the opposite direction that Jones was able to guide that one for 4 runs.
I don't know how many superstitious cricketers you've watched, or there's lots of superstitions that cricketers have that we don't know about, but Rob Jones, when he hits a boundary, always finishes the run by putting his bat in at the other end. And he doesn't do it just once, he puts it in and then he drags it back. And then he goes back, and before he punches gloves or something with his partner, he goes back to the other end and he does exactly the same thing. And it's like a ritual that he has to follow. Some cricketers deliberately defy superstitions and refuse to acknowledge them, and others find it impossible to do so. Shane Snater is the new bowler from the Diglis end, replacing Jamie Porter, who is still wicketless despite having bowled so well. Snater has 1 wicket, comes in now and bowls, and Kashif drives him straight down the ground for 4. A lovely shot from Kashif, bit of a loosener from Snater, driven down the ground by Kashif, and the 100 has come up for Worcestershire. 107 now for 3. 100 coming up with Jones's 4 off the last ball of the previous over, and they're 1 run away from the first 50 partnership of this match. Snater once more bowls, and Kashif drives on the onside, thick inside edge, really gets a single, and that brings up the 50 partnership. There'll be a smattering of applause from the more observant amongst the spectators. I remembered what it was that I was going to talk about. It was that comment about the effect microphone.
Oh yes.
Saying it's too loud. I've turned it down. We've got a new public address system at Worcester in the last couple of years. The other one was really quite obsolete. This one is absolutely
very efficient,
banging, as you find on T20 nights when it's almost too loud. Then Snater comes in again and bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing out on the offside. But our effect mic, which is ancient, far from new, is that dish up there.
Oh wow.
It looks like a satellite dish. That's actually our effect mic. And it's this tiny little wire that runs all the way down the back, and it's picking up it's picking up a speaker which is very close to it, and I'll turn it down every time there's a public address announcement. I need to turn it down. I want it up so you can hear the ball on the bat like that as Jones plays forward on the onside and there's no run. But when the public address is on, it needs to be turned down a little bit. So I'll try and remember to do that. But yeah, our effects mic here is, well, goodness knows, it looks like a forerunner of a Sky dish.
It does, yeah.
It's
You don't have to carry that bit round with you, do you?
No, I don't take it away with a ladder so that I can climb up. Snater in, bowls, Jones defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. But it's still quite effective, as you probably heard. But yeah, we had some fun in the last summer when there was one particularly wet day here when players were off the field and it was raining, and whoever was doing the playlist on the public address system just tried to find as many songs about rain as they could and blared them out around the ground. It was very good fun. Here's Snater again. Bowls. Oh, Jones is beaten by that one outside the off stump. Got a long way forward. Didn't bounce much, actually. Kept quite low, and Michael Pepper couldn't pick it up cleanly. He's had a bit to deal with, Pepper, since lunch. Two or three have taken
busy,
off.
Hasn't he?
A couple of wide ones. And that one, just watching it again, I think it pretty much crept on the ground. Yeah, it did, didn't it? It's a bit worrying, I think, from a batter's point of view, that the signs now that as this roller wears off, it's going a little bit up and down, isn't it? We've seen 2 climb since lunch. That one kept a bit low, but they're still there. 50 added for the 4th wicket. Kashif on 40, Rob Jones on 14. Worcestershire put into bat 180. Sorry, I wish they were. Or they wish they were. 108 for 3.
Chris has been back on. We'll get to his email in a moment as Rajitha is in. And that one's turned into the leg side and has picked up some pace towards the boundary, but there is a man sweeping to come and pick it up as they get through for 2. 110 for 3. Chris says, I did mean the bowling averages, and I didn't need Google, by the way.
Well done. Well, that's great. That's great. I'll accept that. Well done, Chris. It's it's not an impossible one, but it's good, isn't it? It's a testing question. Don't want it to be too easy. I've got to come up with another one now for tomorrow.
Kashi Valley's moved to 42 as Rajitha is in, and it takes the hand off the bottom edge of the bat, the bottom hand off the bat, I should say, as that one came through from.
Again, I think quite a lot of bounce there.
Does seem to be more in this pitch now for the Essex bowlers, which may well have been the thinking when they put Worcestershire into bat.
Yeah, it's a bit wide to start with, but certainly a bit of carry.
Still the 3 slips in for Essex. So Jeetha is making his way into Ali, who's able to comfortably leave that one outside the off stump. Mick's been in touch as well and says, watching along on the stream, I would like to know your thoughts on scoreboard pressure, for example, having to bat 2 days to save the match or chasing over 400 to win with lots of time left in the game. Why do teams not change their approach and bat the game out? It's so rarely done, either saving the match or chasing big scores. You would think that the batsman would have to see off the best of the bowling. Great commentary.
Interesting one if you consider Worcestershire's first game of the season at Taunton.
Yeah, absolutely. As Rajitha is in, and that one is knocked into the leg side. Well, I say knocked, it was leg by, came off the pad. So Kashi Valley moves away from the strike.
Because Worcestershire in that 4th innings to save the game at Taunton batted for 200 overs. 485 for 9. So it can be done. It just requires a great deal of resolve, I think. Equally at Worcestershire, at Yorkshire, they got beaten by a record score.
In comes Rajitha, and Jones thought about playing that one at the last moment, lets it through to Pepper. It was really interesting on Monday, turning up for the final day's play with Essex. Just knowing they needed to save the game, they were it was 520 or something.
Very
I think.
similar to the Worcestershire Taunton
I think
experience. Yeah.
Most of the day, I maybe said what the deficit was, what the Yorkshire lead was by maybe 3 times, because it just wasn't relevant. It didn't matter.
No.
Essex weren't in it to chase that and win it. It was just about what was the minimum amount of overs remaining in the day. As Rajitha is in, as Jones gets back to this one this time into the offside end of the over. 111 for 3. It was just about how many wickets they'd lost and how many overs were left.
I don't know the experience of the person who sent in the question in terms of playing. Obviously quite a bit of thought gone into that question, but you talk to batters about that sort of situation and how do you handle it, and you don't get it in league cricket these days because it's all overs cricket, but there was a time when in league cricket sometimes you batted for a draw, you tried to save a game or whatever. But it's just about not thinking too far ahead. I think as a pair you get together and you say, well, let's just get through this next 4 overs or 5 overs or see this new ball off or whatever. Snater is starting a new over to Kashif, who squirts this off an inside edge up to mid-on. Nelson is on the board, talking of superstitions. And you get through the new ball, get to tea, get to drinks, get to lunch, whatever, just little steps along the way. That's the only way that you can chase down a big total or bat throughout a day to save a game, or that's what they do. And when they get together in the middle of the pitch, generally speaking, that's the sort of thing that batters are saying to each other. Not always, there are some that don't like talking about the game. Snater bowls, Kashif drives, misses it, taken by Pepper. Bit of a way swing for Snater. You get some batters who'd rather talk about what they're going to have for tea or how well they slept last night or what they watched on telly or whatever, but generally speaking, keep each other going, keep working at it. And when they do these little glove punches and that kind of thing, it's all about comradeship and togetherness at the crease. Talked about partnerships, this one's becoming significant. Snater bowls and Kashif is edging this one, steering probably fairer because he was in control of it. Down to third for a couple. Charlie Allison, the fielder, in pursuit. Nelson is seen off. David Shepherd can stop jumping up and down in his grave. It's 113 for 3. But yeah, there's some of the superstitions that you hear about, absolutely ridiculous. Some of the old ones that I've heard about in the past, very, very funny, very amusing. As Snater is in and bowls, and Cashie's forward and plays this back to him, and there's no run. Ron Headley, who played here, father of Dean, son of the great George, and I played with him a fair bit at Old Hill in the Birmingham League as well. Ron was very superstitious about things, and I remember one of the Worcestershire players telling me that he was very, very, very protective of his bats, and they had to be placed in his case in a certain way for away trips and all that kind of thing. Snater bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Kashif, but the bowler manages with his feet to prevent what would have been a straight 4. And I may have the details wrong, and there might be one or two ex-players from that era listening, and if so, do correct me when I see you. But I think on one occasion, in order to make fun of Ron and make him realise how silly it all was, somebody sellotaped his bat to the ceiling of the dressing room, and he couldn't find it, and he was walking around, and it was actually up above him, sellotaped to the ceiling, and they were all laughing. Slater is in and bowls, and Kashif turns this on the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over. 113 for 3. Kashif 44, Rob Jones 14, and everybody was laughing, and he was walking around frantically searching for it, and then he saw it and he pulled it down off the roof and was cross, and he went out and played brilliantly and got 100 or something, and then insisted that every time he played it was sellotaped to the ceiling of the dressing room before he went out to bat. Until the spell was broken. So there you are, amazing. We're going to have some spin.
Yeah, we're going to see Simon Harmer for the first time today. We had Sophia Smale on commentary with us last week for Essex against Yorkshire, Essex bowler, and she was telling me she's very superstitious. She's currently got the same pair of sunglasses that she's currently wearing all the time for bowling, and she likes to sing a song in her head when she's batting, and she has to sing the same song over and over in her head to make sure that she stays in. We didn't quite get to the bottom of what song it was, because I can't remember what happened in commentary, but we ended up going off on another subject.
I'm glad you said sunglasses, because when you said she wears the same
yes, well, yeah. I thought you were going to
say socks.
Father superstitions go, but yeah, she had the sunglasses. She was showing us what she's got.
Well, I lost a pair in here yesterday. I don't know what I'm hoping that
Simon Harmer is in. There they are, and that one's defended.
I found them. They fell into those wires down at the left-hand side. Of my goodness, there's a lot of old equipment in this commentary box, including. I mean, look, how old do you think that is? There's a piece of equipment attached to the wall here.
As Harmer is in, a couple of shuffles down the pitch from Rob Jones, looking to take that one on, hits it straight to Tom Wesley at mid-on.
You're more experienced than me as a broadcaster, Vic, but there's 20 mic outlets on this device, which is fixed to the wall.
So Harmer is in, and that one is missed by Jones, just plops off the bottom of his pad. Yeah, I don't know.
Mic splitter. It must have been there for 50 years.
Be in a situation where you need that many microphones. Maybe if you had a choir in here or something.
Rob Jones has decided he's not going to let him bowl, hasn't he?
No, talking of sunglasses, Simon Harmer has his on as he's in to bowl to Jones, who's forward and defending at this one.
I reckon that the one before that turned a tiny bit. There aren't many surfaces on which Harmer doesn't turn it, are there really?
No, but it will be interesting to see what he gets out of this pitch, considering the bounce we've seen from the likes of Jamie Porter, and he's trying to turn that one into the leg side. It's stopped at short leg. Robin Dass under the helmet for this.
I watched him bowl in the nets here yesterday on that strip out on this side of the square just for about 10 minutes or so, and so masterful.
In he comes as there's another step forward from Jones. He does get a hold of that one this time, and he guides it to the boundary for 4 runs.
he'll do that little ritual now that I was telling you about. And then he'll dab it and then slide it back, and then he'll go and talk to his partner. It's very, very superstitious, I think. Good shot. He clearly decided, I thought, from almost the first ball that he wasn't going to let Harmer bowl at him. Tried to get him away a couple of times, didn't, then went back into his shell a little bit, and then decided to give it a go on the last ball of the over, and did so successfully. So he moves to 18, and that, believe it or not, is his highest score of the season in the first team. I think Rob Jones, as I say, got 100 in the seconds the other day, but I think it's his highest of the season. Just checking that. Yeah, but in fact it's the first time he's got to double figures. Shane Snater in to bowl to Kashif Ali, short and wide outside the off stump. Kashif cuts again, he's not got all of it. Charlie Allison is in pursuit, sliding stop by him. Through they go for 2 more runs. Kashif goes to 46, 118 for 3. Oscar Rass will be joining us shortly. And do you want to have a break first or second, Victoria? You choose.
Maybe if I just go and see if I can get this coffee off my top. Would that be okay?
Yeah, of course. So Oscar's going to come in, Victoria will have a break, and then he can spell me as well as Snater is in and bowls, and Kashif is pushing this one up to mid-off. And there's no run. So the men out, if you're just joining us, I know people are all the time. Gareth Roderick, LBW to Shane Snater for 17, 31 for 1 in the 10th, 36 for 2 in the 13th when Henry Nichols was caught behind by Michael Pepper off Kasan Rajitha without scoring, and 58 for 3 in the 22nd over when Jake Libby was caught behind by Pepper off Thane for 16, 84 for 3 at lunch, and it's now 119 for 4 because Kashif Ali, who's played so well since the break, on 46 is bowled by Shane Snater. My impression is that didn't bounce quite as much as Kashif thought it was going to. Just going to have a look at the replay. Yeah, that's absolutely snuck through, very low indeed. So disappointment for Kashif Ali, who had played particularly well, and he is undone by a little bit of a shooter there from Shane Snater. We've seen, particularly when Jamie Porter was bowling, we've seen the ball climb quite steeply from a length outside the off stump, and that one, after a partnership of 61 for the 4th wicket, which is a good effort by Kashif and Rob Jones, that one sneaking through quite low and hitting the off stump. Kashif really pretty blameless and worrying, I would say, that from the batter's point of view, batters on both sides, that possibly just before lunch and since lunch the effect of the heavy roller appears to be wearing off, and we're getting a little bit of up and down now. Good afternoon to Oscar Ress. No blame attached to the batter there, Oscar?
I don't think so, no. You say it's a worry for all batters. I think it's a bit of a worry for the home side as well here, because that's where the run scoring was happening. That's where the energy and the intent, if you will, in the morning session and into this afternoon session was coming from. So that will be a concern. Yeah, it is a concern, and the fact that they haven't got any batting bonus points all season tells its own story, and they don't want to be on the wrong end of another collapse here. They've had too many in the first innings of various games this season. Also bowled out in a session in the second innings against Durham last time here. So you just feel that there are nerves there, that if they lose 2 or 3 quick wickets, then they might feel, oh no, here we go again, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Brett D'Oliveira is the new batsman, the captain. He'll be hoping he can put that idea to bed. He's been up and down the order a bit this year, Brett D'Oliveira, according to whoever else has been available. So Adam Hose probably would have been coming in now were he playing in this game. Although if Hose was playing, Jones might not be. Ethan Brooks batted at 4 at Chelmsford. Generally considered that that's a bit high for him. 6 is probably more his sort of spot. Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, both perfectly capable. But
Really quite important that Worcestershire can steady the ship. It's a good partnership of 61 for that 4th wicket. And Snater comes in and bowls now to D'Oliveira, and there we go. That's another example of what I was talking about, because this one has reared off a length, taken him on the hand, and although he's got 2 runs down to third man, he is pulling off his glove now and shaking his hand, having a look at it, and that hurt, I think. I would not be full of confidence if I was out there batting in terms of being able to trust this surface now, because we've seen in 2 deliveries from the same bowler, one has scooted through at shin height and taken the off stump, and the next one has bounced, and although D'Oliveira is not a particularly tall man, it still bounced quite steeply and hit him a painful blow on the right hand. Not good news for the batters on either side. And Snater, with his tail up from the Diglis end, is in again and bowls now, and D'Oliveira is punching this one up to mid-off, and again still shaking that hand as though it's causing him some distress. 121 for 4.
It borders on worst sort of case scenario when you've had a sort of a balanced morning, batting first on a pitch that seems okay. You haven't quite made use of maybe several starts, and then the pitch starts to do all sorts just after the break.
Snater in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira drives nicely into the covers, but straight to Westley, and there's no run. The end of a successful over then for Shane Snater. He has 2 wickets, 12 overs and 1 maiden, 2 for 39 his figures. He's bowled a few loose deliveries to be fair, but picked up 2 wickets, albeit with a bit of help from the pitch on that occasion. Just remember to turn down the effects mic while the Ladies Pavilion cakes are being advertised. 121 for 4 then, and Harmer to continue. Clear in that last over, Oscar, that Jones wasn't going to let Harmer bowl at him. Tried to use his feet, tried to not to be tied down.
You do just wonder if spin might be the opportunity that the home side sensed that they need to score the runs. If the other side is going to cause them problems.
Well, here it is, Harmer, one of the best in the business, bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing out on the onside. And it's so nice for Westley to have a bowler like Harmer that he can just throw the ball to and know that he's going to bowl with good control. He's in, he bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing out on the offside, and not panic if they try and come at him, not worry, just keep it there. He's seen it all before. Very, very, very good finger spinner. Pound for pound, the best finger spinner in the Championship for a good few years, I think. This one a little bit quicker, pushed out on the onside by Jones. But Oscar, you might not be aware of this, but there is a fascinating contest lies ahead in this game, because Ethan Brooks, who will be in next, Harmer bowls to Jones and he's forward. He and Harmer have a bit of history, nothing unpleasant, but Brooks made runs at Chelmsford in a fine victory for Worcestershire at the end of last season, and then also again this year at Chelmsford in a lost cause. So Harmer bowls and Jones drives up to deep mid-on for a single, and Ethan Brooks plays the reverse sweep as well as he plays the conventional sweep, and it made Harmer last year particularly have to change his fields and play about. He didn't like it very much, I don't think, and Brooks capitalised. And this year, in that, I don't know if you know what happened on the final day, but Brooks almost took Worcester to victory. He tucked into Harmer in a big way because it was, he had nothing to lose. Harmer bowls, and this one's just flicked by D'Oliveira off his pads down to short fine leg for a single. End of the over. 2 came from it. 123 for 4. And so there is developing between the two of them quite an interesting battle, the rookie against the real experienced pro. And when Brooks comes out today, if Harmer's still bowling, the contest will be resumed, and it will be very interesting to see how many deliveries it is before Brooks plays reverse sweep. and I'm betting it won't be more than 4.
Interesting.
There we see.
I did expect the battle to be Brooks versus Porter after what.
Well,
happened
that will
in
probably that will have to happen as well, won't it? Although I think they've made up, they've forgiven and forgotten. To be fair,
yes.
There was, in fact, that all was all cleared up within a few minutes actually.
Yes, you can read a interview with Jamie Porter in the Cricketer for £1 for the first month that he did yesterday, and he did say that he thought, you know, the tensions between the two of them were very quickly sorted out.
Yeah, they were.
His problems were perhaps more with the social media reaction.
I read that. I can make a couple of comments about that in a minute. First ball of that over was blocked by D'Oliveira. Snater again is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira is out, caught behind, edged through to the keeper, and Worcestershire's we talked about it, didn't we? The fact that one brings 2, and Snater's picked up his 3rd of the innings, and Worcestershire just now needing to just regroup and prevent another collapse. Just a little fish, not a great deal of footwork from D'Oliveira, and Snater picks up his 3rd wicket, and it's 123 for 5, and Worcestershire are in a way falling into familiar territory. And my theory about Brooks and Harmer will be tested rather sooner than it might have been, provided of course that he's still there at the end of this over. Pepper's picked up his 3rd catch.
That looked to me, that dismissal looked a consequence of the happenings of the over before, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, the one that caught him in the glove, he never really was able to get back on the front foot comfortably, and that was just caught in 2 minds.
Yeah. In fact, when looking at the replay from behind, he almost sort of kind of stepped away to the leg side, didn't he, to try and give himself a bit of room, just a little bit shy of going at the ball. And you, as you say, you can fully understand why. This, for me, this partnership and maybe the one after it have become hugely important now, because Worcestershire have been in this situation probably 5 or 6 times this season, batting first. Got a decent start a couple of times, 60-70 for the first wicket, and then collapsed, or something like this every time they've got one partnership of any significance today, 61 for the 4th wicket. But they've been here before, and as I say, the effect of repetition of a scenario like this on your confidence is massive, and you just go out there and think, oh no, it's happening again, and they've got to stop the rot somehow. A decent partnership now to get them up towards 180, 200 before they lose another wicket would be absolutely ideal. A lot easier said than done, and I think now batting looks more difficult at the moment than it has at any point. One shoots through low, one bounces, etc.
Absolutely, it is what they say is the difference between that Division 1 and Division 2. You know, the sides that do well in this division turn this into a 300.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Brooks is off the mark, first ball, edging down to 3rd man, and it'll go all the way. He's gone at that quite hard. 4 runs, so he's away, and it's 127 for 5. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Worcestershire finished 6th in Division 1 last year. It was a very, very, very good effort. The highest they've ever finished since 2 divisions were introduced. And they punched above their weight, some would say. However, the 2 teams that have come up, and I've said this several times already on air this season in commentary, the 2 teams that have come up from Division 2, Yorkshire and Sussex. Let's break off of Snater, he's in again, and Brooks is on the walk. Tries very hard to do this, Ethan Brooks. He's a confident batter who uses feet to try and disturb the bowler's length, just pushes this one out on the outside. Sussex rejuvenated under Paul Farbrace, turned into a more positive, more winning outfit in terms of their outlook, and they're trying to take the game to the opposition. And Yorkshire, who sleeping giant for a while, look at their side on paper, good attack, as I've said. Snater in, Brooks edges to third man again. He won't get 4 this time, but he will get 2 because he's quick, and he comes back as Allison's throw goes in, and it's wide anyway. So Brooks goes to 629 for 5. Jack White, really good signing, I think, from Northamptonshire. Johnny Bairstow back as captain, bit of belligerence and belief. Adam Lythe still churning the runs out. James Wharton looks a good addition, middle order. I think they're a good side. So I think we've got a situation where these two sides that have come up have actually made it a much stronger Division 1 this year. Snater bowls, Brooks forward, plays defensively on the onside. They've made it a stronger Division 1, unlike football where the teams that go up come back down again straight away. They've actually gone up and made it a much stronger Division 1, and therefore for a side like Worcestershire, who've punched above their weight, you've got to punch even more above your weight in order to stay in Division 1. In it isn't going to be easy, given the start they've had as well. It's going to be very difficult, but they operate with a small budget, and you could pick a very, very good side almost completely made up of players that have left Worcestershire. Ed Barnard 170 odd last week, Jack Haynes 100, 200s for Notts this season, Josh Tongue, Dylan Pennington, Joe Clark. I mean, there are a lot of players elsewhere that were here, so it's becoming increasingly difficult. We have to keep that in perspective. 129 for 5 as Harmer starts a new over, bowling to Jones, who whacks him over long on for 6. I said he isn't going to let him bowl at him, Rob Jones, and he's decided to. It's strange. A lot of wrist in that shot from Jones. It wasn't a massive swing of the arms and a big swipe. He goes down and it's a nicely struck, wristy sort of chip almost over long on for 6. Long on drops back almost all the way. As Harmer comes in and Jones says, OK, well, if you've got him back there, I'll just push it up for a single. And he goes to 26, and the total to 136 for 5. And now we've got the perfect number of deliveries. 4 deliveries left in Harmer's over to Brooks. He's put a man back to deep backward point because he knows what Brooks is going to do. We've got a slip and a short leg. The battle is resumed. How long will it be before Brooks plays? And look, the slip's gone back now to short fine in case he chips the reverse. Everybody knows what's going on out there. Will it faze Brooks? Harmer bowls. And it doesn't faze him. Well, it phases him. He's pushed at it. He's missed it. It's taken by the keeper, who takes off the bails. They appeal. Brooks goes nowhere. We've been here before. Brooks isn't Brooks not walking against Essex. Never. Brooks is just saying, what's all the fuss about? Didn't hit it. Wasn't out of my ground. Pepper's not helped himself there. Was he appealing for a catch or was he appealing for a stumping? He's taken the bails off and gone running up the pitch. Nobody seems to know what's going on. I don't think the replay is going to tell us anything that we don't already know. He's missed it, hasn't he? I think it's just gone past the outside edge from what I could see.
Not for the first time. The hosts, the visitors have.
Harmer bowls.
Within 4, comfortably within 4.
Brooks reverse sweeps for a single down to backward point, and he goes to 7. And there might have been a word or two exchanged as he completed his first run. 137 for 5. From my viewing of that replay, he didn't hit it. I thought it was just gone past the outside edge. As simple as that. Harmer to Jones again. Jones is driving up to mid-on. More conventional right-handed play of an off-spinner. Playing with the spin. Milking it up to mid-on for a single. And one more added to the total. 138 for 5. Jones is on 27. Brooks is on 7. And here we go again. Harmer to Brooks. Bowls, and he's forward, pushing this one out on the onside, and there's no run. The end of the over. 138 for 5. Battles within battles.
It doesn't matter how many times the modern player plays a perfect reverse sweep, that you think it's still so brave at 5 down to have the thought to do that. You see the man back and you know that you're only going to get a single. Even if you hit it as sweetly as he did the second ball, you're only going to get a single.
But I think it affects the line that the bowler bowls. That might be why he's doing it. Victoria's just informed me that Brett D'Oliveira was Shane Snater's 150th first class wicket. So well bowled to him. Quite a few of them have been against Worcestershire. He got 1 and 2. He got 3 in the first game, and he's got 3 today. So well bowled Shane Snater. About to continue. 3 for 45. He's in from the Diglis end now to bowl, and Jones lets that go outside the off stump. It's intriguing now. I've particularly had my attention captured in terms of looking at the bounce now, because we've seen Kashif get out to one that kept low. We've seen D'Oliveira get one on the hand, which I'm sure you're right, Oscar, discomforted him and contributed to the way that he played the one that he got out to. Rob Jones saw that from the other end. He's not the biggest, trying to use his feet to get forward. We've got the Harmer-Brooks contest. Snater bowls. Jones is watchfully forward to this one, pushing into the covers. Gets quite low in his forward defensive. Rob Jones head right down over the ball. Good contest at the moment. Can't take your eyes off it. Bright sunshine, good crowd, perfect setting. Tough Division 1 cricket out there. Essex have underachieved, I think, this season, it's fair to say, so far. I always see them as one of the heavyweights in this division. There's Snater, he's in and bowls, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump, almost acknowledging with a thumb as he takes his hand off the bat that that one was too good for him. Just having a look at the replay.
I think what you say about Essex and their underachieving is very interesting. There was an equally quite fiery response to a question asked to Simon Harmer in the Cricketer this week about how he views how the team views the thing, and he says if you look at the results from behind a computer, then you might think they haven't played well. Yeah,
absolutely. Snater bowls, Jones drives, and there's no run. Snater does his own fielding. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And the other thing I was talking about when we were talking about that Jamie Porter interview, you can take a quote from an interview like that, can't you, and pull it out and make it seem as though that's what the entire interview was about, and it wasn't at all, I don't think, in the case of that. Jamie Porter's absolutely right to say that nobody deserves to get abuse on social media, and certainly their families don't, and it's just horrific, but it's part of the territory, I suppose. These days it happens, not much we can do about it. Snater bowls, Jones turns this on the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run. But you know, again, you look at scorecards and you make assumptions, and if you don't really know what happened. I mean, Worcestershire have lost 2 games quite narrowly this year that could easily have gone the other way. They haven't been that far behind. I give you a classic case in point, Oscar. When Worcestershire got beaten by Yorkshire by 504 runs, Snater in bowls, and Jones beaten again outside the off stump. Pepper's a busy man. 138 for 5 at the end of the over. Everybody reached for the record books and said, well, that's the heaviest defeat by runs scored in any game in the history of county cricket. Had Yorkshire enforced a follow on and bowled Worcestershire out and won by an innings and 180, which is what it would have been given similar scores, nobody would have reached for the record books at all, because lots of teams have lost by an innings and 180. So it just shows you, and if you're not there and you don't kind of appreciate it, which is Simon Harmer's point, then it can look completely different. I think anybody who watches county cricket regularly knows that Essex are a fine side. Simon Harmer's just asking the umpire something here about where he's bowling from, what sort of line he's bowling, whether it's to do with that not out decision or not, I don't know, but he's gone through something quite fine detail there, and that one to Brooks is turned away on the leg side. He's not talking. He's talking. I really can't work it out what he was discussing. It might be that he was talking about his position in front of the
Yeah, do you
umpire.
think perhaps there was a question asked about whether he was running onto the pitch? And
That
he's
one did
just
turn a
asking.
little bit. He bowls this next one, and Jones is on the back foot, and it turns again and bounces. I think it's possible, and pure guess. Graham Lord might have said, "Well, I can't give a ruling on that because I couldn't see because you were in front of me."
Yeah.
And Harmer might have said, because I've known off spinners who try and get right in front before. Harmer might have said, "Well, that's where I bowl from. He's wider on this one." Definitely asking questions. It's turning and bouncing. I don't think it's easy to bat on this pitch at all now against Seymour spin. I think it's going to be hard work. It's not impossible, but it's not easy. It's certainly not a batter-friendly surface, I would say. As Harmer is in and bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing out on the onside. It's a real contest out there at the moment, and I love it. It's great to see. I love to see a good spinner. I'm a massive fan of Simon Harmer's, and good examination of a batter's technique. Jones turning this on the leg side, and there's no run. This is much better than batsmen just dominating the bowling on flat pitches, isn't it? Got to earn your runs out there. You really have. I think 50 on here is worth 70 in most scenarios. Harmer bowls again. Jones is forward, drops that down with the spin on the onside, and there's no run. The end of the over, 139 for 5. Harmer 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. Snater 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 45.
I think unquestionably, red ball cricket is at its best when the bowlers are slightly in favour. When there's just enough for the bowlers, and that's what we've seen after the lunch break, where there's been a bit of bounce, a bit of uneven bounce as well, and it's just made the contest all the more fascinating. Not that the morning session was dull in any way.
What you need is a contest, isn't it? That's what you're saying, really. I think that's what we all like. A good, even contest where you get value for your shots, but you also feel that the pitch is giving you an opportunity to take wickets, I think. So far, maybe just a little bit in favour of the bowler. Snater bowls, Brooks drives up to mid-off, but not so much so that you'd say it was completely imbalanced, I think. 139 for 5. But I do think this is a big partnership. I do think Worcestershire need to get a bonus point for their batting in this innings, just to put that one to bed, get the ghost exercised. Snater, good athletic striding run up over pitches though, and that's as good a shot as we've seen all day actually from Ethan Brooks. Full face of the bat, straight down the ground, no exaggerated flamboyance about it, just made sure he got the bat on it. It was a half volley, pretty straight, and he nailed it. Beautiful shot between the bowler and mid-on, almost straight past the stumps. There are few more satisfying shots in cricket than that one. Brooks goes into double figures. Snater is in again, and this time his length is better and Brooks is forward, pushing up to mid-on. The best feeling in the world, hitting a straight drive like that and not even calling, not even speaking, just hitting it and watching it go and just waiting for the applause, which is exactly what Brooks did. But it's gone. Only ball that matters is the next ball. 143 for 5. Brooks again on the walk to Snater, pushes this one out on the onside.
Yeah, it's really interesting that walk down the wicket. He's a bit taller than both D'Oliveira before him and his partner Rob Jones, which might help with the bounce, but there's the definite move to get closer to the ball here.
Yeah, Brooks does this. Adam Hose does it as well a lot. Don't want the ball to settle into a rhythm where he can just keep hitting the same length. And he's done it again, taking a little stride, and he's pushing at this one. Not in complete control, but just tucks it away on the leg side for a single. Moves to 13, 144 for 5. Ethan Brooks, of course, came through the Warwickshire pathway before moving here to New Road, mainly through a lack of opportunity. I think at Warwickshire they've got a big staff. He wasn't getting many opportunities, certainly not in red ball cricket. Snater is in and bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing out on the offside. There's no run, end of the over. And Adam Ho's the same, actually. The reason he moved to Worcestershire from Warwickshire again was because he felt that he might get a chance to play red ball cricket, and that was not going to happen at Edgbaston. Brooks certainly making the most of it. One more over, and then I'll slip away and let Victoria come back in. And that over is not going to be bowled by Simon Harmer, because he has been withdrawn from the attack, and Jamie Porter coming back in. So Noah Thane has only bowled 4 overs, picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 16. Jamie Porter, 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for a miserly 25 so far. Good move for me, because this is where Tom Wesley needs to focus now. Use your best bowlers at this time to try and force home this advantage that the post-lunch period has given them. He knows exactly what he's about. And here is Porter from the New Road end. He bowls. His first ball is a loosener, short and wide, and beautifully played. That's a lovely boundary from Ethan Brooks. He hit one in the previous over off Snater off the front foot. This one short and wide, and he's on the back foot, standing up tall, and a beautifully executed back foot cover drive.
Very nice, gentle way to start.
Yeah, I mean, Porter's not really quick. He's medium, fast medium, but when he errs that much in length, which is very, very rare, not that difficult to put away. Comes in again now and bowls. This one outside the off stump, left alone by Brooks. 148 for 5 with that one. Brooks on 17, Jones on 27. We keep seeing players get starts, don't we? Nichols probably, and D'Oliveira didn't, but Roderick 17, Libby 16, Kashif 46, these two 17 and 27. Who's going to go on? Who's going to go big? Porter from the New Road end bowls, and Brooks is forward, pushing back up the pitch. There's no run. I made a bold prediction in the game at Chelmsford, which was played on a very, very seamer-friendly surface, and if Sam Cook had played, many of us thought it wouldn't have gone past 2 days, let alone into a fourth. But I made a prediction there that if anybody made 100, they would finish on the winning side. One player made 100 in that game. It was close. The winning margin was 30 odd, I think, in the end. This one is left alone again outside the off stump. Must have been close to the stump. Porter buries his head in his hands. One person made 100. It was Tom Wesley. It was, I beg your pardon, Paul Walter. He finished on the winning side, and he was the only left-hander in the game. The ball was seaming away from the right-handers. Big, tall man, only left-hander. Had a bit of luck. Could have been out for naught, chipped it over mid-on when he got 100, but everything was coming back into him, and he's tall as well, and he managed to win the game with that innings, really. Bit of assistance from one or two other people, including Jamie Porter, who bowls this next one, and Brooks drives it into the covers, and there's no run. But I'd say it again here, you know, if you get 100 on this one, I think you're probably going to end up on the winning side. Could be wrong, you might get 300s in the rest of the game, we don't know, but it's not easy, is it? I don't think anybody's ever really looked in this game at all yet, not at all. Porter is in, bowls, and they're perfect example as that one climbs past the shoulder of Brooks's bat, and Jamie Porter's not the quickest, but that one taken off. And it's just beginning to look a bit like that pitch we had against Durham now, this one. It looks a bit different in colour, but in terms of...
I I think I perhaps would have.
Difficulty for the goodness me.
I think during the morning session I would have disagreed with you on the 100th
heavy roller. I think. Yeah.
And since then.
Yeah,
yes,
and I think we'll see it again with the heavy roller. Will be used later in the game, and it will deaden it for a while, and then it will wear off. Right, more from Oscar as I give way to Victoria.
There will be another change of bowling here as Regita is back on as well to make use of the slightly uneven bounce that we've seen from that end.
Well, I thought I could see him limbering up in the field, and confirmation that Kasun Rajitha will bowl from the Diglis end with Worcestershire 148 for 5. Shane Snater amongst the wickets for Essex. Ooh, that chair was lower than I thought as I sat down. So Rob Jones, who's made 27 from the 78 deliveries that he's faced, is on strike. Rajitha is in, and that one's whipped away through the covers by Jones for 4. The rapturous applause round New Road as he moves Worcestershire past the 150 mark.
I think when Tom Wesley handed the ball to Porter and Regita, he would have asked for any ball but the 2 that they delivered first ball of their spell. Very gentle half volley outside off stump, that one, to go with Porter's very gentle short and wide one in the first ball of his spell.
Yeah, absolutely. They just have that first ball loose now. Rajitha in his spell this morning bowled very tightly. His figures 1 for 19 now as he's in. That one's left alone by Jones. Frank was saying no one's really looked set, but Jones was building a nice partnership with Kashif Ali before he was dismissed in this one. Bowled by Shane Snater for 46. And Snater also picking up the wicket of the Worcestershire captain Brett D'Oliveira, caught behind, and that was an 150th first class wicket for Shane Snater. As Rajitha is in, that's driven nicely through the covers by Jones, and there are 2 fielders chasing it, but they won't get there as it hits the boundary rope and bumps over it for 4 runs.
I think normally you'd excuse a bowler for coming on and bowling 2 balls slightly too full, especially from a different end of which they operated in their previous spell, but I think on this pitch now we've seen enough in this second session to suggest that you can't really afford to be giving away any free runs. Got to be making use of these conditions.
As Rajitha is in, that was defended this time by Jones, has moved to 35. Yeah, we've seen the ball certainly do much more since after lunch. And it is Snater who's managed to capitalise on that the most. The Essex bowlers. A nice walk around the ground, very pleasant in the sunshine. Lots of people trying to stay cool out there as Rajitha is making his way in for Essex. Jones is waiting, and he loops that one back towards the bowler who was shaping to get it in quickly towards the stumps, but Jones was never really thinking about leaving his crease.
Yeah, as you say, it's a very nice day, which makes Rob Jones's jumper look slightly out of place in all the cricket and all the conditions that we've seen out there.
Yes, he's well wrapped up out there at the moment at the crease. In comes Rajitha to Jones, just happy to leave that one outside the off stump for the final ball of the over. Worcestershire 156 for 5. We've had 48 overs. Bless me. At bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Afternoon to Gary, who's done that. was interested in the conversation you were having earlier about people going to play club cricket or being at club cricket on a Saturday, agreeing with that, and also talking about still playing timed cricket in the East Anglian Premier League, so they can play for a draw at that level of the game. I've got a nice email from Phil as well about siblings, which I was talking to Frank about earlier on, so when Frank's back on commentary we'll maybe delve into some of those siblings that have faced each other previously in county cricket, as Porter begins a new over from the New Road end, which is left alone by Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, they've completely scrapped any declaration or timed cricket in the Surrey Championship, which is where I play my club cricket.
How do you feel about that?
I like it only because only for remembering what some of the experiences out in the field are like.
In comes Jamie Porter. It's defended by Brooks this time. Yeah, if I remember rightly, in the top level in the Essex leagues where they do still play, it's a mix throughout the summer. They go through the certain amount of games where they play timed, and then the games as well where they still play the overs. But yeah, it's different tactical mindset, I guess, isn't it?
I think from a cricket fan, I'm disappointed by it, because it does always feel right that we play at least some of those games during the season.
As Porter is in, and Brooks jabbing the bat down on it that time.
There was a interesting column written for the Cricketer this week by our magazine editor Hugh Turbeville about that there's been an increase in the amount of draws. We saw obviously a good one that Essex were involved in, and the reward of 8 points for a draw in the county championship really incentivises it.
In comes Porter, and that's left alone by Brooks, who just leaves the bat there at the last second and then withdraws it as Porter is through. Yeah, it changed, didn't it, a couple of seasons ago, where there was maybe more incentive to go all out attack and play for the win and the points that you gained, but reverting to the 8 points.
I think it is fascinating that we've got an England regime who do seem constantly at odds with the county championship, who don't do draws, but actually there's a real incentive to do it.
As Porter is in to Brooks, who was shaping to play that one, it's through to Pepper behind the stumps.
There are, quite a few things that developing that difference between playing international cricket and playing domestic cricket and the county championship, but I think there's still that value in if you're not going to win, make sure you don't lose.
Absolutely. 156 for 5 as Porter is in, and that one is past the outside edge of Ethan Brooks' bat in behind the stumps, and end of the over. 156 for 5, maiden over from Jamie Porter. Still toiling away, Porter. 14 overs bowled now, 0 for 29, as we just see a replay of that delivery.
I was very keen to see the replay there, just because I did think that I saw Jamie Porter perhaps have a word that is what many people thought we might see in this match after a quite a fiery end to the last one. Everything seems to be good. The emotions seem to be in check today, but I think there was just a polite word there from Jamie Porter.
As Rajitha begins a new over from the Diglis end to Rob Jones, who defends that one. Yeah, he talked about the interview, in fact, with the Cricketer yesterday, talking about being fired up for this one, but also the way in which he was not happy with the abuse he and his family received after the controversial end to the win at Chelmsford. He says he 100% felt he'd caught the ball cleanly. There was obviously others who felt he didn't, but he did say he was fired up for this return fixture, as Rajitha is in to Jones, who was looking to punch that one through the offside. It's waft in the air though, and through to Pepper behind the stumps.
There was one boo that I heard.
Yes, it was interesting to see what reception he got.
When his name was read out with 15 minutes to go until the first day's play, there was one boo from a member in the crowd, which I think was tongue-in-cheek more than anything.
In comes Rajitha, and this time Jones does get connection through the covers and to the short boundary for 4 runs. Moving along nicely now is Rob Jones, with Worcestershire on to 162 for 5. Jones moves to 39. It's a player that needs these runs for his own form, as well as helping the Worcestershire cause today.
Absolutely, and he just found a bit more rhythm. We have discussed that a bit, that you don't want to, on a pitch that's becoming more and more bowler friendly, let any opportunities to score go by, especially when you're out of form, because that can just make you feel much worse about things if you find yourself under pressure to score runs.
In comes Rajitha, and this time it's turned into the leg side. There is a fielder on the move from mid-on to stop it, so they'll just get a single this time. We're just seeing it's bowling a bit more looser from Kason Rajitha. He had a really tight first spell for Essex, in which he got his wicket, that of Henry Nicholls, but seen him concede a few more boundaries since returning from the Diglis end. And he comes over the wicket, as Brooks taking a swipe at that one. Through to Pepper behind the stumps for Essex. Worcestershire remain on 163 for 5.
I do wonder with that shot, quite an expansive flash, whether there is a distinct change of plan from the home side here, just to try and put Essex under slightly more pressure.
Take the game to them. Rajitha's making his way in, and that one's left alone by Brooks. He had a fast start to his innings. It's just slowed up slightly, 17 from 26 deliveries. Hampshire having a difficult time with the bat, 143 for 5. Mark Stoneman making 48, but they are struggling to get batters in and set. Yorkshire have slipped to 154 for 5 as Rajitha's making his way into Brooks, who's driving back past the bowler. He's going to evade the fielder and reach the boundary. There's a dive just inside the rope, which may well have stopped it from going all the way. And just looking at the umpire for confirmation, I think that was stopped inside the rope. So Worcestershire 165 for 5.
I'm going to suggest that was quite poor running in the end then. I think they could probably have pushed for 3. I think Rob Jones thought that had already gone when he ambled back for the second.
Let's look at that the scorecard between Surrey and Yorkshire. Adam Lyth at the top of the order had made 55 for them. Johnny Bairstow's not out on 49, but they have had a mid-order collapse, 154 for 5, and Somerset 177 for 4 against Sussex at Taunton, while Nottinghamshire 221 for 4 at Durham. Jamie Porter's beginning a new over from the New Road end. He is into Jones, pushes that one into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I think Tom Wesley will be looking to Jamie Porter just to bring back a bit of control here. This partnership's growing nicely, but we've said that a couple of times already today, and a wicket's fallen just as the partnership starts to really flourish into something more substantial.
In comes Porter to Jones, who's dabbing that into the offside. And the call of no, as it's picked up in the covers. Those spectators who were in the hospitality tents for quite a while after lunch are now back out enjoying the sunshine. No doubt they'll have some treats lined up at the tea break, which will see them disappear inside the tent again to enjoy. Porter is in. That's another swipe from Jones, gathered behind the stumps where that slip cordon keeps Michael Pepper company.
Yeah, I just think that's a slightly wild shot, but I don't think that's a shot we would have seen a few overs ago from Rob Jones. I think there is a thought here to make use of anything that's loose, anything that's wide.
Porter's making his way into Jones, jabs the bat down on that one. 3 dot balls so far from Jamie Porter. Yet to take a wicket in this game, although we have some beautiful bowling from him at times throughout the morning and this afternoon session.
Well, it was 3 balls into his second over where he was absolutely convinced that he'd got the first of the Worcestershire wickets before it was turned down by the umpire. Caught behind.
In comes Porter to Jones, just lets that one run off the face of the bat. It's fielded at point. Just hoping to catch the pace of that Jamie Porter delivery on that occasion, but he's picked out the fielder, and Worcestershire remain on 165 for 5. In comes Jamie Porter, final delivery of the over, which is defended by Rob Jones. And that's another maiden from Jamie Porter, with the score still 165 for 5. And it's 17 minutes past 3. Commentary for you from BBC Hereford and Worcestershire and BBC Essex.
I think we've got another bowling change here, which is
bowling at the Diggers end, Noah Thane.
Noah Thane comes back on for Essex. He's bowled 4 overs so far on day 1, 1 for 16.
It's very much Tom Wesley saying that he didn't think that Regita was bowling all that well from that end at all.
No, he gave away a couple of boundaries in that spell where he's brought back on from the Diglis end. So Noah Thane's going to get another go, having earlier picked up the wicket of Jake Libby, caught behind for 16. In comes Thane to Brooks. Fuller delivery from the Essex youngster, and they'll just take a single for that one.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do when you see the bowling conditions become much better is just allow a period of play to go. And I think if this carries on, he might look to bring back Simon Harmo after only 4 overs. He bowled in his first spell, just for an element of control, and then you can sort of afford to attack more from the other end.
166 for 5. Jones waits as Thane is in, gets bat on ball, and is away for the quick single into the leg side. Gary's been back on touch on the email, said in the East Anglian Premier League we play 11 timed games and 11 50 over games. Was that about the split you would have done previously?
Would have done previously, but I think it's almost all switched to. Well, I think for the top 2 teams at our club, they play white ball, 50 overs each side, and we play down in the 3s. We play 45 overs each.
Stain is in, and that one's outside the edge of Brooks's bat, just motions in the way in which he thinks that bounced up off the deck. $167 for 5. Ethan Brooks and Rob Jones just meet in the middle to have a quick chat about something. Might be the way Noah Thanes getting this ball to move as he begins his run up from the Douglas end. He is in, and Brooks is forward and moving the bat out the way to let that one through to Pepper for no one.
It's a really good and important start to his second spell here from Noah Thane. We mentioned when he first came on about the importance of his role now as the seam bowling all rounder, and he's made a really nice start here.
2 singles and a dot ball so far from Noah Thane since he was brought back on by the captain Tom Wesley, and that one's a leave by Brooks. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Thanks to Peter for the picture from an old postcard of New Road. I'll have to show that to Frank when he comes back in all its glory. Stain is into Brooks, who wristily turns that one into the leg side. And that will be the final ball of Noah Thane's first over back. He's now bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19, Worcestershire 168 for 5, with Jones on 41 and Brooks on 21.
I've tried sending text to small to Holland.
Porter now going into his 16th over here. I think he would very much like to make use of these bowling conditions and grab a wicket. This Porter versus Brooks battle that we hinted at before has not quite erupted into the fireworks that some may have hoped and expected.
No, it's all been fairly calm so far as Porter is into Brooks, who gets back to ball. I think it was all very much in the heat of the moment on the day, and Jamie Porter and I think even Ethan Brooks just said they both spoke to each other after the match and all was fine. It's maybe built up externally more than between the two players. But Jamie Porter will really be hoping that he can get amongst the wickets for Essex. 5 so far, but he's yet to get one to his name as he is into Brooks, who's quite happy to just come forward and defend this one.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just something about him being a slightly taller batter or what it is, but Brooks in his 35 ball innings so far has just looked far more comfortable than even his current batting partner. It just has changed the complexion again of the contest. Early days, of course, in his innings.
Porter's making his way into Brooks. There's a big appeal there from the Essex field. Brooks didn't look worried, umpire didn't look interested.
I thought I may have inflicted my first commentator's curse then, as it struck the pad. Without the benefit of the replay just yet, it did look a little bit high to me.
I mean, there was an initial appeal from the field, but no one seemed that upset or disappointed when it was turned down. Everyone's back to business as Porter is in again to Brooks. This time it's struck him higher, too high from the umpire's point of view. Remains 168 for 5.
Yeah, they did seem to bail out of that appeal much sooner than they did the one before.
Jamie Porter trying to build some pressure with the ball. And he comes again to Brooks, who's this time deciding to get forward to that one, meet the ball and play it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's a method he employed when he first came in to face Shane Snater, where he sort of danced down the wicket slightly slower pace of those two seamers, and just met that before it could do anything off the surface.
£168 for 5 then. Porter in again to Brooks. This one hits him on the glove and just loops down into the ground. He takes the hand off the bat in some pain and tries to flick out the impact at the end of the over. It's another maiden from Jamie Porter, who's bowled 5 of those now from his 16 overs. 0 for 29, Worcestershire 168 for 5.
Yeah, it's the fascinating mental challenge of batting in red ball cricket there. Yeah, he saw his captain early in the day get hit on the hand, and then a couple of balls later fended at one and got out. It's now his job to really put that behind him. His gloves off, he's still wringing his hand. If he can just put that mentally behind him, as much as the physical pain of being hit on the hand, so that he doesn't give his wicket away in the pressure of that.
Yeah, he's holding his bat in his ungloved hand at the non-striker's end. Just going to put it back on while Jones waits for Thane, who's in from the Diglis end. Jones just playing that one back down the pitch to the bowler. I reckon that's one where it's just caught you right on the wrist there. It might take a few minutes to shake off.
It's almost like you forget when you're batting that you might be hit, and when you do get hit, it's that shock of going, oh, this is quite a hard ball being bowled at me, and it can hurt me if it wanted to.
Thane in the sunshine, making his way into Jones, who's top edged that one away to the boundary for 4 runs. It's looped over the top of the slip cordon and away for 4.
I think as much as you can be in control of a top edge like that, he's actually done quite well to guide that more than just let it hit the bat, because then it becomes easier to catch. He's sort of, if you put a bit more behind it, you're more likely to flash over rather than into someone's hand. Just see that imposing figure of Simon Harmer in the slip cordon would have gobbled that, I think, if it had been any lower.
Yeah, if you get that wrong, all it takes is a hand in the air to grab that in, as Thane is in. Fuller delivery this time, which Jones gets from out under his feet. He's on 45 now. Worcestershire 172 for 5.
Not for the first time today, the non-striker stumps doing great things for Essex's fielding effort. It was a nicely struck down the ground. I think you probably could have got 1, maybe 2, if it hadn't clipped the off stump.
In comes Noah Thane for Essex, and this time it's left by Jones. Moves the bat out of the way, through to Pepper. After this over, we'll make way for Frank to come back on to commentary. So have you got a match report to write of this one, Oscar?
Yes, I'll do a colour match report for the cricketer, which you can read for £1 for your first month, which goes up to £3.99 after that.
As they is in, and Jones just defending that one.
We've got reporters all around the country today covering cricket, so highly recommend for any county fans, anyone who's interested to hear about all the happenings around the country, including Zimbabwe's tour match as well. We've got a correspondent there as well, so highly recommend spending £1 on that today.
A couple of Essex youngsters involved in that, as Thane is in, and that's left alone by Jones. Worcestershire 172 for 5. Yeah, the 11 that have been selected to play that. Luke Benkenstein and Jamal Richards involved from an Essex point of view. Zimbabwe are 268 for 5 in their innings. Luke Benkenstein made 27 with the bat. Jamal Richards made 32. Jamal Richards has bowled a couple of overs without a wicket from an Essex point of view.
He's always someone, Jamal Richards, that any time I see him play in a second team game or anything on MV Play, I go and make sure I watch his bowling. I watched him in the One Day Cup. He was really impressive in the One Day Cup last year.
As Porter is making his way into Brooks, who takes a swipe at that one through the leg side and whistled along the outfield for 4 runs. It's decided to take Jamie Porter on that occasion.
Great to see Jamal Richards get another opportunity. He was on loan at Kent for a couple of games. And he only played one of those, I think, at Lords against Middlesex. So really nice to see lots of those youngsters get a go in that team. Very, very young team to play against Zimbabwe this week.
Porter's making his way into Brooks, who just dabs that one down, having hit the last ball for 4. Dot ball to follow it. Yeah, interesting. I know he's sort of struggled with an injury over the winter, which has been managed, and clearly Essex felt he needed that experience to go away and have a bit of time out on loan, but hasn't played the games that maybe they thought he would have done. But still young, still time. As Porter is making his way into Brooks, who's driving back past the bowler, finding his rhythm now, and that's the second 4 from this Jamie Porter over for Ethan Brooks, who will move on to 29. 180 for 5 on the board now for Worcestershire, just starting to build a nice partnership between Ethan Brooks and Rob Jones.
I think we've seen 3 beautiful straight drives, and that might be the most authoritative of them all. That one, very well played.
In comes Jamie Porter to Brooks. That one's come off the bottom edge of the bat this time. Or has it even hit the bat at all? It has. As they take a couple of runs on that occasion. 182 for 5. Brooks moves to 31 from his 43 deliveries. 2 very different innings from these two. Brooks coming in and immediately trying to be aggressive with his play. Rob Jones has had to have a more patient approach given the context of the game when he came to the crease. As Porter is in, that one's defended with a straight bat by Brooks.
Yeah, I think we discussed when Kashif Ali got out that it was just going to be an important moment to make sure you continue that run scoring that he was able to find. And so from that point of view, it's been a fantastic start to the innings here.
So we'll welcome Frank Watson back on the end of the over. Porter has one more ball to bowl. He's in, and that's turned by Brooks, who's out. He was trying to turn that one into the leg side. Instead, he's turned it behind, and Jamie Porter gets his man. Essex get a 6th wicket. Worcestershire 182 for 5.
Yeah, just looking at that on the replay. Yeah, it's unlucky, isn't it? It's unlucky, I think, given that he was playing so well. He can't believe that he's been strangled down the leg side in that way. Don't think you could say Porter was bowling for it. It's just a little tickle, and a fortunate but dismissal from an Essex point of view. And again, just as you were expecting or anticipating a partnership to become really significant, it is ended. It was a really good innings from Ethan Brooks. I thought he played really well. 31 off 46 deliveries in the context of this game, and he came to the wicket when it would have been easy for another sort of Worcestershire collapse to have taken place, and he didn't take a backward step. He really took it to the Essex bowlers, I think, and probably feel a bit gutted to have been dismissed in that way. But he has been dismissed, and it's fair to say that Jamie Porter has deserved a wicket, perhaps not for that delivery but for the way that he's bowled throughout the innings.
Yeah, it just felt at times in that spell that Brooks was starting to get the better of him. And like you say, it wasn't maybe that delivery, but it's the one that has resulted in a wicket.
Yeah. Last ball of the 55th over, producing that wicket. So that's a really good partnership in just 13 overs. They added 59 for that 6th wicket, second 50 partnership of the innings, but 50 partnerships not really enough for Worcestershire. Still without a batting bonus point this season. Matthew Waite comes out to join Rob Jones, who's already registered his highest score of the season. Jones, in fact, it's the first time he's reached double figures, so for him to be on 45 is a very good effort indeed. And he is going to be on strike now as Noah Thane resumes from the Diglis end. Very similar, I was just saying before you came back in and I went away, Victoria, very similar this pitch in many ways to what we saw in the game against Durham, in that once the heavy roller wore off, Thane in bowls and Jones is forward playing defensively back at the pitch. Once the heavy roller wore off, it started to go up and down, and so you got that little period where Shane Snater gets one through Kashi Fallin, hits the off stump about a foot off the ground, and then the next ball D'Oliveira's wrapped on the hand. Whether that played a part in the way that D'Oliveira tried to negotiate the ball he got out to, I'm not sure, but it's not a trustworthy surface. I think that's. I'm not saying you can't play shots on it, we've seen that, but you can't be certain. Jones plays a lovely shot straight back up the pitch, and Porter does his Thane does his own fielding, and there's no run. But nobody, I mean, even Jones has played and missed a lot, hasn't he? Kashif played and missed a lot. Brooks had a bit of fortune. Nobody's ever really looked in, I don't think, on this surface, and it's very similar to what we saw against Durham. Hard work. Batting is hard work, and you could say that's how it should be in Division 1. Thane in, bowls, Jones there just to prove that. He's on 40 odd, but he's beaten outside the off stump, and there is no run. 182 for 6.
Glenn's been in touch on the email, was just listening to mine and Oscar's conversation about Jamal Richards, young Essex bowler who is involved in the team playing Zimbabwe in the tour match. He can't understand why he doesn't get a chance for Essex. He's 21, not a teenager anymore.
There's Thane in, bowls, and forward comes Jones pushing out on the offside. No run again. It's tough out there. It's good. It's how it should be. It's proper, tough county cricket. No quarter given or asked, and batters being made to work really, really hard for every run by a pretty disciplined Essex attack. Thane bowls, and Jones is turning this one on the leg side for a single, which takes him on to 46, and the total to 183 for 6. Jamie Porter 17 overs 5 maidens 1 for 39. Shane Snater 15 overs 2 maidens 3 for 50. Kasim Rajitha 13 overs 6 maidens 1 for 32. Simon Harmer just 4 overs for 16. Noah Thane in his 7th. Coming in now to complete that 7th over. He's in and he bowls, and Matthew Waite, new batsman, is on the back foot playing defensively out on the offside. That is the end of the over. 183 for 6 Worcestershire after being put into bat. I've been trying to send text to our text commentators on the BBC Sports app, sending it to the usual email address with no other recipients, and I keep getting it bounced back, being told I've tried to send it to multiple recipients. It is beyond me. I've never sent it to any other address. Can't understand what's going on.
No,
at all.
it's worked. You're fine.
It's gone on, has it?
Your thoughts are up on the BBC Sport Live text, but it's just because it's a group. It's what's called a group email, so you might get some bounce backs from people no longer on the list.
Yeah, I must have. I think I've sent it about 6 times before it got there, so it's completely out of date.
You were just being impatient and wanted it up there. Well, Rajitha's going to get a bowl from the New Road end. We only saw him come on from the opposite end a little bit earlier on in this session, maybe about half an hour ago. Bowled 2 overs, conceded a couple of boundaries, and Tom Wesley elected to replace him with Thane as Rajitha is in, and that's down to fine leg for 4 runs for Rob Jones, and that's his 50 from 107 deliveries.
That is a huge innings for Rob Jones. As a human being, I can tell you, I know how much he's been hurting about his form, and he came in today in a difficult situation. He'll now be so keen to try and go on, but that's a really significant day for Rob Jones. First time he's been in double figures this season, let alone reach 50.
Stuck around for Worcestershire today. So Rajitha concedes the 4 from his first ball back. This time is loose and wide outside the off stump.
Nine 4s and a 6. That's quite a hefty amount in boundaries, isn't it? 42 out of his 50 in boundaries. That kind of shows you how little there's been to score off, really. I think you've had to put the bad ball away. He's edged a couple, but there's not been much loose stuff.
So Rajitha is in over the wicket this time. Jones is on the toes to play that one into the offside, straight to the fielder for no run.
Just clarify that. I say there's not been much loose stuff. People say, well, what are you talking about? He's hit so many boundaries. But what I mean is, other than the balls that have been hit to the boundary, there's been nothing to score off. It's not been a case of a day where you could just keep ticking over. It just hasn't been like that at all.
.187 for 6. Rajitha's making his way into Jones, who defends that one, takes the bottom hand off the bat and will retrieve the ball for the fielder.
Is it time to give the answer?
Let me just check if I've had any more right answers. I had a nice email from Phil, who's got in touch with some more research on your sibling question, so maybe we'll get to that later, but I think we've got all the answers which were going to come into your question, so maybe we will get to the end of the over.
Yeah.
As Rajitha is into Jones, who's shaping to play that one past the outside edge through to Pepper. Very busy day for Michael Pepper. What's that now? 1, 2, 3, 4 catches for him from the 6 wickets Essex have taken. Rajitha is having a word with Captain Tom Wesley in his usual mid-off position. Essex with 2 slips and a gully in, as Rajitha again tries to make Jones forward and play at that, but through to the keeper once more. Worcestershire 187 for 6 at the end of the over.
Right, yeah, I can see what happened now with that. So it had gone through to where I wanted it to go through, but it had told me that it hadn't to the other people. I understand now. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I get why you were looking at me and thinking, what's the matter with you? I've told you before. Okay, to the quiz. Sorry. I asked this morning, who links Wakefield, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester. Nobody in the press box could get it, not without a lot of help. The answer is obviously a player who was born in Wakefield, played for Tasmania. Perhaps the fact that I didn't put them in a chronological order made it more difficult. Then played for Essex, and then played for Worcestershire. He was a wicket keeper. Noah Thane in from the Diglis end, and Matthew Waite's off the mark, turning this down to long leg for a single. He was a wicket keeper who played here in the 60s. He was never first choice, played quite a bit, and then ended up played for Shropshire, became a coach at Malvern College, died a few years ago. I think his wife still lives in the area, and his name was Rodney Cass, C-A-S-S. Rodney Cass was the man that linked those places. Born in Wakefield, played for Tasmania, played for Essex, and played for Worcestershire. Rodney Cass, wicketkeeper, left-handed batsman, a very dry, witty man who was very well known in this area. Thane bowls, and Rob Jones plays a lovely shot through him with wicket. He'll get 2. Quite hit it straight enough to reach the boundary. He got plenty of bat on it, but allowed the fielder from square leg to get round. So 2 to Rob Jones. He goes to 52. Excellent effort from him, given his travails this season, and he'll be a mighty relieved man. Will want very much to carry on now and turn this into something big if he possibly can. 190 for 6. Noah Thane. In again, bowls, Yorker, and Jones just digs it out. Plays it up to mid on no run. And the sibling question was, when did 2 brothers last oppose each other in a championship game on this ground? Because Charlie Allison and Ben Allison today are on opposite sides.
I have a answer from Phil.
Yep.
He says, was it James and Tom Taylor?
It was only last season. James Taylor of Surrey and his older brother Tom, who plays here at Worcestershire, next in to bat in fact. So it was only last year. Thane bowls, left alone by Jones outside the off stump, no run. You ask a question like that and often people immediately are thinking, oh, it must have been 50 years ago or something like that, but no, only last season. A lot of people don't realise, I think, that those 2 are brothers, but Tommy Taylor of Worcestershire and James Taylor of Surrey opposed each other here last year, and that has been sort of repeated today by Ben Allison and Charlie Allison, who may well have been in the same team had Ben not made the move from Essex to Worcestershire. Here's Noah Thane again from the Diglis end, bowling to Rob Jones, who drives very nicely straight down the ground, but as a vain attempt to save it, half saves it mid off, and they get through for 2 more runs. Boundaries have been fairly hard to come by today, generally for Worcestershire. We've had, what have we had? Well, Jones has hit 9 and Anna 6. In fact, he's hit 10. Other than that, they've only been for the 14 other 4s. So the ball hasn't been flying around all over the place, as you would imagine, with only 192 on the board as we reach the end of the 58th over. So it's a pretty ordinary run rate. Thane bowls short, and Jones swivels round and pulls this in the air, and he's caught. He's hit it straight down the throat of the fielder out at deep square leg. What a way to go. He'll be very disappointed. It's Robin Dass out there in the shin pads, actually, ironically, on the boundary. Banged in short. Jones went for it, hit it reasonably well, but straight to Robin Dass. He was looking into the sun. He was a little bit hesitant, but he took the catch, and Rob Jones has perished for a very good 54, but very, very crucial for Essex that they took that wicket before Jones was able to really go on to anything of huge significance. And once again, just when you think that the bat is beginning to dominate, the ball, a wicket falls, and Worcestershire, still without a bonus point for batting this season, in danger once again at 192 for 7 of failing to register 1 today. That said, a good innings by Rob Jones, 117 balls, 9 fours and a 6.
Yeah, I think for Essex, crucial to take the wicket of Jones, because having got that half century, he's been I think you said it, the glue that's held this Worcestershire innings together. And I think timing as well important from the point of view as we approach tea, that they would have wanted to get him out before that point. It felt like it hung in the air for quite a while. Robin Das really had to look into the sun and wait for it to come to him to make sure he was catching it clean. And sometimes those ones where you do have to wait it can be the worst thing about it. You've got too much time to think about it as it hangs in the air and loops towards you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was the end of the over. New batsman is Tom Taylor. I'm just popping off to do a very quick update.
Thank you very much, Frank. I've got more, by the way, from Phil on the sibling research, but we'll wait for that one. As Kaysam Rajitha is going to bowl from the New Road end. So we've got 2 new batters at the crease. Matthew Waite has won from the 2 deliveries that he's faced. Tom Taylor has joined him and will be at the non-strikers end for the start of this over. So second wicket on the board for Thane, having dismissed Rob Jones, as Rajitha is in. That's defended by Waite into the leg side. Coming across from mid-on is Shane Snater to do the fielding. (192.47) as we approach the end of the afternoon session. I'll get to the rest of Phil's email in a moment, as Rajitha is in, and that's outside the edge of Waite's bat through to Michael Pepper behind the stumps for no run. Phil goes on to say, having got that answer right about the siblings, I've been doing my own research on siblings playing and dismissing each other across all formats. In addition to Ben and Charlie Allison, those who've played against each other in Essex against Worcestershire games are the 3 Ashton brothers, Claude and Hubert for Essex and Gilbert for Worcestershire in the 20s. Now, I was learning more about the Ashton brothers last week with David Precy, honorary curator at the Essex Museum, as Rajitha is in to Waite, who defends that one into the offside for no run, when we were learning more about those on the new memorial installed at Chelmsford to mark those who died in service. He was telling me about the Ashton brothers. Phil's also got a list of others who played, with one playing for Essex, which I'll go through in a moment. As Rajitha is over the wicket to Waite, who was trying to get that one through on the offside. We've got Andy and Grant Flower, Alistair and Gus Fraser, John and Titch Freeman, Frank and Arthur Gilligan, Keith and Ian Ponce, and Mark and Steve Waugh. So it's obviously a subject Phil has taken some time over. Thank you very much for your email there.
Oh, Taylor's was too easy for him then, wasn't it?
Yes. You've underestimated Phil's research, as Rajitha is in, and that one's left alone by Waite, but the Essex field like the line and length on that occasion from Essex's Sri Lankan bowler. Dormson's been in touch as well on the league cricket discussion I was having with Oscar from the Cricketer, listening in Northwick in Worcester. Says the mixture of win and lose games is great, but also playing out for the draw is also important because of the chance it gives you for the techniques and understanding of the game to be developed from the younger players who want to see and want to hit the ball around T20 style. As Rajitha is in, that one's pulled by Waite over the top of the field, and he'll get 4 runs for it.
Yeah, lovely shot from Matthew Waite. He's got that in his locker. As we all know, he has struggled a bit recently, but one only has to remember a couple of innings he played at Cheltenham a couple of years ago in the Championship, and the last over of the T20 at Edgbaston last summer when he hit George Garton for 34, 5 sixes and a 4 in the last over. quite capable of clearing the ropes. Different kettle of fish altogether batting against the red ball in Division 1, but a good way for Waite to hit his first boundary. Short, and he just swivelled round and cracked it over mid-wicket. 196 for 7. Tom Taylor, one of the two Taylor brothers playing in Division 1, the other one being James, who plays for Surrey, is now on strike. For the first time he will be facing Noah Thane. 2 for 29 for the Essex medium pacer, who's in and bowls, and Taylor is leaning forward and pushing this one back up the pitch to the bowler. So it's been a good contest here all day. Let's have a look at what's happening elsewhere. Somerset against Sussex at Taunton. Somerset are 193 for 5 against Sussex. That was after Sussex won the toss and chose to bowl. Hampshire Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat, and they are 182 for 5. Thane bowls, and Taylor gets one that nips back at him and just chops the bat down on it and squirts it out into the covers. There's no run. Notts 265 for 7 off 60 overs against Durham, so they're scoring a little bit more quickly than they are in most places. That was after Durham won the toss and chose to bowl. Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bowl against Kent. They're 223 for 6. Middlesex against Leicestershire. Middlesex put into bat by Leicestershire, 187 for 6. Lots of very similar scores to this one here. Thane again is in. Taylor has taken on the pad. Might have just got a little nick on that, I think. Umpire not interested. Not much support for the appeal from behind. Northants Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Northants 162 for 7 off 59. Yorkshire against Surrey. That was at Northants, the only team that won the toss and chosen to bat today, and the score is almost the same as they are everywhere else. So there you go. Yorkshire against Surrey. Yorkshire again, similar score, 198 for 5. Thane is in. Taylor edges through the gap between second and fifth slip. Would have been a dolly for third slip. Instead it's gone to the boundary for 4. Noah Thane buries his head in his hands. Taylor is off the mark. The 200 is up for Worcestershire. They've limped there somewhat. 200 for 7. As I say, Yorkshire 199 for 5. And Derbyshire, who chose to bowl at Old Trafford. Lancs going a little bit better than the other teams around them. Under a new captain today, Mark Harris, he made 45. Luke Wells is 86 not out. Lancashire 165 for 3. So lots of scores quite similar to this one around the country. I think groundsmen around the country are trying to find ways to make the game a bit more of a contest. This one is pushed out on the offside by Taylor. It's been so dry that we haven't had the sort of green seamers that we often get in early season. There've only been there've been 2 or 3 absolute roads, like Edgbaston the other day, Surrey against Warwickshire batting. You could hardly make the ball move off the straight, apparently, whatever you were bowling. And they're leaving a bit more grass on in a lot of places and that kind of thing. Not so much here, where they're just trying to get a decent pitch out, but it's resulting in a lot of scores similar to this, and you have to really earn your batting bonus points. Batting bonus points are not as easy to come by as bowling bonus points generally, certainly not today from what we've seen. 200 for 7. Noah Thane is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Taylor. End of the over. So Thane has 2 for 33 from 9. Taylor is on 4, Waite is on 5. Worcestershire are 200 exactly for 7 off 60 overs. And I think I'm right in saying, off the top of my head, without going back through all the scores, there's only 1 batting bonus point been registered today so far by Notts.
Okay, so Majith is going to continue to bowl from the new road, and I'm going to nip away to update the BBC Essex listeners, Frank.
Yep,
so
of
I'll
course.
leave you to take it.
No problem. Kasan Rajitha then so far. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 40. We've got, what have we got? 4 overs left before tea. Beautiful afternoon here at New Road, and Rajitha is in and bowls to Waite, who is turned round by this, gets an outside edge on it as he tries to play it away on the leg side, and it squirts away to Charlie Allison at backward point, and there's no run. So a little bit of movement potentially for Rajitha there. Just watching a replay now. No, angled down the leg side. I think maybe just Waite just got his angles wrong there and turned his bat a little bit too early. Waits again now as Rajitha is in and bowls, and this time he gets a good bat on it and clips it down to long leg. They complete the first, but only 1 run as Jamie Porter comes in to do the fielding. 201 for 7. If you missed the answer to the quiz, who connects Wakefield, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester? The answer was wicketkeeper Rodney Cass, who played for Tasmania, played for Essex, played for Worcestershire and was born in Wakefield. Rajitha in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Tom Taylor, taken by Michael Pepper, who has caught 4 catches behind the stumps today and generally kept pretty tidily, having had to deal with 1 or 2 wayward deliveries. There have been 8 byes, 2 lots of 4 byes, couldn't do much about either of them. Rajitha in, bowls down the leg side, flicked at by Taylor, makes no contact, taken by the wicket keeper. 201 for 7. One of those 4 byes really way down the leg side. He dived across like a goalkeeper, couldn't get near it. The other one took off and climbed up above his head, and he threw his hands up, sort of pushed it over the bar but wasn't able to hold on to it. 1 or 2 have gone through quite low. He's tall for a wicketkeeper, Pepper. Rajitha bowls down the leg side. Taylor flicks at this, didn't get anything on it, goes down to fine leg for a leg bye. 202 for 7. Men out if you're just joining us, coming in from work, driving home, whatever it might be. Roderick 17, Nichols without scoring, Libby 16, at lunch 84 for 3. After lunch, Kashif Ali for 46, Brett D'Oliveira for 3, Ethan Brooks for 31 and Rob Jones for 54. The men dismissed. Rajitha bowls. Taylor is beaten outside the off stump and there is no run. That is the end of the over. 202 for 7, and I think it's fair to say we've had two partnerships of any real significance. 61 for the 5th wicket between Kashif Ali and Rob Jones, and 59 for the 6th wicket between Ethan Brooks and Rob Jones. But as we said against Durham here at New Road a couple of weeks ago, at no stage really, I think, has any batsman genuinely looked in. You know, when you look at a batsman and you think, yeah, it's going to take something special to dismiss this guy. He's put down some roots, he's settled in, and he's going to bat and bat and bat. Well, we haven't seen that. We have not seen that at all. Didn't see it in the Durham game, haven't seen it here today. Much more difficult than that against good, accurate Essex bowling, which is going to be continued now by Noah Thane from the Diglis end. Burley, medium pacer, he's in, he bowls, and forward comes Taylor and steers it out square on the offside, and there's no run. So, just to give you a bit of detail on that bowling that I'm talking about, Jamie Porter 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39. Shane Snater 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 50. Kasim Rajitha 16 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 41. Simon Harmer just 4 overs for 16. And Noah Thane, who beats the bat again here outside the off stump, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 33. They have bowled very few loose deliveries. Those that have been scored off generally, but very few and far between. Thane is in and bowls, and actually this is a loose delivery, slightly over pitched, and Tom Taylor on the walk drives it up the ground to the Diglis end for his second boundary, which takes him to 8, and the score goes to 206 for 7. We've had 3 slips in place all day. No catches have gone in that direction. Michael Pepper, however, has taken 4. One of them was down the leg side. The other 3 reasonably straightforward. Thane in again, bowls, and Taylor on the back foot dabs it down on the offside, and that's good running. I don't think there was much of a call. Taylor looked up, Waite said yes, I'm coming, and they scampered through for a single, every run being vital. 207 for 7. Taylor goes to 9. Thane is in again and bowls, and forward comes Waite, pushes out on the offside. There's no run, and we're now getting Victoria into the territory where we start trying to work out what's a decent score, don't we? And it's difficult, I think, on this pitch, and we always say it, you've got to see both teams bowl, etc. But I'm of the mind that anything over 250 is decent, respectable. Might not be huge, but it's respectable enough on this pitch. Thane in, bowls, Waite jams down on it. Very full delivery, squeezes up to mid-off. I would go as far as to say 300 would be very good. I think 300 would be handy, to say the least, but could be proved completely wrong. Somebody comes out for Essex and plays a blinder and gets 100, but I'm tempted to revisit my prediction from Chelmsford. If somebody gets 100 in this game, I think they'll finish on the winning side. There's Thane again, in, bowl, short to Waite. Lovely shot from Matthew Waite. He's strong there. He's strong everywhere, but he's a big, strong boy with a big, heavy bat. And that one is just outside off stump, and he's just punched it. Short arm jab through the covers for 4. Good shot. Made sure he found the gap. And that's what it's all about. Excellent stuff from Matthew Waite. It was a loose one. It didn't do a lot, and he just made sure that it went through that gap and hit it well enough to reach the rope. So he goes to double figures. He's on 10, 213 for 7, and cake's arrived. Chris Oldnall slipping into the John Curtis role of cake delivery man at tea time, and that is the end of the over. My first mention of John today, I will just say again, we paid tribute to him last time we were here, but John Curtis, who was for so long the heart and soul of this press box here at Worcester, sadly passed away. We had his funeral on Wednesday. It was a very moving affair, and Worcestershire put on the wake here at New Road and did him proud.
Here, as Rajitha is in, that one's jumped up as it's pitched to Taylor. They come through for the single. I think what you were just saying about not knowing what a good score is, yeah, and the pitch, etc. I think we felt that last week when Essex dismissed Yorkshire in the first innings, but I think it was 216 in the end, and then themselves ending up getting all out for 123. I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I'm pretty sure off the top of my head that was what it was. So you never can tell. As Rajitha is in, that's whipped away by Matthew Waite for
same
4
shot
runs.
Same shot as the last ball of the previous over, really. Just punched away. Very strong.
And it was for Essex as well. They haven't got Cox and Walter, who have been the standout batters for them in the early part of the season. So it is up to some of those others experienced heads to step up, as Rajitha is in, and that one's come off the edge of the bat from Waite, keen to take the quick single, which is encouraged and applauded by the fans here. Worcestershire moving on to 218 for 7, if that's already ticked over. I think 219, sorry, for 7. Rajiv is on his way in to Taylor, who's tried to whip that one away again. This time it's guided towards mid-off, and Tom Wesley stops it for no run.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at Dean Elgar, aren't you, and thinking, come on, earn your money, give us a big one here, hold it together. There's several that could do it, but a player like that gets stuck in.
Rajitha is in, and that one's just jumped up at Taylor, drops in front of him. Phil, who got in touch earlier about siblings, has a whole spreadsheet, and he says, I've checked 383 pairs of siblings this far, both men's and women's game. Wow. look at this for a spreadsheet from Phil. I'll let you
Phil,
study that during tea.
Phil, go out for a walk, get some fresh air. Oh dear, it reminds me of a story that I've told a couple of times, but I'll go through it after this over if I've got time.
219 for 7 as Rajitha is in, and that one was a wide ball.
Years and years and years ago, when I started commentating, it was on something called Cricket Call, where you phoned in for you phoned an 0898 number. It was 35p a minute. We gave the score every ball, so people only needed to ring in for 10 seconds. But it was very popular. We had thousands and thousands of calls, but you never knew how many people were listening. Could be 1, could be 200. You just never knew. And one day we decided to try and find out.
As Rajitha is into Taylor, that one's through to Pepper. And that is the final ball of his over. Worcestershire 220 for 7.
So I was working at Leicester with a chap called Jed Pittman, and we had a spare line in the phone book. We had literally garden sheds we commentated in, painted white, and we were sitting there, and he said somebody played the ball up to mid-on, and Phil Neal fielded the ball. Phil Neal, Worcestershire president, who was here this morning, and Jed said, and the ball is played up to mid-on where it's fielded by Phil Neal, one of the few cricketers I can think of whose first name and surname are both names that could be a first name. Phil Neal. If you can think of any others, let us know. And he gave the number of this red telephone that we had in the box as our spare line. Thane bowls, beautifully driven by Waite and nicely fielded at mid-on by a diving Jamie Porter, I think. And the phone started ringing, and people were coming through with suggestions of people. I can't remember the names now, but there were a few. And so it went on. It livened up a boring last session of that day. Thane bowls, and this one is driven out on the offside, and there's no run. And it was in those days where you'd have another game the next day, literally at a different venue. So the game finished at Grace Road, and we were here the next day. And I turned up the following morning at about 9:30 or something in the morning, and I approached my commentary box, which was at the other end of this New Road stand here, and there was a man sitting outside the commentary box, and he said, "Are you Frank Watson?" I said, "Yes, I am." No Thane in, bowls, and defended by Taylor, no run. And he said, I was listening, and he said, anyway, and he, in those days, because there was no internet, he'd done this research with books and everything overnight, and he had got about 100 names of players.
Wow.
And he said, and finally, he said, after going through them all, finally, if I may be permitted, he said, William Grace. And I had to admit that he'd done a great job. But it just shows you there are so many people with so much interest in the cricket stats. This is driven up to mid-on. They have to hurry, but they do hurry as a throw comes in, and throw hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, and a bail was removed. Good bit of work actually by Jamie Porter, but umpire Ian Blackwell says they were in anyway, and then he looks at his colleague and he says 2 balls left in the over, and Graham Lloyd says yes, 2 balls left before we can tuck into our chocolate cakes, because it will be tea unless he gets a wicket with this one. 222 for 7, double Nelson, and it's Noah Thane from the Diglis end to bowl, and this one is turned on the leg side by Matthew Waite. They'll only take 1. 223 for 7. So in this afternoon session we've seen Kashif Ali bowled by Shane Snater for 46 after a partnership of 61 for the 5th wicket with Rob Jones. Brett D'Oliveira caught behind by Michael Pepper off Shane Snater for 3. Ethan Brooks, somewhat unfortunate to be caught down the leg side by Pepper off the bowling of Porter for 31 after adding 59 for the 6th wicket with Jones. And then Jones, who hadn't reached double figures before today this season, just break off as the last ball before tea is bowled by Thane and hammered back up the pitch by Waite, but the bowler does his own fielding and there's no runs at the end of the over. Jones made that first double figure score, took it on in fact to a half century, but out for 54 off 117 balls with 9 fours and a 6. At tea, Worcestershire are 223 for 7. Matthew Waite is 17, Tom Taylor is 11, Jamie Porter 1 for 39, Shane Snater 3 for 50, Kasim Rajitha 1 for 48, and Noah Thane 2 for 47 are the wicket takers. I'd say it's been Essex's afternoon, but Worcestershire not too far behind the 8 ball after that afternoon session, but in the sunshine it's been a real battle.
Yeah, absolutely, and there have been points where Worcestershire have started building those partnerships, Jones and Kashif Ali, Jones and Brooks as well. Even this partnership between Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor, Waite on 17 and Taylor on 11, could prove vital.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road. Play about to begin, session 3, day 1, Worcestershire against Essex, Rothesay County Championship, Division 1, and at tee, the home side put into bat 223 for 7, with Tom Taylor on 11 and the batsman on strike after the break, Matthew Waite, who is on 17. Jamie Porter is to take up the attack from the New Road end. Coming in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Waite, who is on the back foot, pushing that out on the offside, and there's no run. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39 Porter before this session began. 31 overs left in the day after this, and every likelihood, as my colleague Victoria Polly, who's alongside me, was saying just before the break, that we'll see the Essex innings in reply to this Worcestershire first innings beginning in this session. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Jamie Porter, hoping that'll be the case, is in now, bowls, and Waite is taking off one hand as he fends this one away on the offside. If you're an Essex opening batter, you're probably hoping that it's sooner rather than later, I think, because if that were me out there, I'd be thinking, well, I'd rather come in and bat with an hour and a half to go in the session than with half an hour to go. Got a chance to get in and establish yourself, and you haven't got that nasty little idea of just surviving for a few overs, always uncomfortable. Porter in again, bowl short, and Waite just hammers this away on the leg side. Very, very strong square of the wicket. Matthew Waite on both sides showed with 2 good shots through the covers before the interval that he was strong on the offside. That one just dragged down a little bit by Porter and punched away on the leg side by Waite, who goes to 21. Men out for Worcestershire: Roderick 17, Nichols 0 and Libby 16 this morning, and then in the afternoon session Kashif Ali 46, Brett D'Oliveira 3, Ethan Brooks 31 and Rob Jones 54. So 227 for 7. A man now dispatched to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Robin Das fielding in his shin pads. Hasn't been in at short leg for a good while. And Porter is in and bowls a much fuller delivery, which Waite punches up to Rajitha and mid-on.
Just likes to be prepared.
Yeah, and he was wearing those when he was out on the boundary on the other side of the ground when he caught Rob Jones earlier. And well, it's good because it makes identification a little bit easier. They should all have something quirky, and then you know, like a number on the back with their name would be a good idea.
How revolutionary.
Yeah. Porter in again, bowls, and it's taken on the pads, Waite, as he tries to work this one away through mid-wicket. And there's no run.
There's nothing worse than 2 batters coming out both with tops on over or jumpers on without numbers.
No, well, Worcestershire jumpers don't have numbers, but you won't have that problem very much in this game because the weather is going to be good, I think, for most of the time. But yeah, in the field, their short sleeve jumpers don't have numbers on. Porter again, bowls, and Waite does get a bat on it this time. He gets a single. He'll keep the strike because that was the last ball of the over. 228 for 7. Waite goes to 22. It's a glorious scene as we look out across New Road with the cathedral bathed in sunshine and trees on the riverbank in full leaf. And yeah, in answer to that question before about how far exactly the river is, if you look at that sort of second row of trees that you can see over there, they are on the riverbank, so it's not far at all.
I think that's my plan for the morning. Motivate myself for a little run along the river, maybe.
Right. Well, I'll tell you where to go. The run along the river. If you're staying in this hotel, you can it doesn't matter which way you go. So you can go over the town bridge and turn right, or you can go along this toper. About 3/4 of a mile, you come to another bridge, a footbridge, which is a new white sort of suspension bridge, and cross over that and then run back on the other side. Nice little loop, about 1.5 miles, I'd say. Perfect.
Okay.
And you might see me walking the dog.
Shane Snater is bowling from the Diglis end. He's in to Matthew Waite, who defends that one. It was a bit of a late night last night with the Southend United playoff drama, so this morning I went for a walk rather. I had an errand to run, so I went for a walk today, but I told myself that tomorrow I am going to get up and try and make the most of it.
That's a nice run. A lot of people will be running it in the morning. You'll see them.
As long as I don't get lost.
No, well, you can't. It's just
Follow the river.
A simple circle. Yeah, 2 bridges.
Snater is in. Waite takes that one and decides immediately to come through for the singles. He's just dabbed it far enough away from the fielder to scamper through.
Yeah, from just over one bridge. I'd go over the town bridge, turn right, down the other side. When you get to the white, you'll see the white footbridge, quite new and funky, and then over the footbridge and back on this side. It's very pretty. There's a big weir as well, and you'll pass the Diglis Hotel, which is where all the tours used to start. I've got Don Bradman's diary of the 1948 tour, and the forward is signed off Diglis Hotel, Worcester, as they always started here, the tours.
Snater is into Taylor, who plays that one uppishly back to the bowler.
Slightly worried about the fact that this iPad is on charge, but it's still going down. So it's on. It says it's charging. It's not. It's not charging, but it's not charging as quickly as it's using power, which is a bit worrying. I have to get it on the other one.
229 for 7. Snater's making his way in for the 4th ball of the over. That one's left alone by Tom Taylor through to Pepper. Still a good crowd around. Quite a few enjoying the sunshine. Did enjoy seeing a few dogs as well when I walked around the ground earlier.
Yeah, it's nice that they're allowed in, isn't it?
Yeah, taking the most of the shade around the ground as well. As Snater is in, that one's defended by Taylor. Oscar's going to rejoin us on commentary. See what he makes of this final session. Snater's on his way in to Taylor, who again is defending this one. And that's the final ball of the over, 229 for 7. We've had the 66 overs today. So from a Worcestershire point of view, they'll be eyeing that 250 and building another partnership here between Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor. From an Essex point of view, they'll be looking at those 3 wickets, trying to get the job finished in this final session of day 1. Jamie Porter is going to be the man bowling from the New Road end still. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, just bringing the ball to the umpire and asking him to check it.
Not for the first time today. They've had a question about the ball, but this time it passes its various tests and it survives.
Yes, umpire's happy enough that they can continue, and Jamie Porter, who's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 44, same as the number on his back, is in from the New Road end. That's dabbed by Matthew Waite into the offside. They come through for a quick single, sharp work in the field by Essex to get the ball in quickly, but the batter's home safe, and Worcestershire moved to 230 for 7.
Intriguing final session I think we've got here. It really is in the balance at the moment. I think we've probably not seen as much variable bounce towards the end of that second session as maybe we saw at the start of it, which definitely brought Worcestershire back into it, but a couple of quick wickets again, and Essex might be back on top.
In comes Porter to Taylor, takes the bottom hand off the back as he plays that one into the leg side, no run. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Thanks again for your email, Phil, regarding the siblings. Enjoyed your response to Frank's story about the two first names cricketers. As Porter is in, Taylor jabs the bat down on that one back to the bowler. And afternoon as well on the emails too. Richard on the emails, who says, enjoying the coverage. I did submit Dickie Bird as my answer to the intriguing question, can I claim second prize, because Dickie did indeed umpire at Chelmsford, Worcester and in a test match at Hobart, and he also signed copies of his autobiography at a store in Wakefield, so I claim tenuous victory with that one. As Porter is on his way into Taylor, turns that one into the leg side for no run as Matt Critchley trots in to pick the ball up for Essex. Enjoying the commentary, look forward to getting tomorrow's question as right as well, says Richard. Yeah, Frank's gone off to come up with another brain teaser, I'm sure. So Taylor's on 11 from the 28 deliveries his face, Matthew Waite 24 from 27. It's Jamie Porter is into Taylor, whips that one through the leg side, picked up by Snater coming in off the fine leg boundary, and they'll get a single, 231 for 7.
It'd be really interesting to find out after today's play whether this is a plan that they've put in place here, the home side. But it always seems that since lunch, one member of the partnership has taken that aggressive role. Waite doing it in this one.
As Porter is in, Waite defends that one back down the pitch. End of the over, 231 for 7.
I think there was just a recognition maybe that in the first session they allowed the game to be played to them rather than take the game on, whether that was the tentativeness of the winless start they've made to the season, but it just seems to me that they've played their best cricket today when they've been a bit more on the front foot, showed a bit more intent against this Essex bowling lineup.
Shane Snater's going to continue to bowl from the Diglis end, but I can see Simon Harmer in the slips going through some stretches, and we'll see if that becomes more animated as we go through the over. I'll run you through the scores from elsewhere after tea shortly as well. Snater's beginning his run up. Tom Taylor is waiting on strike. Snater is in. That one's past the outside edge of Taylor's bat through to Pepper for no run. Nottinghamshire 307 for 8 at Durham. 136 for Hamid in that one. He's still going. Somerset 257 for 5 against Sussex. James Rue released a play for Somerset by England, made 46. Archie Vaughan is 43, not out. As Snater is in, and Taylor is struck on the pad there, and there's a big appeal from the Essex field. Nothing from the umpire.
I've not had a particularly good time of things with appealing today, but
no.
That was a curtailed appeal. I think there was a recognition that was not out.
Yeah, first wicket that went down this morning was Gareth Roderick LBW to Shane Snater, but everything else has been caught behind, bar one, which was bowled by this man Snater. His figures 3 for 51 as he is in. Taylor gets bad on it that time and plays it back to the bowler. Yorkshire 237 for 6. Johnny Bairstow 89 not out now for the visitors at the Oval. There was a bit of a mid-order collapse for Yorkshire, but Bairstow doing his best, the captain, to steady the ship. Hampshire 219 for 7 in their match at Warwickshire. I'll take you through Division 2 in a moment as well, as Snater is in, and that one's just flicked out into the leg side there from Taylor. Not sure he had too much idea where that had ended up. Northamptonshire 185 all out at Glamorgan. Kent 263 for 6 at Gloucestershire. Lancashire 197 for 3 against Derbyshire, and Middlesex 204 for 7 against Leicestershire. We were saying earlier it's all very similar around the country at the moment. Somerset and Durham women play in the County Cup this evening, as Snater is in and Taylor drives that one back to the bowler. Essex as women in action against Yorkshire in that competition tomorrow. Conversations in the Essex field. And Snater making his way back to his markers. Here he comes into Taylor, and that one is past the outside edge to Michael Pepper. Do you like that delivery, Oscar? Who's nodding at that one?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's always a good sign in a day of red ball cricket is if the ball is still going past the bat. If it's the first innings and we're into the evening session and that happens, I think it's a sign of a good even contest. Speaking to Frank earlier, and really think that the best type of red ball cricket is when the bowlers just have the slight edge, and I think that's what we've seen, and we've seen enough today to suggest that, which makes Worcestershire's batting effort all the better.
So we are going to see Simon Harmer. The limbering up was for another spell with the ball. 4 overs from him so far today. 0 for 16. And therefore Robin Dasser's decision to keep the pads on even when he was out in the deep is justified, because he's going back under the helmet at short leg. Tom Wesley, the captain's come to long on, just away to our left hand side, as Harmer is in. On the back foot is Matthew Waite, and he has swiped that one through the covers for 4 runs.
Early days obviously in the second spell, but they really didn't let him ever settle in that first spell. It was a really important passage of play, you felt. It was before we'd seen any real sort of uneven bounce from the seamers, and they were just aggressive enough to keep Simon Harmer honest.
Harmer in to Waite, who's driving that one off the bottom edge of the bat, really didn't get the proper connection, and Shane Snater will collect at mid-wicket for no run. Harmer quick with the turnaround. There's a big appeal there from the Essex field as he got Waite back in his crease. The umpire, as we've seen with the LBWs, is unmoved. I'll try and get this back on the big screen so we can have a look at the replay. Get Oscar to talk us through that in a moment if he gets a better look at it than me, as Harmer is in. Forward this time is Waite, turning that one into the leg side. There's no single there on that occasion.
Just that really impressive length that he managed to find, because he's quite a tall off spinner. He can push it a bit fuller and still get that turn and bounce and force people onto the back foot.
Harmer into Waite, was coming forward for that one. It's through to, well, actually it's popped out, and Pepper's going to come from behind the stumps to collect it back to the bowler, Simon Harmer. Often see him getting through quite a lot of overs, but not on this occasion, as Harmer is in, and that one had a bit more turn to it. His Waite just diverts it into the leg side. Final ball of the over, Worcestershire 235 for 7.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to speak to a couple of early season county spinners. Spoke to Dan Moriarty from Yorkshire and Calvin Harrison from on loan at Northants at the moment. And there's been less spin in the first. There was less spin in the first 4 weeks of this season by quite a lot than there was last season, and quite unexpected because it's been a really dry start to the summer. But yeah, the role of the spinner is fascinating in county championship cricket, and Harmer has been one of the best since he joined Essex.
Shane Snater from the Diglis end into Taylor. That's past the bat through to Pepper. As usual, he's got Dean Algar for company in the slips. He must be thinking, how long before I get out here and have a chance to have a bat on this pitch? What will it be like when he does get that opportunity?
It's a real South African feel to the slip and keeper combo.
Absolutely. As Snater is in, a shorter delivery which is whipped away by Taylor, and it's all the way to the boundary. Over pitched there from Snater, who didn't really get the delivery right on that occasion, and Taylor can put it away for 4 runs, 239 for 7, moving closer to that all-important bonus batting point.
It will be important, and I think it will be important mentally as much as anything else.
Snater's on his way in, on the back foot this time, comes off the pad of Taylor, who manages to get through for one leg by. Just popped off the pad and trickled away to third.
My first impression is height, but I think it could be a little bit leg side. Shane Snater was distraught that wasn't given. He did stay in the middle of the pitch with his head in his hand for quite a while after his appeal was turned down.
He's still on his way back to his mark, is the Essex bowler, who's taken 3 wickets today, including his 150th in first class cricket. That was of the Worcestershire captain Basil D'Oliveira. As Snater is in, that's clipped in to the leg side by Waite, comes through for the single, 240 for 7. 241 even, it ticks over. There we go. Taylor's on 16 as Snater makes his way in, and again a similar shot, maybe just a bit squarer this time from Tom Taylor, and it will slow up inside the boundary rope on this occasion. We saw him hit it for 4 a couple of deliveries ago. This time he will get a couple of runs for his troubles.
Yeah, just didn't seem to get as crisp a contact as he did with the one earlier in the over. That one on what has been a very speedy outfield today, just holding up before the boundary rope.
Yeah, it was 3 runs, 244 for 7. Taylor moves to 19 at the non-striker's end. Matthew Waite on 29 waits for the final ball of Shane Snater's over. In comes Snater, that's off the toes into the leg side for a single, for Waite to keep the strike and move to 30. End of the over, 244 for 7. We have had 70 overs. Shane Snater just in conversation with the umpire potentially about that LBW appeal even.
Yeah, I mentioned his reaction. It was a strange sort of reaction, just sort of despondent rather than anything else, and he hangs his head as he wanders back down to find leg to field. before quickly realising that he's in the wrong place. So he's gone to mid-wicket. I think this Simon Harmer spell could really define the day, really.
And he comes from the New Road end. That's off the toes of Waite. And will be picked up at long on by Wesley for a single.
It is interesting that Wesley was picked out there. He dropped himself back when Rob Jones came down the wicket a few times earlier and hit him down the ground. Simon Harmer, that is, and so he stuck with that, but it does just give the easy single here and just allows them to drift very calmly to that 250 mark.
The spin of Simon Harmer into Taylor, and that's just turned past short leg for no run. I mean, we haven't seen Matt Critchley and his leg spin at all today, so Essex having more joy with the seam on this pitch on day one as Harmer is in. It's an attempted sweep from Taylor, who was getting low to it and hasn't got hold of it, as Slater calmly picks it up at mid-wicket for no run.
Robin Dasson his shin pads coming into effect there. Definitely worth keeping them on for that as it crashes into them.
Yep. Could be an opportunity to present itself as there's another big heave from Taylor out into the deep for a single. 247 for 7, Taylor on to 20, so inching ever closer to her first batting point of the season. Harmer's on his way in, that's defended with a straight bat this time round for Waite. Still lovely sunshine, blue skies around New Road. Lots of people still enjoying that sunshine on their Friday evening as Harmer is in, and that's pushed towards mid-off by Waite for no run, end of the over, 247 for 7.
It's going to be a really sort of difficult day to really judge if it carries on in this vein. I think there's times today where we've seen a pitch that 300 could easily be a winning first innings total, and at other times where serene's not the right word, but there's been enough to suggest that you'd want even more than that, and you do wonder if it was slightly caused by the tentativeness of the Worcestershire start that they found themselves in a situation that they have.
Bowling at the biggest end, Noah Thane.
Essex bring Noah Thane back into the attack as they look to break this partnership between Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor. It's Taylor on strike. Thane's figures so far, 2 for 47 from the 11 overs that he's bowled. And you get the wicket of Rob Jones as he is in to Taylor, who gets bat on that first delivery and just plays it back down the pitch.
Yeah, not been much to shout about for the Essex bowlers so far in this session. Quite a handy start. It does feel like we're always on the edge of something.
Thane's on his way into Taylor. Jabs the bat down on that one. Squirts out into the field. Straight to Charlie Allison. Another dot ball.
I was very entertained just during the tea break when I was in my position in the press box. There was a very overly honest Worcestershire fan.
Estain is in over the wicket, whipped into the leg side by Taylor. It's 4 runs, and that cheer you will hear as well is for the first batting point of the Worcestershire season, and everyone is laying down.
Any idea what's happening?
Everyone has stayed down.
Everyone but the two fielders on the boundary down. One umpire is up now.
Swarm of bees, I think.
Swarm of bees, we think.
It is believed that a swarm of bees have just gone across the ground.
Wow.
Either that or the players are now very tired.
Well, that was almost immediately as the batting point was secured. Everyone went to
Yes.
ground, and I wasn't sure if it was
So amazed.
shock
Yes.
or what was happening. But a swarm of bees, we're told, was why everyone, including the umpires, were down on the ground. I thought maybe they were worried about a wayward throw coming in from the boundary, wherever that ball had ended up. But yeah, very bizarre moment here as Worcestershire moves on to 255 for 7. So batting point secured. Taylor is on to 24 as Thane is in, and he tries to pull that one away. Doesn't get full connection, but he gets enough connection on it to get another 4 runs in a similar position. And everyone's still on their feet, and I can't see a swarm of bees anywhere near us, so I think we're safe.
I mentioned the South African connection in the slip and wicketkeeper cordon at the moment.
Yes.
The only other time I've seen that is during a South African ODI, one of the pink games where South Africa wear a pink shirt for breast cancer awareness, and a swarm of bees forced all the players to lie down like that.
Thane is into Taylor, and that is going to be a 3rd boundary in a row. There's really no stopping him now. This time it's guided away from Allison, who had no chance to get there. 259 for 7. Taylor moves to 32. Matthew Waite for 31. And I will make way for Frank Watson, who can take us through securing the batting point.
Well, I did mention the very pessimistic Worcestershire fan that I overheard at tea say that they were going to be bowled out for 248. So we've passed that, and we've got a batting point on the board.
Well, I thought all the players pretending they needed to lie down was taking it a bit far, as this one is through outside the off stump from Thane and left alone by Taylor. 259 for 7. I thought, just they've got a batting point, you don't have to pretend it's overwhelmed you. And then I realised it was a swarm of bees, and they were not making fun of Worcestershire. But no, seriously, good effort by these two, I think, since tea, and probably just beginning to get a little bit annoying now for Essex, having had them at 192 for 7. But Simon Harmer, calm as ever as he comes in from the New Road end, starts a new over, bowling to Waite, who's on 31, and he pushes that out on the onside, and there's no run. But yeah, they've played well, these two. Pitch seems to have settled down again a bit now, but the ball is old. Coming up to new ball time as Harmer bowls and Waite drives on the onside, and is a little bit hesitant. Might have got a run, took so long to make his mind up that having come about 5 or 6 yards down, he actually had to scamper back as Shane Snater's throw came in to the keeper. Harmer again is in and bowls, and Waite is blocking that one out on the offside, and there's no run. So 259 for 7, and Worcestershire have a first batting bonus point of the season. Harmer in, bowls, and forward comes Waite and pushes out on the offside again, and there's no run.
I did mention that we feel still at a fascinating juncture, because these 3 wickets could easily fall very quickly from now.
Absolutely. Harmer again is in and bowls, and Waite defends. You've got Ben Allison in next, who is a reasonably capable performer with the bat. But I mean, on this pitch against a first division attack, you wouldn't really back the tail very much. Yadvinder Singh, very much an unknown quantity with the bat. I think I've only ever seen him bat once. This one pushed out on the offside by Waite, keeps the strike at the end of the over, and the score moves on to 260 for 7. But you're absolutely right, it could all be over very quickly, and if I was an Essex opening batsman, I'd kind of be hoping that it either is over very quickly and you get a proper go at it, or they carry on, don't score too many but carry on till tomorrow, because nothing worse than that half-hour period or 20-minute period at the end of the day.
And I just wonder, in the grand scheme of things, whether Worcestershire will just be thinking about that. If these two can just make it until if there is said collapse, if there is those 3 wickets quickly, they've at least got the silver lining of that period. Yeah,
absolutely. If they can get to 300 before that happens, then all the better. As Noah Thane continues from the Diglis end, bowling to Waite, who turns this one away on the onside, and there's no run. So Worcestershire, in a way, just perhaps doing to Essex what 2 or 3 sides have done to them this season, which is, having been in a parlous position, they've dug themselves out of it a little bit, because they were 123 for 5. So they've done okay to recover from there to the current 260 for 7. It remains that score as Matthew Waite tucks this one away on the leg side. In fact, did it remain? No, I don't think it does, because I've got a feeling that was a no ball. Just hasn't gone on the board yet, and I've just spotted the umpire. Yeah, no ball was signalled, so it's 262 for 7. First no ball of the innings, I think I'm right in saying. As Thane comes in again and bowls, and on the back foot, Waite is punching this one into the offside, and straight to Charlie Allison at short extra cover. And there's no run. Charlie Allison, whose brother Ben will be in next. I've had quite enough talk about siblings today, I think, owing to my little quiz question earlier on. But the big quiz question of the day, the one about who links several places, as Thane bowls again and Waite drives up to mid-off, and again there's no run. The answer was Rodney Cass, born in Wakefield, played for Tasmania, played for Essex, played for Worcestershire, and it was correctly identified by several Essex members who got in touch with Victoria on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, but Worcestershire supporters who get in touch with me, as Waite is beaten outside the off stump by this one. They usually get in touch with me on Twitter or X at FrankWatson58. None of them guessed the name Rodney Cass. So Essex Anoraks 1, Worcestershire Anoraks 0. We'll have another quiz question tomorrow, hopefully, concerning both counties again, if I can think of one. Waite on 32, Taylor on 32, and so far they have added 70 for this 8th wicket. Good effort by them. Thane is in and bowls, and make that 74, because that is a beautiful straight drive from Matthew Waite, over pitch from Noah Thane, and Waite leaning into it. Well, minimum of fuss, maximum of efficiency. Big strong boy Matthew Waite, big bat, and showed the full face of it, stroked it back past the bowler to the boundary. 266 for 7. Just watching the replay of that, and yeah, well, it doesn't get much more straightforward than that, I think. No fuss. Bat through ball. Thane in again, bowls short, and Waite has heaved this one away on the leg side for 6. It looked as though it might have Robin Das interested again on the deep square leg boundary, but too much on it from Matthew Waite. Cleared the ropes. Second 6 of the innings. 10 off 2 balls, and Worcestershire Moving on a pace to 272 for 7. Matthew Wake goes to 42, and Tom Taylor has 32. A rare sort of. I don't think we've had 2 consecutive loose deliveries in the entire day, really. But we did there, and Wake capitalised very, very effectively.
It was a really good proactive bit of batting, I thought. We mentioned that the pitch had just died down a touch. There was one that popped up the ball before the 2 boundaries in a row, but he stayed calm and reacted well.
Absolutely right. And he gets the strike again now, because Taylor has just turned the first ball of this new Simon Harmer over away on the leg side. Total goes to 273 for 7. And Worcestershire continuing to recover nicely from their 123 for 5 at one stage. Harmer is in and bowls, and Waite is slightly disturbed by this one. Goes on the back foot, looks to flick it away on the leg side, didn't get anything on it, taken on the pad, just dribbles away to the man behind square, who is Kasan Rajitha. And there's no run. Harmer again is in bowls, and Waite is driving this one straight past the bowler, picks up a single, and the score goes on to 274 for 7. Harmer with a fairly conventional field on the offside, slip backward point, sweeper on the boundary mid off, and then on the onside long on, mid wicket on the drive, deep mid wicket on the boundary, leg slip, short leg, and a man round the corner. But this one drifting in to Taylor's pads rather too much, is swept by Taylor, and the man on the leg boundary is mid wicket rather than deep backward square, where he might be on a more conventional field, and the man inside what would be a circle at short backward square leg is not able to cut it off, so it goes down to the one remaining horse chestnut tree here at New Road, if you know the ground, and it's 4 more, 278 for 7. Harmer in, bowls, and Taylor is watchfully forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Glorious evening, decent crowd, been in all day, thinning out a little bit now as people go home for tea. Harmer in again, bowls, quicker delivery, and Taylor pushes out on the onside. No run, end of the over at 278 for 7.
I do wonder if Essex might consider bringing long on in. Tom Wesley's positioned himself down there on the boundary, and it just allowed a nice gentle push for a single there before the boundary, and just in the thought that they might just be looking to control Worcestershire's run rate here, because they've raced to 278, and suddenly that could, as leg spin gets introduced, that could easily turn to 300.
Yeah, Matt Critchley coming into the attack. I saw him loosening up earlier, and I thought it was an interesting move. Could of course go either way. He's a decent leg spinner. He's more than a part-timer, I think it's fair to say, but at the same time, like any leg spinner, he's capable of a loose one, and both these batsmen are capable of capitalising on a loose one. He's got a slip in, backward point, sweeper square on the offside, short extra, and a long off, well, mid to long off, halfway back, 2/3 of the way back, and then on the onside, very conventional leg spinners field, mid on, straightish mid wicket, man on the 45 saving one, and a deep square leg. So it's pretty conventional field for Matt Critchley. Bounces in from the Diglis end, and the best thing about that from a leg spinner's point of view is that he lands his first one. It's always nice to see the first one come out and land, and he does, and it almost produced a bit of confusion. Waite struck it back up the pitch, Critchley half fielded it, and they got through for a single, not without a little bit of hesitation, but single taken, 279 for 7. Taylor goes to 37, Waite on strike as Critchley bowls, and he's forward to this one, just steering it out on the offside Sorry, it was Waite that got the single. Taylor on strike now, steering it out on the offside. But Critchley, fairly experienced leg spinner. As I say, there are a few occasional leg spinners around. He's better than that, I think. He's in and he bowls, and plenty of spin on that one as it runs off the face of the bat out behind square on the offside. He's landed his first 3. But unless you're Shane Warne, I haven't known many other leg spinners who don't bowl a bad one every now and again. He's steered out square on the offside, this time by Taylor for a single. He goes to 38, 279 for 7. Waite on 44. Good partnership by these two. Critchley bowls. Waite drives up to mid-on, and they hurry through as Regitha fields, but they're home comfortably. Have to say, and it seems an odd thing to say on a day where the batsmen have struggled for the most part, but I think Worcestershire's running has been good today. They've, even when it was difficult this morning, they tried to rotate the strike, tried to take their singles, and there weren't that many around. Critchley in now bowls, and that one is left alone by Taylor outside the off stump, and that is the end of Critchley's first over. No real alarms in it. 3 runs came from it. The new ball is only 4 overs away, and pretty certain it will be taken by Jamie Porter and Shane Snater. It's 281 for 7.
Yeah, really interesting passage of play here. We seem to do this quite a lot, you know, that wait for the new ball. I think if Worcestershire really want to take the initiative here, it might not be the worst idea just to think about being aggressive but not reckless in these 4 overs, just before we see that new ball.
Simon Harmer bowls, and this one is short of a length and steered out through the offside on the back foot by Matthew Waite for a single, and brings Taylor onto strike. 38 not out. Harmer bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, misses it, taken by Pepper down the leg side, removes the bails, but no appeal. Slightly odd removal of the bails given that Taylor was on the back foot, but sometimes just do it instinctively, I suppose. Harmer in, bowls, and Taylor again is working this one away on the leg side. No run. There's Harmer in, bowls, and Taylor plays a very, very well executed little reverse down to third man, and it's flicked back inside the rope by the pursuing Critchley, and they come back for 3 runs. So a nicely executed shot from Taylor, and it brings him 3, and it takes him on to 41, and the total to 285 for 7. As Harmer is in again and bowls, and Waite on the back foot plays out on the offside. We keep getting little blasts of BBC Hereford and Worcester's output through our headphones, not quite sure why, but as long as it doesn't become too frequent, we can probably cope. Here's Harmer again in, bowls, Waite drives back to him. End of the over, another one gone. 77 gone now, 3 to the new ball. Worcestershire 15 away from a second batting bonus point. Like London buses, you wait all season for one and then 2 come along at once. These 2 came together at 192 for 7, so they're doing pretty well. 285 for 7.
That reverse paddle type thing in the last over was really interesting. It was we talked when we were on together earlier about Ethan Brooks's reverse sweep, and that's he hits it very hard and very strong and well. That was just a delicate little flick.
Keep talking.
But Matt Critchley is going to continue here for his second over.
Hi, it's Frank
Comes
at
in,
cricket.
arms up together.
I keep getting blasts of Malcolm through my
and played back to him very gently for no run.
Thanks, Oscar. I've just tried to do something about the interruptions we keep getting. Critchley bowls, and forward comes Taylor. Plays out on the offside. I agree with you. Fascinating passage of play. New ball to come. Could all end in 1 over.
Yeah.
But Worcestershire are getting themselves into a position of contention, shall we say, not necessarily strength. This one played off the back foot. And we have to reserve judgment on the pitch until we've seen both sides bowl on it. Certainly batting looks easier now than it has, but that might change when the new ball is taken. Critchley bowls, worked away on the onside by Taylor. Oh, weight comes a long way down, has to scamper back in. You do not want a run out in a situation like this. But having said they've run well throughout, you've got to accept that they're in a positive frame of mind, and Waite wanted a single there, but Taylor sent him back, and it wasn't in the end a fatal hesitation, but it was close. 285 for 7 it remains, but if Worcestershire get past 300, I think they'll feel fairly happy with the way the day's gone, given they lost the toss. And we're at one stage 123 for 5. This one driven up to mid-on by Taylor.
I think you used the word annoying to describe this partnership when we first got on. This is now substance.
Yeah, absolutely. Critchley in, bowl short, Taylor cuts out to the man on the cover boundary, that's Charlie Allison. Single taken, Taylor keeps the strike, end of the over. 2 left to the new ball. Waite has 46, Taylor has 42, and they've added 94 so far for this 8th wicket, 59 added for the 6th wicket, and 61 added for the 5th wicket, so 59 for the 7th wicket, was it? No, 6th wicket. So yeah, 3 partnerships of some significance. This is the biggest, and that will be the most annoying thing, I think, Oscar.
And I mentioned earlier that I thought it might have been a thing that one person in the partnership is the aggressor and one's not, but these two are sort of matching each other at the moment in terms of tempo as well, and progressing the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've played. It's been a good partnership, a proper partnership, I would say. As Harmer bowls round the wicket to Waite, who defends down on the onside, and they've faced similar amounts of the bowling as well. 59 balls for Waite and 60 odd for Taylor. Can't quite see from here exactly how many, as this one is turned on the onside by Taylor for a single. Takes him on to 43. Brings Waite on strike, and he's pushing this one from Harmer out on the offside. Slightly quicker delivery. A good effort from these two, attempting to put together a 100 partnership. It would be the first of the innings if they manage it. As Harmer bowls, and Waite is just running an arm ball down to short third man off the face of the bat, delivered from round the wicket, angled across him, just opened the face and steered it to backward point. No run. One more over after this before the new ball. Harmer, 2 balls left in this one. Round the wicket, bowls to Waite, who just dabs this down on the onside. As we say often as well, the thing with the new ball, it goes off the bat a bit harder and a bit quicker than the old ball as well, so it can be a double-edged sword, as it were. As Harmer finishes his over by pushing one through against Waite, and he just plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. So Harmer 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34. Critchley has bowled 2 overs for just 4 runs, and he's going to carry on from the Diglis end. Pretty sure after this over we will see the new ball taken. I dare say Jamie Porter will share it with Shane Snater. Porter is already loosening up.
I think that last over was a really significant psychological win. The switch to around the wicket, the lots of arm balls, lots of quicker balls, just to try and stop the momentum, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, didn't give them anything to hit, and he is obviously capable of bowling the full gamut of deliveries at the off spinners in the off spinners armoury, and on that over he bowled an over where he didn't want anybody to take a run off him, and it was very well done indeed. As Critchley starts a new over, his first ball is turned on the leg side by Taylor out to square leg, and again there is no run, so they've been becalmed a little bit in the last couple of overs. Critchley in, bowls and gets a wicket, possibly the googly, possibly kept a little bit low, but Taylor was on the back foot and it shot through and bowled him. So the 100 partnership is not to be. 95 they added, but it's a bonus wicket. Yeah, I don't think it was a googly. I think he just misread the length, went back to a ball that he probably should have come forward to, bowled off his pad, and Matt Critchley, well, that is a bonus when you bring a leg spinner on just to hasten the arrival of the new ball, and he breaks the partnership. Excellent partnership. Taylor gone for 43, Worcestershire 287 for 8.
But how often do you see that? Just allowing, just for a sec, maybe for the first time since this morning's session, the home side just allowed the game to drift, even for a matter of a couple of overs, and it's cost Taylor's wicket there.
But a really good partnership for that 8th wicket of 95. Tom Taylor is applauded by the Worcestershire faithful as he goes back to the pavilion, and Ben Allison, the former Essex seam bowler, comes out to bat with the new ball imminent. Worcestershire 287 for 8.
Yeah, the as you mentioned, the true value of that partnership we won't know until both sides have bowled on it, but it does feel significant in the context of this first day, on what we've seen, how difficult it was at the start of that afternoon session. That's a tremendous fight back from that pair.
Yeah, really good, but a real bonus for Essex, and a really nicely bowled wicket for Critchley, because he's landed every one of his leg breaks, hardly bowled a bad ball, and that one was smack on. Really, it was a very, very nicely flighted delivery, and it did. I suppose you'd have to say Tom Taylor was deceived in the air, because he's gone back to one he probably should have gone forward to, and therefore credit to the bowler. Good dismissal, and as I say, Critchley is more than a part-timer, and I think he's shown that here. So here we go, 4 balls left until the new ball is due. Ben Allison has been surrounded to some extent by fielders, and he drives his first delivery into the covers, and there's no run. 287 for 8. And as in again comes Critchley, and Allison is forward, plays out on the offside, and there's no run again.
Just the value of accuracy here as a leg spinner. Leg spinners do and can make things happen. He's been so accurate in his
his
3 over spell.
Yeah, absolutely. So slip and a short leg in place as Critchley is in and Allison is forward and playing out on the offside. And again there is no run. Critchley then 1 for 4, 1 ball left. This will be his last over. I'm sure we'll see the new ball taken. He's more than done his job, and this one Allison's off the mark because it's cut away out to cover for a single, so he will keep the strike. Matthew Waite remains on 46. The new ball, I think, is being taken. Jamie Porter's warm-up has become rather more vigorous, and Worcestershire are 288 for 8, 12 runs away from a second bonus point.
In those tiny moments that feel like it might define games, that single off the last ball to to bring the number 10 back on strike to face a new ball might prove significant. It might be completely inconsequential, but it does create a bit of interest here.
Well, the new ball has been taken. Shiny red cherry in Jamie Porter's hand as he stands at the end of his run-up, and he will be bowling to his former teammate Ben Allison. I'm sure they've played a lot of cricket together over the years. 3 slips waiting, in he comes from the New Road end and bowls, and Allison leaves that alone outside the off stump. And I think, as you're quite right, it could all be over very quickly. I think now Yadvinder Singh still to come. I don't know much about him as a batsman, but I don't reckon that he will be a major worry as far as Essex are concerned. And with still got 15 overs left in the day, we might see Matthew Waite try to be a bit more positive. Porter bowls, left alone outside the off stump again by Allison. Not that he hasn't been positive so far, but we might see him just try to capitalise a little bit, especially if they get past 300. I think they might try and take it steady to get another batting point, and then we might see Waite being a little bit more expansive. But you know, if you're an Essex opener now, you're thinking, we could be facing a nasty little 10 overs here or something, and Worcestershire will be thinking, well, if we can knock a couple over tonight, that'll make a real difference. Porter in from the New Road end, bowls to Ben Allison, who's taken on the pad by this one as he looked a little bit uncertain as to exactly where it had gone. He played at it, but it came back in at him, I think, just hit him on the pad and run out on the offside. And there's no run. Richard Dawson has texted me and said, what was the answer? Because he obviously missed it, so I'll give the answer again after this next ball from Jamie Porter. The answer being the answer to my quiz question, which I set this morning. And it was got right by quite a few Essex correspondents, as Allison misses out really on a scoring opportunity here. Ball a little bit short, tried to cut it but didn't time it. Ball runs out on the offside. Who links Wakefield, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester was my question. And Richard, the answer was Rodney Cass, wicketkeeper Rodney Cass, Yorkshireman, born in Wakefield, played for Tasmania, played for Essex before he came here to Worcester. Didn't play a great deal for either, as Porter bowls and Allison drives nicely this time. Probably expected to get more than he did for it, because he only gets a single thanks to Porter doing decent fielding off his own bowling. Takes Allison to 289 for 8. So Rodney Cass, who stayed around here after he came to Worcester and ended up making cricket leather goods, pads, gloves, wicket-keeping gloves, coaching a little bit at Malvern College, played for Shropshire, played for Worcester City in the Birmingham League. Died a few years ago. He was the answer, Rodney Cass. Porter in, bowls, and Waite is pushing this one down on the onside. Shane Snater is the fielder at mid-wicket. There is no run. That is the end of the over. Allison will keep the strike. Waite has been starved of the strike somewhat in the last few overs. It's 289 for 8.
Intrigued to see who shares the second new ball here, just because it looks like Shane Snater has taken his hat off. Rajita was given a 2-over spell that he didn't use very well and lost a bit of control. So I think this might have been pushed into bringing back Snater.
Well, Snater generally shares the new ball with Porter. I think the thing with Snater is probably the one bowler that has occasionally been a little bit loose today. He's tidy, he's quick, he makes the ball do a bit. He's not express pace, but he's lively. But he does occasionally drop short and is cuttable, I think. And just looking at his figures today, 3 for 60 off 18. He's been hit to the boundary 8 times, which is more than anybody else except for Noah Thane. So the odd loose ball around, but he's also capable of wicket taking deliveries, and the fact that he's got 3 today is testament to that.
he's the bowler that's definitely found the most uneven bounce as well.
Yeah, he has. He got that one to hasten through Kashif Ali's defence, kept a little bit low. Then he hit D'Oliveira on the glove with a bit of a lifter. Seems to have that knack of extracting a little bit extra from the pitch. Hits the deck quite hard, I think. Quite slingy sort of action. A bit like Rajitha in that respect, but he's a busy bowler, Shane Snater. Good athletic run-up. Nice rhythm. He's in, he bowls, and Allison is on the back foot, punching it into the covers. Tom Westley is the fielder, and there's no run at the end of the over. Oscar will give way to Victoria. I'll move across to that side at the end of the over, Oscar, and see if my iPad has managed to find a way of charging, and it wasn't doing as it should have done before. So here comes Snater again. He's in and he bowls, and Allison is nicely forward, plays this up to mid-on, and Rajitha is the fielder. So the new ball taken, just a suggestion that it's proving a little bit more comfortable to bat out there than it was this morning. Perhaps the worst time to bat was post-lunch, wasn't it, when the heavy roller had worn off, the ball was still reasonably hard, and we saw a period post-lunch where batsmen were playing and missing with great frequency. Allison on the back foot plays out on the offside. There's no run. Going to do a very quick shifty. And I'm back. Thank you very much to Oscar from The Cricketer for his help today. Been a real boon to the two of us here, having a little bit of support in the box. As Snater comes in and bowls, and Allison is beaten this time outside the off stump and taken by Michael Pepper, who has taken 4 catches so far in this innings. But it's 289 for 8. Worcestershire 11 runs away from a second batting bonus point, having not got one all season. Could they get 2 in one day? Extraordinary scenes there will be.
Like buses.
Yeah, London buses. I'm not convinced it's going to happen, but we shall see. Snater in again, bowls. Allison is forward, playing up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Might see another swarm of bees in celebration as well.
Just to explain that, when Worcestershire got their first batting bonus point, there was a little bit of ironic applause from a few Worcestershire supporters who stood to applaud. But shortly afterwards, a swarm of bees flew over the ground, and all the players hit the deck. As it happened at Edgbaston last week, actually, I think, and everybody was lying flat on the ground as the bees went past, and 1 or 2 people suggested that the Essex players were so overwhelmed with surprise that Worcestershire had managed to get a batting bonus point that they had to have a lie down, and it wasn't really that.
Jamie Porter is in to wait. Plays that one to mid-off for no run. Porter and Snater looking to finish things off for Essex. Could we see them with the bat? It's not looking as certain as I felt it might be at tea. I've actually got an email to get to on that subject, as Porter is in. Wait, clips that one into the leg side, hurries through for a single, thinks about the second, but Rajitha gets to the ball in the field. Phil on the email says Essex seem to be struggling to dismiss the lower order recently. The first game against Worcestershire, Somerset now today. Any thoughts as to why? He says get Charlie Allison on to bowl to Ben. Oh no, don't mention the siblings again.
I've got thoughts as to why that happens, because it's happened to Worcestershire a lot as well. And my thoughts I'll expand on after this delivery.
As Porter is in over the wicket to Allison, was looking to drive at that one through the covers. Instead he's missed it. It's through to Pepper behind the stumps.
I think if you're perhaps the depth in your bowling isn't what it might be. So we were talking about that Yorkshire quartet this morning. But if maybe your fourth seamer isn't quite as good as the others, or he's a youngster, or he's learning his trade or whatever, as the innings gets older and the ball gets a bit older and the bowlers are not spent but a little bit tired.
290 for 8 as Porter is in. On the back foot this time is Allison. There's a big call of no as Waite was making his way down the track.
That's when you need your fourth seamer to step up and be right on it. And it's the same with Worcestershire at Sussex. They let Sussex off the hook. Jacob Duffy wasn't in the side, and you just felt that the backup, the last part of the unit, wasn't quite firing. And I think so in a way what I'm saying is, if you fail to knock them over, it shows a little bit of lack of depth in the bowling, perhaps. I don't know whether everybody would agree with that, but that's my take on it.
Porter is into Allison. It's the back down on that delivery.
So in terms of today, Noah Thane, who's taken 2 wickets, but he's also gone for 71 off 13 overs. You might say that he's not quite been as, I mean, Jamie Porter 20 in his 21st over, 1 for 48. Ajitha 1 for 48 and 17, maybe a little bit tighter. One angle anyway.
Porter's on his way into Allison, defending that one, decides he wants to come through for the quick single. And they've been doing this more and more, have Worcestershire, as they try and inch towards that 300 mark. End of the over. Allison will keep the strike. Worcestershire 291 for 8.
Matthew Waite on 47, Allison 3, faced 19 deliveries. Waite has absolutely been starved of the strike in the last 7 or 8 overs. Just not by design, it's just the way it happens. But so far, since the new ball has been taken, a couple of play and misses, but nothing extraordinary. And Worcestershire 9 runs away from 300. And we were discussing probably about an hour and a half ago, Victoria, what we thought would be a good score, and I think we both felt at that stage that 300 would be competitive. It's not a match winning. I always think if you get 400 in the first innings, you're probably unlikely to lose. It's not impossible, but you've probably put yourself into a position where you're probably unlikely to lose. 300 not so much. Snater bowls, and Allison is pushing this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. But 300 and you're in it, aren't you? You're in the game, yeah. Especially if you've been put into bat. Especially if you've been 123 for 5. Which Worcestershire were in mid-afternoon this afternoon. So good effort since then from Brooks 31, Jones 54, Taylor 43 and Waite 47. Snater in from the Diglis end, bowls, and this one is cut by Ben Allison to Charlie Allison, his brother, at backward point. And there's no run. I wonder how much they played in the garden together. They must have played loads together.
Yeah, I think when I spoke to Charlie Allison, he said obviously that was always the way, but this would be the first time competitively, well, the game at Chelmsford was the first time competitively that they would have faced each other, and he said it was weird.
Snater into Ben Allison, lets that go outside the off stump. I've had a chat with Ben at Chelmsford about that as well, and we always have a bit of banter because I'm a Norwich City supporter and he's a big Ipswich supporter. And I said, how do you feel about getting Charlie out? And he said, I've got nothing to gain, have I? Absolutely nothing to gain. He said, if I get him out, everybody just says, oh, big brother got little brother out. That's what you'd expect, isn't it? If he smashes me around, then obviously little brother fights against big brother. He said, I just think I've got nothing to gain. Anyway, it didn't happen. Either way, Snater bowls. Allison plays that very nicely through mid-wicket. That'll go all the way to 4 for 4, out to the mid-wicket boundary. Over pitch from Snater, tucked away. Simply, best way to describe it, just tucked off his pads by Ben Allison. His first boundary goes to 7, and Worcestershire now just 5 away from that bonus point. 295 for 8. And a nice, efficient shot. 3 slips still in place. We haven't had a slip catch all day. Snater in bowls, and Allison is clipping this one away on the leg side again, but now there's a fielder back there, so it's just a single this time. He goes to 8, 296 for 8, and Waite on strike. First time for a while at this New Road end of the ground, and just one ball left in the over for him to face. And you can tell how little of the strike he had, because we were talking about the fact that he and Taylor had faced almost the same number of deliveries, and it's hardly changed since then. Snater in, bowls, Waite is forward, pushing into the offside. Wesley Fields, end of the over, 296 for 8. Waite 47, Allison 8. The man Action's tee. Tom Taylor bowled by Matt Critchley for 43.
Yeah, I think Ben Allison's been really positive, been keen to take those quick singles, hasn't he? Which has meant that he has faced more of it. Always really liked watching Ben Allison bat, really capable, and I know in his previous spells with Worcestershire as well, he's played some important innings with the bat, so he's definitely handy to have in the lower order.
Yeah, it's fitted in extremely well at Worcester. I think the recruitment of players these days for a lot of counties is as much about who the character as it is about the player, really.
Jamie Porter's making his way into Ben Allison, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he knocks that one into the offside for no run.
And they knew what they were getting with Ben Allison, with it having been on loan before, so it's been a good match. Oh, sorry, can I just pick up on a message? Richard Dawson sent me a message, said what was the answer, and I gave the answer to the quiz question. He meant the other question about the siblings.
Porter's on his way into Allison, comes off the bottom edge, squirts into the leg side. They'll come through for the single.
So sorry, Richard. So the answer was, when did two brothers play against each other on this ground last in the championship? And it was only last season, and it was Tom Taylor and James Taylor of Surrey. So that was the answer to that question. Apologies for the misunderstanding.
I think there where they went for that quick single, Robin Das tried to throw the ball in to the stumps, and he's just managed to hit Waite on the hand. Immediately came over to apologise and check he's okay, but Waite's got his glove back on now. He's ready to face Jamie Porter, who's making his way in for Essex. It's clipped into the leg side again. Essex keen to get to the ball as the quick singles continue for Worcestershire, and they move ever closer to 300 with 298 for 8 on the board.
Yeah, good running again. I don't think Waite will be too perturbed. He's still shaking that hand, but he's made of tough Yorkshire grit, so it won't bother him too much. More important, get these next 2 runs, get that batting point.
In comes Porter to Ben Allison. He's forward and defending. The ball just plops in front of him. Allison on 9. Waite at the non-striker's end on 48. Jamie Porter's on his way in for Essex with the ball to Allison. He's again defending that one.
I'm just interested now to look at how many, the extent to which, since he came in, Allison has dominated the strike. Have a look on there. I'm in danger of one or the other iPad dying before the end of the day at the moment.
Oh no. As Porter is on his way into Allison.
Oh,
lovely shot through the covers. Allison just waited for that one, and he gets 4 runs. Worcestershire past the 300 mark.
Crowd are ecstatic. Not just 1 bonus point, but 2. And a nice shot from Ben Allison, who has faced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 28 balls while Waite has faced 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. You've got another charger, thank you. Yeah, he's faced 27 balls while Waite has faced 4. They're quite extraordinary. It's almost, if he were night watchman, it would be the perfect night watchman's innings, but can't really call him that at this stage. 302 for 8 then. Shane Snater continues from the Diglis end, and he's in now. He bowls and flashing at that one, Matthew Waite. That was loose, and he's annoyed with himself. Throws his head back in dismay. That it can be one of the problems if a player loses a strike consistently, is that he loses his rhythm, and Waite was actually going along quite nicely, but in the last 20 minutes or so he's lost the strike and he's got a bit becalmed again now. Ben Allison's got 13, 302 for 8. Still a glorious evening as Shane Snater in from the Diglis end and Waite is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. We could perhaps have a look at scores elsewhere around the grounds in this round of matches. Somerset 316 for 6 against Sussex, so they're going along quite nicely. Hampshire out for 300 against Warwickshire, all out for 300 at Edgbaston. Waite plays and misses at this one outside the off stump. Just have a look at that Hampshire innings, and 4 wickets for Ed Barnard, 3 for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Ed Barnard 170 odd last week, former Worcestershire player of course. What a tremendous Division 1 cricketer he is growing into. Notts 372 for 8 against Durham at Chester Street, and Kent and Gloucestershire meeting at Bristol. Just break off a Snater bowls and is driven very nicely through the covers by Waite. It was slightly wide, not going to go all the way. They'll get 2 though, and that brings up Matthew Waite's 50 off 72 deliveries, and he has played a very 6 fours and a 6, 72 balls. Matthew Waite's 50, and Worcestershire go up to 304 for 8. So at Bristol, Kent 354 for 6 against Gloucestershire, and then we go to Lords. Snater bowls and Waite defends back up the pitch. Leicestershire are 10 without loss at Lords in reply to Middlesex's 232. So Leicestershire continuing to have a good season. Northants 185 all out at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan, or 46 for 1 in reply. And at the Oval in Division 1, Yorkshire 255 all out against Surrey, and in that 255 for Yorkshire, just break off a Snater bowls the last ball of this over to Waite. It's short. Waite carts it away on the leg side for 4. No nonsense, just a short arm pull shot over mid wicket. 4 more for Waite. He goes to 54, 308 for 8 at the end of the over. Just go to that Yorkshire game. 50 for Adam Lythe, 89 for Johnny Bairstow, and they made 255 all out, 3 wickets each for Laws and Clark. Jordan Clark, fine cricketer he is, and Lancashire and Derbyshire. Finally, Lancashire 246 for 5 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. You're up to date.
Jamie Porter getting ready to bowl from the New Road end with a minimum of 10 overs remaining. Essex will be desperate to get these last couple of wickets, but it's also now that predicament you mentioned earlier, Frank, about not really wanting to be in for that final half an hour or so, perhaps to...
No, I think if you're an Essex top order batter now, you're probably well, what you'd like is 10 maidens, I think, probably.
Porter's on his way into Ben Allison, plays that on with a straight bat, picked up that mid-off by Captain Tom Wesley.
It's part of the job, of course, and they're used to it, but especially if it gets down to the last 4 or 5 overs, you don't really want to have to endure that. But at the same time, you don't want the other team to get away too much, so one has sympathy, but it's a horrible thing to do. Worcestershire have occasionally been known to open the batting with a night watchman if they've had a little,
seen that from Essex
time.
before as well, as Porter is in, and that's defended by Ben Allison. It probably would be that man, Jamie Porter, to do so for Essex if that was the case, and he'd be feeling quite confident with his batting following on from Monday. It's funny when we spoke to Simon Harmer at the end of play. He's a very chilled character, very laid back, and he was asked what Jamie Porter said when he came to the crease, and he said, 36 minutes to go, we can do this.
Yeah.
As Jamie Porter is on his way into Ben Allison, jabs the bat down, decides to take the quick single, and there's a shy at the stumps, but Matthew Waite was well safe.
Yeah, good running again. Even towards the end of the day, Worcestershire's running is pretty positive, and we're going to have a late one, aren't we? Here, it's going to be a late finish by the time we've done our interviews and things, but been an intriguing day's cricket. It really has. It's kept the attention. I don't think it's at any point ever really got dull or flat. It's been a hard day's work for the batsmen, but perhaps that's what Division 1 cricket should be like. 309 for 8. Matthew Waite on strike as Jamie Porter comes in to bowl to him.
He's on his way into Allison, who defends that one. Matt Critchley's quick to get to the ball and prevent any quick singles from Waite.
Over 8, still -1. I want to do something about that, won't they, to make sure they don't get any points deduction.
.309 for 8 as Porter makes his way into Waite, plays that one with a straight bat, just squared up to him on that occasion as it's back down the pitch to Porter.
Most of the crowd have stayed, I think, to the bitter end. A few disappeared, usually around about 5 o'clock, but most have stayed, and I think they'll have enjoyed it. Good proper day's cricket.
In comes Porter, and not sure if Waite was decided what he was going to do about that one, as it's past the outside edge. End of the over, 309 for 8.
Yeah, I don't think he was sure either. I don't think he'd probably even be able to tell us now if he meant to play at it or not, but he got into a bit of a pickle. Fortunate that he missed it. Another over ticks by, 9 left in the day. Worcestershire lost the toss, put into bat this morning. Lost Gareth Roderick in the 10th over with the score on 31. He was LBW to Shane Snater for 17. That became 36 for 2. 3 overs later, when Henry Nichols was caught behind, offering no shot to Rajitha, just couldn't get his bat out of the way. Late decision to leave it. The ball just flicked his bat through to the keeper, Michael Pepper. The first of 4 catches for Pepper. The second came in the 22nd over when Jake Libby was caught behind off Noah Thane for 16. 58 for 3 at that point, 84 for 3 at lunch off 27 overs when Kashifali and Rob Jones were together. After lunch, Kashifali out for 46, bowled by one from this man Shane Snater that kept a little bit low. Snater bowls this one to Allison, who drives on the onside, no run. And Brett D'Oliveira, perhaps slightly discomforted by the ball he received early on, might have been his first one, which flew up and hit him on the glove and hurt him, and never really settled. Shortly after that, he was caught behind by Pepper off Snater for 3, and then a good partnership of 59 for the 6th wicket between Ethan Brooks and Rob Jones, before Brooks was somewhat unfortunate to be caught down the leg side off Porter for 31. Snater bowls, Allison defends on the offside, no run. And then Rob Jones, who hadn't reached double figures before today, but actually got to 50, played very well. But shortly after getting to 50, short ball from Noah Thane, he pulled it in the air straight to Robin Dassett, deep square leg, and he departed for 54 off 9 with 9 fours and a 6. And then after that, an excellent partnership of 95 for the 8th wicket between Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite. Snater bowls left alone outside the off stump. Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor, as I say, 95 added for the 9th wicket before Taylor was bowled by leg spinner Matt Critchley off the pad, I think. And that was when Critchley had been brought on really just to sort of bowl a couple of tidy overs before the new ball was taken. A bonus wicket, and Taylor was on his way for 43, but that was an excellent partnership. And since then, Allison and Waite. There's Allison plays and misses again outside the off stump at Snater. Allison and Waite have put on a further 22 to take the score onto 309 for 8. And against the new ball, a few player misses, but no real alarms. And Worcestershire enjoying some batting bonus points, 2 of them for the first time this season. Snater bowls, Allison turns this on the leg side, and the pitch, dare I say, looks a little bit flatter now than it has at any stage.
Yeah, I think that's the question that relates to the email we had earlier from Phil about is it the lower order getting away, how much of it is that and the bowling, and how much of it is the pitch getting easier to bat on.
I was kind of sitting on that comment until the new ball had been taken, but it hasn't really done a great deal. Snater in again, and Allison plays back up the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. The end of the over from Snater, and he has now bowled 22 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 71. Jamie Porter 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 56. Kasim Rajitha 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 48. Coming into the attack now at the New Road end. Noah Thane 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 71. Simon Harmer 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34. And Matt Critchley 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5.
Essex are going to bring Kasim Rajitha on to bowl from the New Road end as they look for the final 2 wickets of the Worcestershire first innings. 1 for 48. His figures so far from the 17 overs that he's bowled. Wicket coming early on, getting that of Henry Nichols as Rajitha is in, and that's whipped away by Waits for 4 runs, square of the wicket. And he moves along to 58. Worcestershire moving on to 313 for 8.
Lovely shot again. Punched away so strong through there, isn't he, Matthew Waite? Minimum of fuss about that shot. Bit of a loosener.
Rajitha is in to Waite, and this time it's got Waite playing with the bat wafting out, and he's picked out a field on that occasion, so just the single. 314 for 8. Tom Wesley's moving Matt Critchley. Into the offside with Ben Allison on strike. In comes Rajitha over the wicket, and Allison keen again to get away for a quick single, which was applauded by the home fans. 315 for 8. Matthew Waite's faced 79 deliveries for his 59 as Rajitha is into him, and he drives that one back past the bowler. That's going to go for 4 runs. Jamie Porter won't catch up with it. And that's 2 boundaries from the returning Rajitha.
Good shot again from Waite. I think he's rediscovered a little bit of that rhythm that I was suggesting he'd lost when he lost the strike for so long, and that showed with that shot, which is nice, easy. Again, just no great flamboyance about it, just very solid.
319 for 8 as Rajitha is into Waite, and he's tickled that one down to third for another 4, and this is proving to be expensive for Essex.
And annoying, I think, for Essex as well, really. Nothing more annoying than letting a team off the hook, and that was what they'll feel they've done. I mean, I'm reserving judgment obviously, but 123 for 5, you're not expecting the other team to add another 200, are you? And that's exactly where they are now. 323 for 8. Good hand being played by Matthew Waite here.
As he waits for Rajitha, and that one's edged into the offside. No run possible on that occasion, and that's the end of the over. 323 for 8. Now 162. Rajitha's figures.
Yeah, Ben Allison doing a good job. 15 not out, but it's the lower middle order that have finally come to the show, come to the party for Worcestershire. Brooks 31, Jones 54, Taylor 43. Waite now 67's played really well, and it's a good recovery, and suddenly Worcestershire pushing on towards 350, with Waite having been quite punishing in that over from Rajitha. Which produced 3 fours, 2 singles, 14 runs off the over. Not what Tom Westley would have been hoping for, but just the job as far as Worcestershire were concerned. Allison is on strike. Snater coming in from the Diglis end. Bowls, and Allison is whipping this one away off his pads down to Rajitha at long leg, just a single as the throw comes back in. Nicely gathered on the bounce by Pepper as an ex-keeper. I can tell you they're horrible, those ones that come in on the half volley, and especially difficult if you're a tall man like Pepper, but picked it up very, very nicely. Tired throw, I thought, from Rajitha. That sort of end of the day kind of throw. And it's these last few overs for a keeper as well where it gets hard. He's been out there for nearly 90 overs. Snater in, bowls, and Waite drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. There's no addition. It's a long day keeping wicket for a whole day. A lot of they're very fit wicket keepers who can be out there all day, mentally as well as physically.
It's the concentration.
Tough job, yeah. And he's done pretty well. In a few buys, but he hasn't been able to do much about them. Snater in, bowls, and Waite is taking on the pad. He's not lost his a bit appealing enthusiasm though, even though it's late in the day, Michael Pepper, because there was a bat on that one. He gets a single for it, but that didn't stop Pepper from waving his arms around, and he's got this sort of Kenny Everett appeal, hasn't he, with the gloves on. Although you know those hands that they give out at the T20s that people wear. Well,
like the baseball.
He waves his hands about when he appeals, doesn't he? And he was at it there, but a single taken. Weight goes to 68, 325 for 8. So no breakthrough yet with the new ball. Snater is in and bowls, and this one is cut by Allison out through the offside. It won't go all the way. His brother is in pursuit, sliding stop, and he springs to his feet. So they only get 2, in fact, even though he stopped it just a couple of yards inside the rope, which is quite a long way in on the pavilion side of the ground here at New Road. If you imagine that we're sitting at a wide third man with the batsman facing the bowling standing at the New Road end, and we're almost opposite the rope as it runs around the cover boundary, so it's a long way in. Snater bowls and Allison is driving. That's a good bit of late in the day. That's a good bit. They say if you can't field off your own bowling, you can't field, but Snater throwing himself down to the ground and making a save. He's a really wholehearted cricketer, Shane Snater, really enthusiastic, and puts a lot into his batting, a lot into his bowling, a lot into his fielding. You can just tell he's got a lot of energy as a cricketer.
It's so funny because he's so mild-mannered and quiet off the pitch.
But he is a really well, look at the way he runs in. Even is very busy, isn't it, in bowls? And that's a really good-looking shot from Ben Allison, straight to the fielder at mid-off. Though no run. End of the over. 327 for 8. Waite has 68. Allison has 18. We've got 6 overs left in the day. We've had 90, and Worcestershire, having at one stage been 123 for 5, are now 327 for 8.
Yeah, I just wonder if an element of that in the way that Slater flung himself down on it. Yes, it was an enthusiastic stop, but I just also wonder if it was a bit of frustration as well at how difficult this has become for Essex to get end of play interviews to find out how the wicket was played.
Yeah, that's always the thing that really, did we read it right from the side? You always think that, don't you?
In, and that's hit weight on the is that the glove or the top of the pad? Either way, is in pain.
On the wrist, I think.
The wrist. We had one of those earlier, didn't we? Was it Jones who got hit on the wrist earlier and it's in a bit of pain? But Waite stayed down in a crouched position. Ben Allison's going to come across to see if he's okay as the Essex field watcher. He does look in a real degree of pain here. He's taking his helmet on and still crouched down. And then Tom Wesley's come across to speak to him. And there will be drinks coming out, and there may well be
a physio
on the way too.
She's on her way.
Yeah, this is really.
It is a bit concerning this because it's his right hand, and he's a bowler as well, obviously. So that's the hand that he would be holding a ball with when he bowls. He looks concerned. Little finger, I think. Worcestershire physio out there. Fateh Singh, 12th man, out there as well with the yellow bib on, towel and a drink for Ben Allison. So we've got a pause in play. It's going to be a late one. Still got 5 overs left in the day after this. Scoreboard showing 621, 327 for 8. And a unscheduled break in play.
He's up on his feet, which is a good thing, taking a swig of water.
Yeah, they're always tricky fingers because you can't put you're not. I don't think you're allowed to put the cold spray onto a finger because of circulation in the digits. So they have to be careful. But she's an experienced physio, Jenny, and she'll. One thing's for sure, she'll be very calm out there. And Matthew Waite, I'm looking at it through the binoculars. He's not.
Oh yeah, I forgot about my binoculars.
He's not grimacing too badly, but as I said earlier, he's made of tough stuff. But this is a lengthy delay and it will be really, really annoying for Worcestershire if he's unable to carry on, because he's played so well. 68 off 86 deliveries, and this partnership is worth 40 since Ben Allison came in, which is another quite significant one. I think there's a bit of tape being applied.
Yeah, he's having
now.
tape put on, always wincing now.
He is in a lot of bar. I reckon it could be a break, you know. Batting gloves are better than they used to be, but they're not perfect, although he is flexing the hand now, so possibly
Looks like he's had the
carry on.
index and middle finger taped from
Yeah.
our vantage point.
He's going to carry on anyway. The helmet has been replaced, so that's encouraging, at least, provided when he hits the next one he doesn't drop the bat, unable to hold on to it. There was one season here, a long time ago, where pitch was about, I think it was 1990, that long ago. That's how long it is since I've been watching cricket here, and at about 5 batsmen on the Worcestershire staff had broken fingers at the same time. Of course, gloves weren't as good in those days as they are now, but they played 2 or 3 pitches that really were up and down, and everybody was walking around with tape on their hands and fingers of batting gloves taped together, and all sorts of hand injuries that year. Well, he's back up on his feet and he's ready to go.
We'll find out how we'll deal with this delivery from Rajitha as he takes a swipe at it through to Pepper behind the stumps. It's
What do you
difficult to
bowl?
tell from that.
What do you bowl in that situation? I always think if somebody's just been hit on the head or shoulder or something like that, the mean quickie always bowls a bouncer again the next ball. That was kind of neither one thing nor the other, was it really? And it wasn't a bouncer that hit him, but you've got to let him know you're still there, haven't you, as a bowler.
327 for 8, weight is on 68 as Rajitha is in, and he pulls that time, does Matthew Waite, for 4, and I don't know whether that hurt or not, but he got the ball away.
Well, that was a good response from that. I always think, as I've just said, if you want to see a bowler's character, you see a bowler who thinks, right, I'm not going to let you get away with this, I'm going to let you have one, and he does. But you see a batter who's got some real grit and his response is positive, and Waite was there. It's a good shot. 72, high score of the game by some margin now. Man dispatched. 3 men on the leg side boundary now, or 2 and a bit. What's that blue thing on the boundary? Oh, it's actually behind the rope. The rope's in that far. So he is on the boundary, that man down there. I didn't realise that. Gosh, that's in a long way.
Worcestershire resisting as Rajitha is in, and again Waite is out into that leg side, and he gets a single. We've had 5 balls of this Rajitha over with that stoppage for the injury. Which brings Ben Allison onto strike, so he's been watching all this from the non-striker's end and being involved in that pause. 332 for 8 as Rajitha makes his way in. That's pulled this time from Allison, not timed properly though, and it will be picked up for just a single in the leg side. 333 for 8.
I think Rajitha's a bit fed up. Doesn't look a happy chappy at the moment. 19 overs, 5 mains, 1 for 68. Worcestershire still going with 5 overs left in the day, so the Essex openers will be pretty much confident they won't have to perform. Worcestershire be hoping they can get another bonus point, which would be really extraordinary for them this year. And if they can get through to the end of the day without losing another wicket, then they will be more than happy.
Essex going to turn to spin.
Yeah, I think this is quite a sensible move. The new ball has not produced a result in terms of a wicket, and it is 11 overs old. So Matt Critchley, who picked up the last wicket before the new ball was taken, is reintroduced at the Diglis end from where he got the wicket, and he'll be bowling to Ben Allison, who they'll know all about each other. One slip, backward point, short extra on the drive, deep backward point, long off, mid on, mid wicket on the drive, deep mid wicket on the fence, and a man on the 45 behind square on the leg side as he is in, and Allison is pushing this one out on the offside. Noah Thane is the fielder at backward point. Triple Nelson, 333 for 8. Critchley from the Diglis end in again, bowls. Allison on the back foot, drives out into the offside, takes a single, has to be quick. Snater's throw. They celebrate as they think it's run out. In fact, it's not run out. Waite was home. Umpire Graham Lloyd not too excited at all. Snater thought that was out, set off in celebration as he saw the bails taken off. He was very, very excited, but actually watching the replay, I think Waite was comfortably home.
I think it might have been a bit of wishful thinking there.
Yeah.
5-6.
It was a good bit of work, but they took the run, went fairly promptly. Yeah, definitely in, no question. Watching the replay for the second time. Critchley in, bowls to Waite. That hand is hurting. He's pushed that just defensively out on the offside, and he's shaking that right hand. So I think there'll be some work for the physio to do tonight, whatever happens. As Critchley is in again to Waite, and Waite is out, caught behind. So what a bowling change that is. Matt Critchley gets the wicket. Waite clearly discomforted by that hand injury, going for the cut, ball on the back foot, and this time the umpire rules in favour of the fielding side. Waite was caught by Michael Pepper, so that's a fifth catch for Michael Pepper, and as a keeper I'll say that's the best of them, because it's standing up to the stumps and it was a cut. Might have been a fairly big deflection on it, and he took it well. Excellent innings from Matthew Waite is brought to a close. Worcestershire still 16 short of another batting bonus point. They'd be very keen to get that. There are 4 overs left in the day after this. Yadvinder Singh will be the new batsman. Matthew Waite innings ended. Caught Pepper, bowled Critchley for 73. Excellent effort, and between them he and Ben Allison have added 47 for that 9th wicket.
Yeah, I think that injury just really disrupted Matthew Waite, didn't it? It's clearly causing him some pain, and he'll have time to hopefully get a bit of treatment on it. Yavinder Singh's going to come in as the last man for Worcestershire. Haseeb Hamiz made 200 for Nottinghamshire, but they're now all out for 407.
He's in good form. Matt Critchley, what a nice contribution from him. 3.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 6.
I can often find Matt Critchley coming on and having an impact like that. I think he's got a habit of just getting what Essex need when he's called into action.
I was saying this before when you weren't on air, Victoria, but even when he was at Derbyshire, Matt Critchley he's not just an occasional leg spinner. He's better than that, I think. He's not a full-time leg spinner. Well, I suppose he is in some ways. Well. I mean, there aren't many around, but he's a decent, proper leg spinner, isn't he? And he's proved it, hasn't he?
Yeah,
and Tom Wesley might well be thinking, I wish I'd bowled him a little bit sooner, but it is what it is. Now, Stephen Mann has messaged me and said Shane Snater is at it again with the back foot, and what he's talking about is this business of Shane Snater breaking the return crease with his back foot. We've cleared this up, Stephen. It's not a no ball, and I'll explain why, as I did earlier, because we've questioned it and we've cleared it up. It's to do with the first point of contact. So if the foot lands inside the return crease, on its toes with the heel in the air, and that's the first point of contact, and then the heel goes down, it's not a no ball. So fair play to the umpires and the match referee, they're not missing no balls, and it's not a no ball. Hope that clears that up for Stephen and anybody else, including me. I thought it was a no ball as well. Critchley bowls first ball to Yadvinder Singh, and he pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run. So Matthew Waite 73. I'll give you the details of that innings in a moment after this ball from Critchley, who bowls to Yadvinder Singh, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. 73, 91 balls, 11 fours and 1 6, and I think in the circumstances probably played as well, if not better, than anybody else in the innings. 334 for 9 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so question of time now for Essex, with Worcestershire having that 1 wicket remaining. Kason Rajitha is going to continue from the new road end. I did wonder whether we might see spin from both ends, because I think, although Harmer hasn't got his reward today, it's that squeeze that's off spinning from one end and the leg spinning back Critchley at the other has previously had for them. But Rajitha is going to have his opportunity to finish things off, and he has looked frustrated in this most recent spell we've seen. 19 overs bowled from him, 1 for 68. Bowling from the new road end to Ben Allison, who's on 20. In comes Rajitha to Allison, that's pulled, and it's just a single as it's stuck in the deep by Noah Thane.
Well, they got what they wanted there because they've got the new man on strike. Hasib Hamid carried his bat then, 206 not out, and how about this? The 3rd time he's carried his bat in a career, which is
impressive.
He's not that old, is he? That's pretty good, isn't it? I think if you carry your bat more than once as an opener in a county career, that's pretty impressive. I think Darryl Mitchell did it twice for Worcestershire, I think. But Hasib Hamid 3 times in a career, that says a great deal about his powers of concentration and application, technique. Seems to have brought the best out in him becoming captain, I think, at Notts. It's a slight worry for the rest of Division 1, I think.
Yeah.
That after years of underachievement, Nottinghamshire, with half of Worcestershire's team, seem to have finally found a way to win championship cricket matches.
335 for 9. Rajitha's into Singh, who's shaping to play at that one. There's a big appeal for a caught behind from Rajitha. It wasn't so much of an appeal behind the stumps on this occasion, I would say.
There's been a lot of this today, hasn't there? It's weird. It's a bit like that early on. Have a look. Watching the replay. It's impossible to say. He actually looked. So he started to walk there, you know. Graham Lloyd not impressed by all the appealing, I don't think. So have another look at this. He starts. Do you think he can't tell whether he hits it or not?
Rajitha's on his way in. He bowls the bouncer, and Yadvinder Singh ducks out of it.
I don't know whether he was walking away in disgust or whether he was about to walk off and then thought no. But anyway, he survived. I don't think these next 15 for the next bonus point are going to come very easily.
Ben Allison at the non-strikers end, just having a chat with his old mate Jamie Porter, who is at mid-on as Rajitha is making his way in, and that one's shaped to play at and behind the stumps to pepper.
2 overs taken off between innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
It used to be 3. So if they got the wicket now, they'd have to face 1 over. That'd be horrible, wouldn't it? That'd be right, wouldn't it? I think there's 4 left. 3 after this, 2 off. I think they'd have to face 1 over. Don't want to do that, do you?
It's a real delay as Robin Dass is directed around for Essex. He's under the helmet, close in for Essex as Rajitha is in, and that's defended by Singh, and then that trickles behind the stumps off the bottom edge of the pat, I think. Rajitha's just desperate to get his second wicket
He
of the
is,
day
isn't he?
here, however it may come.
Really is. He's giving it everything. He's appealing every ball, almost.
Languidly walking back to his mark. Harminder Singh's faced 6 balls now, yet to get off the mark as Rajitha is in, and again he thinks he's got him behind, and there is boos now from the crowd because Rajitha thought it was caught behind, was off celebrating, but it is in fact just the end of the over.
Still got this debate raging on Twitter about Snater breaking the return crease with his back foot. I can only say this is what I've been told by the authorities, that it's not a no ball apparently if the first point of contact of the foot with the ground is inside the crease.
So watching the replay of that, and again he looks like he has wafted it, and then it's almost as if he walked away, but he just walks to the edge of his crease.
He just gives that impression that he's going to walk off when he's actually just walking away in disgust. Critchley bowls, Allison drives, takes the single, which might be ill-advised if you think that he should try and keep the strike, but with the field spread, and he'll know, Alison, that what Yadvinder Singh's capabilities are. I honestly can hardly remember ever seeing him bat. I think I saw him bat at the Oval last year, but other than that, I really couldn't say much about his capability with the bat. I know that he blocks that one satisfactorily out on the offside. Highest score 14 not out against Surrey at the Oval last year, so there we are. That was on his debut. Got 4 for 103 in the second innings. Did an interview with him afterwards, which was memorable. Outside the off stump, left alone. Memorable because he was like a starstruck kid, really. So, what's it like? He got called up late, didn't expect to play. Somebody was ill. Critchley bowls, leaves this one alone, and found himself in the side when he thought he'd just been brought along for the experience. And at the Oval against the champions, he said, I just couldn't quite get my head round it, really. Critchley bowls, pushes out on the offside. No run. You know, South Asian Cricket Academy, waited till his mid-20s to get a chance, and then finds himself playing at the Oval against the champions. It was fantastic. He said, I just couldn't quite accept where I was, really. Critchley bowl, short, and well, he's done alright with that one. I was saying earlier about Critchley that any leg spinner is capable of bowling a loose one, and first one that Critchley's really dragged down, and Yadvinder Singh takes advantage and pulls it away to the leg side boundary to get off the mark. His first boundary, his first scoring shot, and Worcestershire, with 2 overs remaining in the day, 340 for 9. And if you'll excuse me, I've just got to record a very, very quick.
Thank you, Frank. Victoria Brawley with you from BBC Essex. Still looking splendid here at New Road with the evening sunshine. I bet the city and along the river will be busy with people making the most of it. Okay, so Rajitha with the ball in hand for Essex at the New Road end.
140 for 9 with 2 overs remaining on day 1 against Essex.
So can Essex find that breakthrough in the closing stages of day 1? Rajitha is coming round the wicket, and that's pulled top edge by Ben Allison, and he's going to get 6 runs for that. He wasn't quite sure as he span on his foot to get hold of that one. He's looped over his brother Charlie Allison on the boundary, and he's got 6, 346 for 9, so that third batting point does move ever closer for Worcestershire. So what will come first, the Worcestershire 350 or Essex getting the final wicket of the Worcestershire first innings? Allison's moved on to 28. Rajitha's going to come around the wicket to him again. He's pulled it that time, not timed as well as the first, and fielded by Allison on the boundary. They won't take the run on this occasion. Jamie Porter gives the ball back to his captain Tom Wesley, and Charlie Allison is going to be brought in from the mid-wicket boundary. Still a man out there in the deep North Thane at deep square leg. Allison waits. Rajitha's on his way in, coming back over the wicket this time, and Allison was looking to play that one through the offside. He misses the ball, and it's through to Pepper for no run. One for 75 now. The figures of Rajitha, as there's another change in the field. This time Allison's being sent across to the offside, and that's like Richley's been sent out to third man, as Rajitha is in to Allison, who's gone high with that one. It's going to drop inside the boundary rope, but it will go for 4. That is a 350 for Worcestershire, and another batting point on the board, much to the delight of the fans here at New Road, and I'm sure to Frank as well, who's back.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, this decent first innings score for Worcestershire, but 350 after you've been 123 for 5 speaks volumes for the lower middle order, and it was much needed, but yeah, good effort from them. Ben Allison's played really well too.
Rajitha into Allison, takes a swipe at that one, swing and a miss through to Pepper.
And yeah, good fight back, good effort. Look at the scores down the card. You've got Kashif getting 46. He was 4th out, but then 6th out, Brooks 31, 7th out, Jones 54, 8th out, Taylor 43, 9th out, Waite 73. That tells its own story. And the Essex story is perhaps one of a missed opportunity for various reasons. Pitch may have flattened out a little bit, some good batting, possibly not quite as good bowling as they hoped.
Allison.
Very wide.
It's a wide ball.
very wide. Ben Allison's a big guy, and he went for a walk and he still couldn't get anywhere near it. It's quite comical, just watching the replay now.
Ben Allison's on 32.
Ooh, goodness me, they don't come much wider than that. Started wide and swung wider, didn't it?
Final ball. No, it's not, is it? As Rajitha is into Allison, drives that one. It's past Allison in the covers.
Keeps the strike.
Which is what the applause is. 352 for 9. End of the over. 1 for 81 from 21 overs bowled from Kason Rajitha. 6 maidens, in his figures.
Well, yeah, a good effort from Worcestershire. This is their highest total of the season, with the exception of the game-saving innings at Taunton, where they batted for 200 overs in the second innings, and they've done really well. And Ben Allison, 33 off 54 deliveries, has played a very good part in this recovery against his former employers. I'll go very quickly through the day's play during this over from Critchley, the last of the day. First ball is turned away on the leg side. Allison turns down the single. Worcestershire put into bat, lost 3 wickets in the morning session. Roderick 17, Nichols 0 and Libby 16, the men out at lunch. 84 for 3. They lost 3 wickets in the afternoon session. 4 wickets in the afternoon session. Kashif Ali for 46, D'Oliveira for 3, Brooks for 31 and Jones for 54 were the men out. At tea they were 223 for 7. That in itself a decent recovery after being 123 for 5. Ben Allison whacks this one away on the leg side, and this time does take a single. Can't explain why he didn't take one on the first ball, decides to take one on the second, but he does. So at tea, 223 for 7, 95 added for the 8th wicket by Taylor and Waite before Taylor was out for 43, and then Matthew Waite, who made 73 out with the score on 334 for 9. He'd had a nasty blow on the hand shortly before that, which did appear to bother him, but he was out for 73 off 91 balls with 11 fours and a 6. Nobody managing to go on to 3 figures, but good middle order batting has seen Worcestershire get 3 batting bonus points, and they are their first batting bonus points of the season. Yadvinder Singh, playing his first game of the season, pushes this one out on the offside, and there is no run. We have 3 balls left in the day. Critchley bowls, Singh is forward, pushes back up the pitch, and again there is no run. Bowling figures for Essex, just give you those in the course of this last couple of deliveries, and then you will be up to date with everything. Jamie Porter, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 56. Again Singh defends and there's no run. Shane Snater, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 75. Kasim Rajitha, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 81. Noah Thane, 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 71. Simon Harmer, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34. And Matt Critchley, who's about to complete his 6th over, just concedes another run here off the edge as Yadvinder Singh steers this one down between slip and gully. So we have the end of day 1 and Critchley's figures at the end of it: 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 13. Yadvinder Singh is 5 not out. Ben Allison is 34 not out. Worcestershire put into bat 354 for 9.
If you can be with us, please do. And 10 o'clock.
A missed opportunity, perhaps, Victoria, from an Essex point of view.
I think so. When we talk about was it 123 for 5, Essex having Worcestershire, they probably would have been quite confident that they would have been batting by the end of day 1, and they would have had a very achievable target that they could have then built a lead on. But this has just got away from them, particularly in this final session, and it means they've got to come back this morning and try and take that final wicket as quickly as possible in order to keep that first innings lead down for Worcestershire, because you still do worry about that fragility in the Essex batting lineup. But it'll be interesting tonight to find out how the wicket changed, if that was part of it during the day, and what we might see early on tomorrow with that. So yeah, been an intriguing day. Essex having probably the best of the morning and afternoon session, but real resistance from Worcestershire to stay in it and get those batting points that they so wanted.
Thank you very much to Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. We've also been assisted today by Oscar Russ of The Cricketer. Thanks to him, thanks to Victoria, thanks to you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and thanks if you've interacted with us over our various quiz questions. Hope to have another one tomorrow if I can think of a good one tonight. I've enjoyed being here. Thanks for being with us, and do join us again tomorrow when play resumes at 11 o'clock here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. There's no rain in the forecast. I'm pretty certain we're going to get a full day's play tomorrow, and I hope it's as intriguing and hard fought as today has been.